What's up? Hello. Oh my gosh, short intro. You might have even seen me like jump scare you at the very beginning. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, Braca? John? How's the voice? Get any sleep? No, but I don't need it. Answer is voice is bad. I should probably be doing a radio broadcast this time. Speaking of, let's turn up the mic a little bit. But, and I also didn't get any sleep, but the reason that things were so last minute today. Braca, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The reason that things were so rushed today is because I had a fucking brain blast. So we'll talk about it later. We'll do the normal no housekeeping at the start. We're being very responsible. No housekeeping at the start. We'll do the content. We'll do the takeaway, the comment review, and then after the first break, we'll do housekeeping, and housekeeping is a banger today. Ooh. Oh my goodness. I come in at just your fucking brain blast. It is. Also, wait, let's see. Let's see how it looks. Wait. Boop. And then, boop. How does it look? Oh, you're all red. Is that okay? That might be okay. I'm thinking about getting rid of Truffle because Truffle has been the most consistent one. It's been the most consistent, but it hasn't been, super consistent. And this one is much more consistent. What you guys are seeing right now is based off of what I use on the back end. But if you type directly into Truffle, it doesn't catch it. So I can't really have both of them, like long term, I can't really have both of them running at the same time. Red for YouTube, purple for Twitch, yes. And I might be able to make it look better, like long term. It's weird. Truffle, I think Truffle just like looks better, just like straight up. And you guys can then like locally see, the other chats. But in terms of like actual on-screen experience, they're similar, but I think that Truffle looks a little bit better. I'm more of a cool colors guy. I'm more of a cool colors guy too. That's what I'm saying is like, I think that Truffle like looks better, but it's less consistent with like catching things. Like sometimes it'll just like miss chats for some reason. And it's like one more thing that I have to add onto the pile of like things to manage. Whereas this one is run through the same software I already use. So I don't know. The font here isn't as readable. Yeah, and I haven't even I haven't messed too much with like the font sizing. I can edit a lot of that. I can edit the font family. I can edit quite a few things, and so there might be a way to make it look better. But I don't know yet. I'm debating. I think it needs some tweaking, but I think it'll look good. Maybe. Yeah, font and outline would help. Yeah. Anyways, we'll see. So that's something I'm working on, but I just wanted to see what it would look like, because I didn't. That's why when you first came in, there was just like Megaphone Man test. It's because I was testing that off stream. But I wanted to see what it looked like with all of you. But let's do the comment review. And you know what? I'm out here about to defend all of the bad DMs. I don't think Matt's a bad DM. I am out here today to ask a general question, and it is a response to John Forsyth. And it's an absolute straw man. It is not at all what John said, but John's question got me thinking about something that I wanted to talk about separately. So we're gonna look at that first, at what the heck John said. And then that will lead me into what I want to talk about, just totally separately. So, what do I want to show you guys? Do I even want to show you guys? I don't even want to show it to you. Fuck you guys. No, I'm gonna show it to you. Hold your britches. I just need to make sure that you can't see anything fun. I would never want you guys to have fun on my stream. Let's see. Oh, hey, there we go. Mega dangling John over a cliff just for fun. I know. I am. Paradox 28. 820, 833. LA people seldom walk places, so their sense of how long it'll take to walk to things can be calibrated wrong. Us people from walkable cities like Chicago, NYC, London, etc. have a much better sense on time and walking distances, but no DM is without weaknesses. We'll eventually see Matt also doesn't quite understand places with snow as he grew up in FL and Southern CA. Hey, get the fuck out of here, Diegoski. Get the fuck out of here. First time chat, first time ban, more like. Get the fuck out of there. Also, Mace Megarolo, also, get banned. Get that ass banned. All right. Now that that's taken care of. I wanted to talk about DM interest because this is something that I hit on actually quite a bit last stream, but I didn't, I missed one. Oh my gosh, why am I getting freaking raided right now? What is going on? Get the hell out of here, bots. You're not welcome. I have my own bot, and it's my pet, and it doesn't ask me for more viewers. So, DM interests. I talked a lot about, like, Matt doesn't seemingly care about time. He doesn't care about, like, the time that things take in terms of travel. It doesn't really seem like he cares significantly about time in terms of, like, world, global events in his games. It seems very loose. Now, I think there's a lot of downside to that I've hit on in multiple different ways. But what I do want to do is defend his right to be wrong and hit on the fact that no DM is able to be right. Some DMs are just interested in different things. And I have seen on the internet, and I'll put a big old dash of asterisk on this right away. Whenever I talk about, what I've seen of, like, D&D opinion, it mostly comes from D&D Reddit. That's, I've never really, like, engaged heavily with Twitter. I've never really engaged heavily with Facebook or Instagram. Reddit is really the only social, like, I would say pure social media site that I've engaged with to really any degree. So when I talk about internet D&D opinion, sub in Reddit. And, the bias is inherent within that. But I have seen kind of two aspects of this discussion of people saying, DMs are there to facilitate the game, to be refs. They should basically do anything that the players are interested in. That, like, ultimately the players drive the story. It's a game for them. And, the DM should do and participate in anything that they're interested in. And then on the other side of things, there I think is a camp that I fall a little bit more into of DMs. It shouldn't be all about them. That's what I'll say. Maybe the other side of that extreme is that it is the DM's game. It is the DM's story. Players can go suck eggs. Maybe that's the other side of the extreme. And and now that I have created two polar opposites of a scale with which I can fall in the middle, I'm now the based centrist. I cut a little bit of a middle of DMs are naturally interested in certain parts of the game in the same way that not every system is good at two topics that weren't what I commented about. Exactly, John. That's what I told you. I told you it would be a straw man. I warned you. Yeah. I'm just using your comment to talk about what I wanted to talk about. We're mostly in the takeaway comment here. I will wrap it around a little bit to your comment. But I do think that in the same way that all systems aren't going to be very good at all things, for example, I don't think that that D&D is good at faction management. I don't think it's very good at it. Especially, I might not have said that before I played Blades in the Dark, a game that is like incredibly, immensely good at faction management. And not only exterior factions, but internal, like managing your party as an entity. Bitty's way better at that. In that same way, not every DM is good at or interested in doing everything, even within the system that they like and that they're running in. So like the defense that I'm kind of going after here is I think there are a lot of downsides towards Matt not tracking time accurately. Like to wrap it back to John's comment about they don't have a good sense of time on walking distance. If he cared about that, even if he doesn't have a good sense of it, he might do more along the lines of like what Daniel Grace, I believe, might have been Daniel. It might have been someone else, but I believe Daniel Grace talked about like doing, not giving specifics, and then if people ask for specifics, then like thinking about it more and being careful and like recognizing that you might not be getting it right. Matt doesn't care about any of that. Matt doesn't really care about getting the time right. And you know what? I defend his right to not give a shit. Because there are going to be things within D&D that you inherently don't give a shit about. And I'll give two examples of things that I don't give a shit about in D&D. I think one of them doesn't make me look as bad as the other. So I thought about only giving the first one, but I think that would be unfair and uncharitable to Matt. The first one, for someone who self-professed loves exploration, has recommended weird wastelands, all of these things, I don't give a shit about rations. Like, I've definitely tracked rations in, I think, most of my games. Frankly, I can't remember because I don't give a shit about them. So if people miss them, I don't really care about eating in D&D at all. I don't have fun restaurants with fun foods. I purify food and water is basically useless in my games. Good berries basically useless except as like a weird healing thing. Now, I say that one doesn't make me look as bad because rations are a a very contentious topic within D&D. So I think some people are like, oh, whatever. One that I don't give a shit about that I think it would be better for, like, I think it's debatable. If I gave more of a shit about rations, I think it's debatable whether or not that would make my games better. An example of something that I do think would make my games better, that Matt clearly gives a big shit about, that I unfortunately don't, is having cool and interesting narration in combat. Like, how do you want to do this? Sort of. But like Matt will weave a very cool and interesting narrative about like all of the cool ways that they are going about performing this combat. Beyond how do you want to do this? And I think to him, how do you want to do this was more likely a way to hold himself back from narrating too much. I think it's something he's very interested in. And to me, how do you want to do this, which I'm absolutely going to use in my next game, is a way to patch a hole in my interests. Of like, if I don't have something like how do you want to do this, combat will probably be not very narratively interesting. It's just like a big hole in like my interests of like what I like within the games. I like it as a player, which is a fun paradox, or a fun dichotomy, I guess. I love very flowery language during combat as a player, but as a DM, I don't think about it. I don't care about it. It's tough. Because I know that it would make my combats better. Like, I know it intellectually that, like, it would make my combats more interesting if I was a little bit more flowery about it. And it's actually one of the things that I think Daggerheart helps with a little bit in terms of, like, my weakness there. But it's tough. It's very, very tough. And, like, I think that, Travis would have less fun at my table. But with that in mind, some players don't give a shit about that as well. Like I don't. like some tables, some DMs just aren't interested in certain things. My table is probably worse because I'm not as narratively engaging during combat. D&D combat is probably more boring at my tables than it is at Matt's. It probably feels like it drags more. So like that's a bad thing for me and my style. Just in the same way that I think Matt not really giving a shit about time and timers and pressures, like I think that's a bad thing for his table. But that's just how it is, man. Some DMs are just not going to be interested in certain things, and that's okay. Like, I'm not going to stop pointing out that I think that, like, oh, this should be, more strictly time-based. He should be caring about it more here. I'm not going to stop pointing that out because I still think it's fair critique. But if we get down to the end of it and I interview Matt someday and I'm like, hey, did you just not give a shit about this? And he's like, yeah, I just didn't really give a shit about that. Cool. That's fine. It's ultimately fine. Not every DM is going to be good at everything. And then even separately from that, because that's the thing that really kind of caught my interest about John's comment, is John talking about weaknesses that DMs have, which I agree. Some DMs have legitimate weaknesses of like Matt has an interesting anti-cold bias because of where he grew up. That is like a weakness within his DMing style. But beyond just weaknesses, I think DMs also have to contend with the fact that they will just have certain lacks of interest compared to what might be good for their games. So yeah. I'm not nearly as narratively interesting in combat as Matt is, though I've incorporated how do you want to do this, but I don't play to an audience that will tune out during combat. Yeah, I play a little bit like, I've talked about like, more war gamers versus more RP focused stuff. I think I play to a crowd that I think is great at RP. And I think that my table is a pretty diverse group in terms of like what they're interested in D&D. Like I think that one of my players is much more on the Matt side of things, much more role-playing focused, much more narrative focused. And then one of my players that I think are sometimes disparagingly called audience members because they don't maybe contribute a lot to RP, but he loves puzzles. He loves the puzzles in D&D. He loves thinking through the situations. He loves the planning aspect. Like that really, really gets him going. And so I think I play at a pretty diverse table in terms of interests. And so like some of my audience might tune out a little bit during combat, and some of them won't. And like fleshing that out and fleshing out what you're willing to bend on as a DM, just like players need to be willing to bend to like fit into a table dynamic, DMs need to be willing to bend as well. Like they should not be servants to they should not be servants to the players and their interests, but everyone at the table should be willing to bend to make the best experience. But ultimately there may be things as a DM that you can't bend on. If I go to Matt and he doesn't give a shit about timers, that might just be the thing. And he focuses on other shit and he makes other aspects of his game incredible in ways that I don't. And that's just how it is. So it's like weaknesses and interests are both going to play a big part at this. And you get to talk more. I do. That's true. When I'm being a player and I'm more flowery during combat, I do get to talk more. Which is good. Oh, wait, no, you're talking about the topics of what you commented about. That's true. If I strawman you, I get to talk way more. That's very accurate, John. As a player, you're going to be more innately invested. Yeah, true. Absolutely. If you don't have an interest in something, it's hard to make it engaging. So skim over that and play to your strengths. Absolutely. Absolutely. So I'm still going to talk about what I think Matt's weaknesses are, how I think they affect his games, but ultimately, that might not even be a critique of Matt. Like, if I was interviewing him and he said, no, I actually really do care about time and timers, I'm like, oh, then you're doing that poorly. That's my ultimate analysis of this, is if he does care about that stuff, I think he's doing it very, very poorly. And I think that might be close to a definition of what I think bad DMing is if you do care about something but implement it poorly. But if he's like, yeah, I don't give a shit, I'm like, oh, okay. And that's the end of the day, you know? It does come down to priorities too. No DM can do everything. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And we're going to adjust not narrating their actions since they do it themselves. Yeah, that's a huge adjustment period. And like, even from my perspective of wanting to have very challenging tables and puzzles and whatever, I absolutely, if I start playing with new players that don't want as much of like a puzzle to solve, or they aren't as into like mysteries or whatever, I might have to like scale down how much work I'm putting into that aspect of my game and put it into other aspects that I am interested in and they're interested in. You know, because I think every DM, hopefully at least, has a wide range of things that they're interested in these games. I think Matt's very interested. I think he's legitimately interested in faction relations, in location and like interesting biomes and that aspect of exploration. Like I think he is very interested in making very unique and distinct locales. And I think he's interested in all sorts of things. So if you get at a table where your players aren't interested in one of those things, or even multiple, then you can scale up and down some of that stuff. And I think really when we get down to like that player isn't a good fit, or that DM isn't a good fit for a table, what that is ultimately saying, I think, after thinking about all of this, I think what that is ultimately saying is that their interests don't align enough. They do not have enough common interests within this game and within this system. I think that's ultimately what that means. Like, I think Orion did not have enough common interests with what the game became once it became a stream product. I think his interests shifted in like not only just like how to play the game, but how to perform the game. I think he had very different interests when it came to performance. Just like my stream, I don't have any interest in doing like daily vlogging or whatever. In fact, at one point I asked for a GoPro for Christmas because I was like, oh, I'll like go out on the street and like talk to chat, whatever, and do like some IRL stuff. And then every time I thought about that, I did not want to do it. So, I mean, you know, it's and sometimes you don't know your interests until you're faced with them like that. I wind up preferring a DM that doesn't spend times on things that aren't a priority. Yeah, absolutely. What up, Teprock? Welcome to live. Hello. Welcome to live. Welcome. Good to see you. This convo reminds me of your nose propaganda. Yeah. To some players and DMs, it will be important. Others not. Very much depends on your table. Collectively feel that that's a hole in your DMing. Yeah. It really depends. I think my nose propaganda early on in the series is, and I will actually say I do. Unlike the timers, this is gonna be a complex opinion. Unlike the timers, I think that is actually a legitimate bad thing and weakness. I don't think that's something that Matt doesn't have interest in. I do think that is a weakness that he should work on because I think he is so narratively focused and so interested in describing unique locales, unique situations within the fiction and narrative, that him primarily focusing on what the players see, especially early on, was a weakness within that. Now, you know, and now we get into like big opinions on if Matt just came to me and said, you know, that's not something I have an interest in. That might be something that I say, well, maybe you should, man. Because that gets into a magnitude discussion of, look, I think that timers would be really good for his games, but I legitimately don't think that timers would be as impactful for his games as describing more non-sight senses would be for his games. So it's an insanely deep well of discussion, but it's really something that I wanted to kind of define and get into a little bit, kind of start digging into it, because I think it's a really interesting thing for the future of like, do I think this is a weakness? Do I think this is a lack of interest? And what is the magnitude of effect that I think this is having? Because I've actually gotten some comments recently on some old, on some old nitpicks that I've had, you know, within especially early streams of people, you know, essentially saying, man, you know, I don't think this matters. Like, kind of the curtains are blue type feel, where they're like, you're just nitpicking it. It all doesn't matter. I think that there's a very long discussion to be had of everything that I say, I think is real and has an impact on the game. But there's a large conversation and debate to be had about the magnitude of impact. Like, I think, and the thing that I sometimes change my opinion on, especially when talking to you guys, is that magnitude component. Of like, when I was talking about the Vax going into the Briarwoods room and Matt describing all the furniture and, you know, ultimately I think he was vamping. Even just talking to you guys and talking that scene through, my opinion on the magnitude of that effect, I still think it's a negative effect. Like, I think that him taking the time to describe all that stuff is an overall negative for that stream, for his game. But I softened my opinion a lot on the magnitude. And ultimately, something can be such a low magnitude that it literally doesn't matter. That you can basically consider it negligible. And I think that that is a component that sometimes gets left out of especially shorter term analysis where like you're making like a short or a long, you don't have time to talk about it. So those are things that I want to start getting into is it a lack of interest? Is it a weakness? And what's the magnitude that I think this has? And the ad is starting soon. So I'll see you all in a second. And then we'll get into housekeeping. Goodbye. Oh, whoa, that cut out way too quick. That's supposed to fade out. What the heck just happened? I mean, hello, I'm back. But I don't want to jump scare you guys. Part of the point is that it fades out. Wait. Hold. Pause. Oh, I know why. I'm really working at getting the scene transitions to be really, really smooth and really easy. There we go. Fade music out, then unmute. Perfect. Okay. Sorry about that. Hello. Pro streamer. Yeah, I think the way that I'll kind of bookend that discussion, because I saw this G Hercup comment, which I think is absolutely valid. And I just wanted to highlight. I actually don't even have anything to say about it. Smells are really hard. I completely agree. Yeah. Smells really can only be described as that thing. They can kind of be, and this is maybe a hack, they can kind of be described in the same way as taste. And if you want to get kind of wacky with it, you can describe smells in other ways to be metaphorical and poetic. Like, if you say that a place smells of death, like, that is sort of poetic. But you can also say that it reeks of despondence. That the smell of joy is on the air. Like, you can say kind of evocative nouns. That if you that's a little bit of a hack of, if you just say smells of noun, that doesn't sound weird, and it does evoke a certain imagery. It's obviously not literal smell though at that point, so now we're kind of talking about like just metaphorical, like poetic language. It's not like a literal smell, but it does evoke literal smells. Smells like Teen Spirit. Actually, smells like smells like failure and smells like Teen Spirit are possibly the two most prime examples of that phenomenon, where like smelling like Teen Spirit evokes a certain stench. But as smelling like failure is a little bit more poetic and metaphorical, which is kind of interesting. It's like, okay, well, what does failure actually smell like? That's not actually evoking a literal smell, but it actually accomplishes, if you go way back to where I talked about the five senses and what they're meant to accomplish, smells are meant to make you, are meant to evoke a certain aspect or a certain inherent property of a thing that is otherwise imperceptible. So smelling like failure still goes towards that accomplishment. So even though it's not evoking a literal smell, it is using the emotional impact of what smells evoke. Whoa, it's weird. That's a little bit of a funky, weird one, isn't it? But yeah, I thought that was interesting. But something that a couple of people were talking about, about like what I encourage them to do, and kind of the series and a lot of the bottom of a lot of my points is just to think about it more. And so in a similar way of like, what's his Pirate Software has his like, just go make things, just go make games, just go do it, take action, essentially seize the day, sort of. If I had to leave you with like an easy phrase, it is think about it more. Just think about it more. You don't need to do any action. In exactly what Daniel said at some point. Aha! Right here. Your critiques of Mac give me a chance to look at my own DMing through that lens. Sometimes it results in no change, but sometimes it does. It's valuable. Yeah, that is the ultimate. It's just like, think about it more. There's no harm in just thinking about it more. And just thinking and trying. Sometimes It will absolutely result in no action. If you look at your own game and you don't think that there's anything that you would change, or you look at Matt and there's nothing you would change, that is totally valid. The important thing is to think about it. Because the moment you stop thinking is the moment you stop improving. Like, that is... I'm trying to think of how exactly to phrase this. I think that me and Paige have a very successful relationship. I think we are very successful. I have a very high opinion of our relationship. And part of the reason that I have that opinion is because we never stop working on it. And especially in the relationship sphere, I think that that's kind of like seen negatively. Is like if your relationship has something, if you're working on your relationship, that's like means that like you're on the rocks or that something's wrong. And I think that that is horseshit. Like, I think that that's total horseshit. In the same way that there's like a kind of an aspect of like you only go to therapy if there's something wrong, or you only go to the doctor if there's something wrong. Like, sometimes just working on something is the best way to do it. You only work out if you're not strong enough to do something. Like, that's not why the only reason that you work out. And in the same way that, like, I want my relationship to be impeccable. I want it to be incredible. I want it to be amazing. I want it to be the absolute best it can be. And if you look at anyone who is on the sheer, like the boundary of human performance, if you look at any of the great sports players, basketball, baseball, whatever, like, I don't think Kobe ever stopped working on his free throws. I don't think Kobe ever stopped working on his game. It didn't matter that he was, is Kobe still playing? I don't watch basketball. Whether or not he's still playing, I'm sure when he was still playing, he was regarded as one of the greatest to ever do it, but that didn't stop him from working on his game. He was always trying to be better. And that's how I feel about Kobe died. Right. I forgot about that one. Well, that's sad. Point still stands. I don't think he ever stopped working on his game. Oh gosh, how do I dig myself out of this hole? We push forward. I don't think he ever stopped working on his game. And that's how I feel about our relationship. Is like, even though Kobe Bryant, very good basketball player, GOAT. It is. I totally lost my train of thought. Whoops. But awkward but fine. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, he never stopped working on his game. Let's talk about LeBron, because I don't think LeBron's dead. LeBron, always works. We always work on our relationship. We want it to be the absolute best it possibly can be, and that means never settling for how good it is right now. And I feel like if you guys are here, like, you guys could just be watching Critical Role. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could just be watching Critical Role. If you are here, I am assuming that at least to some degree, you are interested in the craft of DMing. I don't think I'm one of the GOATs of DMing, but I do think that I think about it a lot. A lot. And I think that you will see, especially the people that you like really respect, like the DMs that you think are really, really good and really respect, they are always thinking about their craft. They are always thinking about how to improve. They're always working on it. And so that is the end of the day, is even if things are nitpicks, even if things, are just opinion, and you end up disagreeing with me, that's fine. I am so glad that we are all here thinking about it. Because thinking more and like reacting less, I think is good. I say in the middle of React content. But that's one of the reasons I'm so obsessed with making it, transformative or whatever, is it's like the good thing about React content to me is having something to think about, having something for us all to collectively think about right in front of us. I don't want to just sit there and, passively consume it. I want to think about it. So that'll be my new pirate software, like go make games. Is go think about it more. And you might get an absolutely different outcome, and that is totally cool. Megadoni's gonna die now. No, I cursed LeBron. Oh no. I've never understood the concept of consuming content passively. Like, there are really people who watch something and don't think about it, analyze it. How does that even work? It's definitely a spectrum. Like, I think even to, not even call something fully passive, but I think a lot more about Critical Role than I would if I was, okay, there's like 3 stages to this. If I was just watching it for pure entertainment, I would be thinking about it a lot less. If I was watching it with the intention of it like being homework and like learning from it, etc., I would be thinking about it more, but I would still be thinking about it less than in Critical Eyes, where my thinking about it is entertainment. I'm talking back and forth with people where we're thinking about it more and in a more nuanced way and more deeply. So I think that there are, I just say that to like kind of demonstrate the gradient. So if you can kind of see that of like, I think we can kind of understand that gradient. Just expand it back. So if you think about that of like, this is like maybe like major thought when consuming content, and I think there's still a very reasonable universe that you can imagine where I think about it less. Just extend that all the way backward until you get to a point where, you're not really listening to it. That's how I consume music. I don't think about the music. I don't think about the beeps and the boops. There are absolutely people. I'm sure if you sit down with any famous musician, they are thinking about every single song that they intake, and that plays to them. They are thinking about it at a deep level, and I am not. Question is in bad faith. No. I assumed. I mean, you've been around a long enough, Ink Charm. I assumed it wasn't in bad faith. But yeah, like I don't think about the music that I consume at all. So when I think about that, it's like there are absolutely. I do think about like a lot of the YouTube videos that I watch, the Twitch streams I watch. I think about all of those things deeply, even when I'm like passively watching it in the background or whatever. I still think about them a lot, but I never think about a single song that I listen to. Rarely, at least. Like maybe I thought about the song Hi Ren by Ren quite a bit. But most like if I'm ever listening to metal music, a genre that I love, I'm not really thinking about it too much. I'm just jamming. I'm just having a good time. And I think to a degree, there are a lot of people that watch CR like that. They're just jamming. They're just having a good time. They're not thinking about the people in it. And I mean, I think that that's even a deeper well of discussion about the type of people that are here right now are probably not representative of the average critter. Not only are you into Critical Role enough to rewatch it, that's already a hurdle. You're into it enough to watch someone else watch it and see their reactions to it because you like it so much. You know about, their external panel work. Like the person that posted that Taliesin, I think it was Sign, that posted the Taliesin clip. Dope clip, by the way, in submissions for content in the Discord. Said exactly what I wanted to say so much more eloquently. But it's like everyone in here probably thinks about critical eyes, or fucking critical role, more than the average person that has watched Critical Role. Like, I actually have a friend in real life that recommended Legend of Vox Machina to me. Like real life friend, not very into D&D, but he was like, "Oh, you're into D&D, right? Like, you might like this Amazon show." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And I legitimately, in my head, he knew that it was based on Critical Role. I thought he might tune in for Critical Eyes, because I'm like, "Oh, he's like interested." I don't think he's been in one stream. And I don't blame him. But that is a great example of someone who might theoretically be considered a critter, but does not think about it. He thinks about other stuff. He takes his time in other avenues. You know, it puts Critical Role into a context that I can think about it critically, because I don't just on my own. Yeah, that's how I feel about movies. Like, we've talked about how I don't watch a lot of movies. I watch mostly like in my free time, like the things that I consume at a high rate is like YouTube, nowadays streams, because I've been trying to consume more streams to just like become a better streamer. Used to not consume a lot of streams. But like the aspect of, I really like watching movie reviews. So like, I didn't watch Suicide Squad, but I watched Folding Ideas' analysis of Suicide Squad. I didn't watch 50 Shades of Grey. I didn't read 50 Shades of Grey, but I watched his 3-part multi-hour series analyzing 50 Shades of Grey. I'm not going to watch Adventure Time, but I want to watch an 8-hour lore video about Adventure Time. Because, yeah, there's an extent of, like, sometimes there are things that I'm interested in, but I'm not interested in them enough to think for myself. That's just real. That's just real. Sometimes I'm interested in something, but I'm not interested enough to, like, independently analyze it. Because, you know, that's exhausting. That's not relaxing a lot of the time. But I still like to watch other people analyze it, and that is relaxing to me. Is watching it. I think for me, it's also because I had a phase where I was very on that trend of critique versus hatred, like the angry nerd rages about how things suck and CinemaSin style content. So I started to put in effort to think more about what I watch and try to make an effort to find things of value in it. Yeah. And I mean, you are putting in effort into consuming content, and that's not a bad thing at all. That's what this entire series is based on. But that's probably not overly relaxing, you know, and some people just consume that same content for the pure purpose of relaxation. Yeah. In time, it would take to catch up on all of Critical Eyes. One could probably watch all of Campaign 1, probably, at this point, especially if you watched it on an even slightly higher speed. Yeah, you probably could. I love to watch video essays about TV shows and movies that I'll never watch. Absolutely. Yeah. Anyways, speaking of long YouTube videos, have you ever watched any of Jenny Nicholson's? I haven't. Put that in a note. I love that. That's why, you know, I've said, like, I don't really fuck with the advice for creators of, like, make the things that you would want to watch, because the things that I want to watch are 7-hour documentaries, which, oh man, maybe I do make that, but they're like very highly produced, and I have no interest in highly producing things. Let's see, I like Star Wars, and I'm so on Disney, but I definitely watched the 4-hour video essay of the Star Wars Hotel at Disney World that Jay Nicholson. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I love I've said Folding Ideas, I think, is my favorite channel. Yeah. Jenny Nicholson is the GOAT? Oh my gosh, so much Jenny Nicholson praise. Holy shit, I might have found a new channel to binge just as I was finishing H Bomber Guy. I just need to ask you guys for all these people. But with that said, I want to show you guys something. I like Hello Future Me Too. That's a good shout out. Unless they're secretly bad in a way that I didn't know. Like when I shouted out that Barnaby Dixon puppet guy, and it turns out he's actually sucks. But I didn't know that. So I like Hello Future Me unless it accidentally turns out that he sucks, in which case I don't. But I like his channel of what I've seen. But what I wanted to show you guys. Okay. Housekeeping. The first housekeeping actually in a while. But this potentially, I don't want to say it too confidently, but this is potentially one of the biggest brain blast potential improvements for the channel in a while. Like a while. I don't want to be too confident. I'm not sure. It might not be as good as I think it is. I'm testing it this stream. But I realized I've been thinking about the no cam, no mic streams and what their purpose is and why I do them and if there's a better format that fulfills those same purposes. And so I've been thinking about potentially, and this is all of this is still thoughts. I'm not implementing any of it yet. Still thoughts. But I was thinking about potentially just doing, instead of no cam, no mic, just doing short streams on Tuesday because I really just need to rest my voice. So maybe shorter streams. And I was thinking about the fact that the bot that I use for a lot of stuff is this, and it has voice commands. It has voice control. And I can set it up to auto start listening, and it'll just start listening to me through this device. And then it will log every single word that I say the entire stream. And I was thinking about this in the aspect of, I could do a haha funny like word quota kind of thing to like make sure that I don't talk too much. Because even during theory streams, I find myself talking too much. And so I was thinking about it from this perspective, and then I went, hold on. If I have access to this text, even if it's not very good text, I could route that into a note document. I could put that into a note document with basically the entire transcript and all of the time codes, which would then allow me to see where there are big dead spots on the stream, like where I'm not talking a lot. And even if it's not like, where I'm not talking a lot, it'll allow me to because like I've looked at like waveforms before to try and find dead spots. But not only will it allow me to parse the difference between speech and like music, for example, because I can't tell that on the waveform. I can't tell where the breaks are because the music makes it look like voice. Not only will I be able to do that, it doesn't get the transcript very well. It's not very good, but I can still kind of catch the vibe. I can still kind of get what I'm going for out of how long the lines are, how quickly they come, how energetic the text seems, which could allow me to cut down my own streams to a very manageable length for potential post-processing into highlights. Because if you don't know, like, this is probably like 20 episodes ago lore. I used to really want to do highlight critical eye patches, and there was just too much content to parse through. It was basically just impossible. There was just too much content to parse through. But if I could use this basically auto dictation to cut down on the amount of content that I have to rewatch in order to like get the things that I need, that could massively cut down on the amount of effort needed to make critical eye patches. It could also allow me to more easily make shorts. And like all of this will just make it so much easier to market critical eyes. I don't need to rely on someone wanting to click on a live stream, and hop in midway and then like maybe rewatch it, maybe not. I could actually make critical eye patches. I could make shorts much easier. I could even have command words like clip that to like put like big notices in that chat log for post processing. Beyond that, it will also allow me to much more easily make chapters for my live streams. So I could actually put chapters like intro, housekeeping, especially if I start considering more things like segments. So like I've kind of done like almost like a bit about like housekeeping. I could make that a command word. And have that shoot in like a line into the text document to be like housekeeping starts here. And then I could have another command word like housekeeping over. And it would note that in the text document. So it will still be a ton of work, but it makes all of the work potentially more manageable. And I think if I can do it right and put enough effort into it, it will make the VOD watching experience better. It will make the catch-up experience better so that we can get more people to live much quicker. And it will more effectively like advertise Critical Eyes to grow the community even more. So yeah, it seems like a small thing that you're probably not even going to notice the effects of for a while. But it is a potential behind-the-scenes game changer of being able to make higher quality content quicker. Especially if I put a lot of effort into it. So, we'll see. I'm pretty stoked on it. In terms of short-term effects, one thing I am going to do is potentially implement a members only Tuesdays. So have every Tuesday be members only. So that number one, members get a consistent stream. And then if those are theory streams, I'll post the VOD publicly so that people can keep up on the theories. I never want to close those off. But if it's just like a Q&A, or potentially I've even thought about, like I made the aquatic dungeon with Ryan Immel in the Exquisite Corpse Dungeon stream. I might do like a members only Tuesday of like converting that into like a document that I could then put out for people. So maybe it'll be like the, like the working session essentially, but members only, you can come in, we can chat. And then the big thing that I've been thinking about, and the thing that got me thinking about all of this in the first place, was I could implement a word count budget. So this thing, it can generally count all the words that I say. And so I could implement a word count budget and say, okay, the Tuesday members only streams, they need to be, I need to rest my voice. So I have a budget of this many words. And then at the end of that word count, we end stream. So there's some maybe stuff like that. Even maybe some stuff for the main channel. Budgets have traditionally not done well. I know, but that's because they've all been time based. I'm legitimately wondering if having it be word count based would be better. And the other thing is, I would have a lot more control over it. The live split is nice. Like, I legitimately do like having live split and having that as a thing, but it is not very controllable. It's actually kind of hard for me to like really control automagically. Whereas if I did something through this program based on like the amount that I'm speaking, it would be a lot more like fine-tunable. Now, I might still hate it in concept, just purely based off of vibes, but it's a possibility. It's a possibility. Was the last theory stream made public? I don't see it. Yeah, well, yes and no. Mostly no. So if you go into the Discord, you can still get to it. So if you go, I'll show you, and I'll explain why. So if you go into everyone, okay, good. Yeah, streamer mode enabled. Good. If you go into it, you can still get to it from this. But you will notice it's 9 minutes long. It is basically me just talking about how I am not actually going to do a theory stream. My voice was too run down yesterday. I needed a day of break. And I wanted to work on some off-stream stuff. I also had the feeling that not a lot of lore stuff was going to happen this stream. Maybe that's stupid. Maybe clip it. I don't know. But I had the intuition that I don't think a lot of theoryable stuff will happen this stream, or at least not like major ones. So I'm thinking about potentially, depending on what happens in this one, I might either save the theory stream for next Tuesday, or I might do a theory stream on Thursday or Friday, or maybe even this weekend. I don't know. Although I have a lot of stuff I want to do with Paige this weekend, so we'll see. Let's see. There's an automatic software for this. If you notice, YouTube ads tend to be on a scene change. They use software to find the scene changes. Yeah. So the thing again, a lot of that is just not very controllable from my end. What is great about this streamer.bot is, even though it's kind of complicated to program, and it's kind of I'll say it, as a programmer, I generally dislike no code, low code solutions, but I think streamer.bots may be the best example of a low code software. And so, especially because I can set up like my own custom triggers, I can set up my own custom sub actions just using C# code. So everything is very, very, very flexible. So a lot of these solutions that haven't worked because I couldn't really get it. I couldn't really nail it. And so I am hoping that that having more control over it via the streamer bot will allow me to implement a solution that I really like, ultimately. Perhaps word count limit plus 30 minutes to make sure you have time to finish. Yeah, I'm thinking about essentially having a snooze button. The other thing is, I could have a budget that then, when I'm not talking, naturally regens at a certain rate. So like we kind of talked about that with the timer at one point of like, oh, maybe the timer counts up, and then when I count it down, then I count it down and then it starts counting up again. Again, kind of, I like the idea, but not very controllable. Whereas with the word count stuff, I could have it be where I have a budget, like I have like a cap, and then when I'm not talking, that the amount of the budget that I've used slowly regenerates. So it would stop me from talking too much all at once, and it would allow me to fine tune the regeneration if I feel like it's regenerating too slow or too fast. And that's really the thing. And I could also, even something I thought about is I could make the cap and the regeneration rate be based on the length of the previous stream. So if I have a really, really long Monday stream, Tuesdays might have a small cap. I don't know. There are so many more options when I have so much more control over it. So that'll be what I'm really looking at. So you can also this is the app where Kima comes back in TPK's Vox Machina. I can't fucking wait, dude. Please ask this one. The Emerald's Raw's next step. Oh, okay, good. That's sick. That's really good to know. Lol. Anyways, so it might not seem like huge news, but this sort of almost like discovery for me has put a lot of things that I thought were off the table back on the table, if I can think about them the right way. That's the thing. Still might not work. Like ultimately, the critical eye patches might still prove to just be too much work. That might just be their fate. But if you were interested in them at all, this has absolutely put them back on the table, at least. So, with that, let's get into it. 0 to 14. Matt explains the technical difficulty they're dealing with during the stream. Now, with all that out of the way, I said I was going to do this earlier. I need to try to keep my fucking voice down, so I'm going to turn up the mic a little bit more, and then I'm going to try to be radio mega for the next at least little while. Oh, and it's not muted. Let's see. Unmute. Shivers. Dude, I would love, there are certain channels like Trash Taste, the Trash Taste podcast. They do like, oh, Trash Taste does, and then they like go out and like fucking drift, or like TMG has like a TMG fucking does whatever, sort of Try Guys-esque. I would love, I don't know anything about it. I don't know. I don't know anything about like the technical production side of things, but I would love to learn how to do ASMR, and I would love to do like TTRPG ASMR content. That would be fun as shit. Because I like listening to ASMR. It's weird. I don't get like people talk about like the tingles or whatever. I really rarely get the tingles from ASMR, but I just find it relaxing. And sometimes with my general brain, I need to just relax a little bit. So that's something I would be very into. I was just about to say Try Guys. Yeah. Yeah, I'll ask them about that ink charm. I'll ask them. You have the voice for it? Thank you. I appreciate it. It's the right mics. Yeah. ASMR makes me so uncomfortable, though. Look, I thought it would, and then I watch a streamer called Stans, and Stans did a video about ASMR because his editor is really into it, and so they did like a deep dive, and they talked about like the wide world of ASMR. So like some ASMR makes me super uncomfortable, but I have found a few creators and like GB, and I have found certain things that they do still make me uncomfortable, like certain video conceits. But I have found certain ones that I really like and that are very relaxing to me. Like, I don't like the ones where it's just like tapping on different things. That's like a pretty common form of ASMR where they like, just bring up things and like, but I really like the things where they just talk really soft and really nice into the mic. Where they're just like, hey, you did well today. Like, it's just like encouragement shit. I like that a lot. I'm okay with ASMR as long as it's not mouth noises. I'm almost the exact opposite. I like mouth noises, but I don't like other forms of ASMR. Other forms of ASMR make me feel weird. But that's the thing. That's the thing about it is there's so many options. Eating food ones, that's true. So I like mouth noises when it is just talking. I hate mouth noises when it's eating. Ugh. No, thank you. like mukbang is like torture content to me. I mean, I know that there's literal torture mukbang, but like, if you wanted to like, if we had like a punishment, like, oh, Mega went over budget, we need to punish him somehow, putting on a mukbang would be legitimate punishment to me. I hate it. I think there are some people who probably do it great, but it's just in general not for me. I feel like I heard that whispering or low talking is actually rough on the vocal cords more than normal talking. Whispering is. So like if I just did this is really hard on your vocal cords because that for reasons. But just talking at a lower volume. It's also if I was pitching my voice, if I was like pitch correcting my voice at all, that would be bad. So like if I was trying to talk much lower for some reason, that would also be bad. But this is just my normal pitch, and I'm just talking at a much lower volume. Channel's gonna explode soon. I just came in and have no idea what's happening. You got a lot to catch up on. Rebecca. But only an hour and 19 minutes later, let's get into the episode. Try to do your best corpse voice. Oh, I'm trying to even think of what corpse sounds like. I have not seen corpse in content since the Among Us days. It's like all the way down here, I think. He has like something like happened to his voice, right? I don't think that's just like a totally natural voice. I think like something like happened to him. I get it though. It is sexy. Look, I get it. How long has Matt been on screen? I don't even remember. I think Matt's only been on screen for like 20 minutes.
And due to apparently a fried motherboard suddenly, we're not able to. We're going to have to be switching cameras tonight, so bear with us. It's going to be a lot of one shot, single shots, cutting back and forth.
Wait, what?
And due to apparently a fried motherboard suddenly, we're not able to. We're going to have to be switching cameras tonight, so bear with us. It's going to be a lot of one.
Oh, so like a separate computer that they used for like camera production, like logistics must have fried, or like maybe like a Raspberry Pi or something. Interesting.
Shot, single shots, cutting back and forth. But it'll still be a great episode. Hope you enjoy. Let's go and get these announcements real fast. Those who haven't seen it, Dragon Plus magazine put up today a new issue.
Okay, interesting. So not a lot of camera cuts. I'm fine with that, honestly. I don't think that they do like a bad job of like cutting the cameras, but I don't find it overly additive. I feel like as long as I can see all of them at all times, I'm good. But I can see how like some people might really like that.
Welcome back. So,
I said there will be. Oh, I misunderstood. Oh no. Well, that's not what I want. Yeah, well. Oh well. They have multiple cameras on screen. Oh. Interesting. Okay, we'll see how it goes.
last we left off, the party having found their way back.
Oh, I'm understanding the issues. So whatever they were using to collate the camera feeds, like this feed goes into here, this feed goes into here, this feed goes into here, and we all combine it on screen. That's the thing that's out. So they can only close-ups. Okay, that kind of sucks. I mean, what are you gonna do? The motherboard fries. Not. It's just technical difficulties, but that sucks.
To the city of Westerun, which had been overrun by the herd of roving nomadic.
That also makes That makes an amount of sense now. Why this is a shorter session? I was like, Critical Role almost never has short sessions. They almost always hedge longer rather than shorter. And so I was like, why? Like a short session last time and then a short session this time? Like that doesn't sound like them. Because this one, I mean, I say short session. It's 2 hours and 44 minutes, so it's not really that short. But I was like, that doesn't seem, especially with like what was going on. I was like, I think we're gonna get into a combat, and like, how are they gonna have a short session? But Matt is probably looking for I would almost guarantee that like the 3-hour format pressures, like all of the meta pressures, are probably fucking amped. This stream, because Matt, as a producer, as a creative, knows that this is going to be a worse stream. So he's looking to deliver as best he can and then get out as soon as is feasible. Which is totally fair. That's totally fair. Miracle, they got something that worked in time to go live. I would be so interested in understanding their setup, because I've been going live. I've been going live and doing YouTube video production since Justin TV days. You will not find the archive. I've scrubbed most of it, but I am in no way a newbie to the game, especially like posting YouTube videos. I did a lot more of that. Live is a more recent thing, but YouTube videos, I've been posting YouTube videos since I was probably like 8. So I feel like I have a good handle on like the back end stuff. Like I have like an intuition for what's probably going on in their back end, but I am so inexperienced with like sets, and like multi-camera setups. Like even friend of the channel, Ryan Immel DM, whenever he streams, he has like a 3-cam setup that he uses like all these different phones for, and like he has like all of this production of like switching between cameras and doing wide shots and whatever. That is something I have little to no experience with. So that is something that I would be interested to get more experience in, even though I don't really see it fitting into my content in like a major way. Like I don't have much interest in making like set piece sort of content. But But yeah, I wonder what could have fried that they can't combine the feeds. But they still, I can only think that it must have been like a mixer, because they literally don't have enough inputs on the computer that does the streaming. So I can only imagine that there was a separate computer that would put all of it together and that would then output that onto like a digital screen that they then used a capture card to feed into the main broadcast computer. Because there were too many camera feeds, it would have overloaded the I/O for the main broadcasting computer. So they had like a 2-computer setup. That's the only thing I can think of. Which in that case, they then have to just feed it all in manually and they can't do any of the processing. That's interesting. I don't know if that's interesting to anyone else, but it is interesting to me.
Tribal barbarians and other such brigands that wander the landscape of Taldore that Grog once belonged to had swooped in and taken Westruun after the Chroma Conclave dragon attack across this countryside. The party had devised a plan to find their way into the town, or at least one of them would distract a cluster of these individuals, these Goliaths, many of which are, half giant Goliaths, pulling them out of the city into a large pit that had been hidden after being carved by the druid Keyleth. Scanlan went in to be the distraction, becoming invisible, leaping to the center of the main town square right in front of the Margrave's house, where apparently the leader of this clan, Kevdak, which has a long history with Grog, resides. As part of this distraction, Scanlan released a Thunderwave, and in doing so, unknowingly, also revealed himself as the invisibility spell went away. Had an entire cluster of very angry-looking individuals bear down on him. Managed to escape thanks to the Dimension Door twice, and made your way into the partially ruined Temple of Arathis, where you came face-to-face with a number of refugee Western villagers.
Dude, I will say, I don't know if it's that he's feeling pressed on time or he just had some coffee before this, but this to me has a pretty different tone than most of his recaps. And I'm kind of into it. I kind of like this very fast, clippy recap tone.
And Dr. Drenzel and Kaylee.
Dr.
And
D.
that is where we left off. So, after appearing and having a moment of realizing the scenario, you see a handful of people, most of them filthy, completely beleaguered and in need of not being in this circumstance as long as they possibly can. And you can see Kaylee kind of holding them back defensively, and Dranzel having just noticed your appearance and calling out to you with a chuckle, realizing that you're here, and Kaylee rolling her eyes, apparently unable to really escape through fate. Though there is a brief glance of appreciation that at least you're not burnt to a crisp somewhere outside Iman. But Dranzel walks up to you and is like, as hush as he can be,
Scanlan, so glad to see that you survived. What are you doing here?
Well, Doctor, there will be plenty of time for festive reunions and hopefully tearful.
Oh, you can even tell that they're not used to it. They're not used to it, so they flip to the wrong camera first. I feel that one. I feel that one in my soul of when I switched to the wrong scene.
Hellos, but right now I'm afraid we have a bit of a problem. See, my friends are stationed outside the main gate, lying in wait for these Goliaths that are terrorizing the town. And my mission was to come in here and somehow convince the Goliaths to leave through the main gate, and my mission is not complete. And I'm afraid, well, I've roused them, and they're going to come in here and kill us all, unless I get them out through the main gate. So we're in a bit of a time crunch. Hi. And Doctor, you are such a long friend of mine and a trusted companion, but I'm afraid, though I love you, you cannot help me. I need Kaylee's help in this.
At which point, Drenzel, whose face has fallen into a look of absolute fear and despair to confusion to mild frustration, still glaring into your face, goes,
I guess some things don't change over time, you son of a bitch.
okay, well, Kaylee. And he looks over his shoulder, and Kaylee kind of steps up now and brushes off her shoulder. All right. So what kind of business am I getting you out of now, Father?
Well, not just getting me out of. I'm afraid we'll all die if you don't help.
Great, that's fantastic.
I'm sorry.
You've just banished all of these fine folks to their demise.
No,
I feel good.
Yeah.
No.
Only our second ad break since starting. We've gotten so far. Well, let's take a break. If you don't want ads on Twitch, consider subscribing, maybe with Prime. That'd be kind of cool. No money lost for you, but money gained for me, which is nice. And I was told that on YouTube, you don't get these ads if you have YouTube Red. I wish there was a membership option where I could like turn off ads for members, but I can't. Probably in retrospect, something I'm going to include on a feedback form. But I will see you all in a second, and we will actually start watching the episode. Hello, hello, hello. What's up? How we doing? Sorry, I was a little bit longer than normal. I had to take the dog out. But let's get into it.
Oh, no, I haven't. Not if you help. So, listen, I've been thinking a lot about you, and it's so wonderful to see you. And I just need you to trust me in this, and lend me your talents and your magic, if you can. Will you trust me today?
Doesn't seem like I really have much of a choice. At which point you hear on the outside footfalls, heavy footfalls, going in the street on the outside of the temple, and you hear some shouting muffled in the distance. Everyone kind of stays really still and silent. And then you hear a few more footsteps. On the partially broken door of the temple, some heavy handfalls hit, and everyone just kind of ducks down, and the air leaves the room entirely. At which point, there's a moment of pause, and the door begins to push open against all the rocks, and this barricade that's been placed against the door slides against the ground. It opens ever so slightly. Quiet still stands, and you see these fingers come through and pull it, and another voice say,
Hey, give me a hand here. This one's barricaded.
the door slides a couple more inches in, and you see an arm come through, now holding against the side of the room. Another arm comes out.
Shit. Can I grab Kaylee and get everyone to? Is there anywhere to hide in this room? Any place at the back?
Well, there's a partially collapsed, half-ceiling area that's part of the temple on the second floor. There is an area beneath the spiral staircase that leads to the second floor that could fit most of the people there.
Okay, I'm going to very quickly, and with her help, usher everybody back into this back.
Dude, this is a great example. I've talked about I normally place it a little bit a skosh earlier, but I was that Ashley, I think Ashley was wearing a wig last episode. But I really like this of Matt gave them a little bit of time to chat, a little bit of time to kind of reestablish the scene, and then he gives Sam something to react to. I think that is a lesson that I did not learn until pretty far into my career, so far at least, of starting out a session, giving your players something to react to, not just something to do, but something happens and then they are able to bounce off of it. I find gets people into the session and the feel and the flow of things much, much faster. And it also, over the course of that, it allows everyone else to, kind of settle in. It allows people to kind of remember what they were doing. I think it cuts a lot of the awkward ramp up of the session a lot. So I like this of, just narrating these people coming in. You try to give Sam some time to jump in. If you're at a table where people don't jump in, maybe pause and be like, what do you do? But I think Matt was confident that Sam would jump in. So, yeah, I like that start a lot.
Stare.
Okay.
Turn around, blow my horn of fog to fill the room partially with smoke.
Okay.
And then I'm going to tell Kaylee, can you throw your voice?
After the room just fills with this heavy, heavy mist, obscuring the vision of most everyone in the room that isn't directly at your side. You hear the voice at the door go,
Hey, what's that going on?
and they're now fighting heavily against the door, and it's slamming against the barricade. And Kelly kind of getting a feel for what's happening. All right. What can I do?
You can throw your voice. I've seen you do it once, right?
I can.
Can you change your voice?
I can.
Okay. Can you be the scariest fucking voice you've ever done in your entire life? I will tell you what to say. I'll whisper it to you. You just be the voice. I will be the visuals, all right? I'm going to create an image, and you're going to talk out of it, all right?
All right. Let's go.
Okay. So I will use just a minor illusion to create the head of Stone Jaw, Strong Jaw.
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 Okay, I like it.
Oh, he's a sorry.
I'm talking about my family now.
Oh no.
All right, so
I'm no fucking Gungan.
So, as the essence of minor illusion, it is a very, very simple illusion.
For sure.
As far as I know, it can't even really move.
Yeah.
It can be an image.
Yeah, that's fine.
So-
It's going to be floating amongst
So-
fog.
Okay, so within this fog, you see as they push through the door, the barricade clatters down a section of a table and a chair and a lot of the rubble that.
I'm kind of surprised that Sam doesn't have like silent image, because I believe silent image can be animated, but again, probably a victim of the of the Pathfinder transition. Of like, I think that Sam has read over his cantrips a lot more than something like his first and second level spells. Because cantrips are free, so you can always use them, even if you're out of spell slots. And, you know, it's a resource management game, so you don't want to spend your spell slots. So I have the distinct feeling that he either might not even know that he has silent image, or just or also might not have it. But even if he did have it, I think he's more likely to lean towards minor illusion. They do have a pretty limited number. That is fair. But he's also a lore bard, I believe, because he has cutting words. Or is that Valor bard? I can't remember. I think lore bard gets a few more, but he might not have it. But this is more of a generalized thing of like, you know, they had the Pathfinder transition, so I think there's even more of confusion for them. But even without that, just starting at high level, man, your players are going to know their cantrips probably better than their first level spells. If you start above a point where they know, where they already, you know like second and third and fourth level, they're not going to know their first level very well. They're also expecting a fight. They are also expecting a fight. No, I don't think it's like a bad decision. But I would also hazard a guess that even if he has silent illusion, he probably doesn't remember it.
It was kind of scooped up from the roof that had caved in, jammed against this door, gets skirted back, tumbles and clatters across the stonework. And you see one Goliath and one kind of rough-looking human with a ragged beard come rushing in, dual hand axes drawn and looking about the fog as suddenly, out of the middle of this space, a giant, semi-translucent, disembodied head of what you recall is a stone jaw, strong jaw. Stands there, leaning forward at a large, though, I will say initially, what is the DC on this?
It's through the hand cone.
I'm going to turn down the browser a little bit. I think it's just a skosh loud.
So it's 20.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
They both stop and just kind of go, are you saying what I'm saying? The human's like, yeah. And there's just a moment of pause there, and Kenny's looking at you like,
Okay, really quick. Here's your motivation. You're a dead Goliath. You were killed in combat by one of your own, and you probably sound really scary and fucked up. Ready? Go. Okay, I tell her I am Stone Jaw, Strong Jaw.
she puts her hands together and clasps almost like the grass reeds that you blow into. But as she speaks into her hand, it sends out these rippling kind of almost like a heat distortion that kind of scatters out from her hand and out.
Matt, just say it. It's a jutsu. We all see what you're doing. Just say it.
Outside of this central illusion, you hear a voice come moving forward.
I
Fuck yes.
am Stonejaw Strongjaw, returned from the realm of the dead.
Yes. That's good.
Turns to you.
Keep going. You're doing great. I love you. Okay. Kevdek's son Zanror killed me in dishonorable combat.
Kevdak's son Zanror killed me in dishonorable combat.
I can't go to the other side until I have avenged my death.
I cannot move on to the other side until I've avenged my death.
The Goliath goes, sorry then. steps out of the room. The guy with the scraggled beard, who you gather is of a different type of a tribal background than the Goliath, just kind of gleans an eye untrustingly. Yeah, strong jaw, you say? How strong is that jaw of yours? And throws an axe towards it. Just passes through and clatters behind.
Okay. Quick, say, you idiot, I am but a projection.
Idiot! I am but a projection.
The real Stone Jaw is currently outside the main gate, waiting for a battle of revenge against Zanror. Send him now.
It's a lot.
I know. Sorry, Kaylee.
The real Zanror stands outside the city gate, waiting for vengeance against Zanror.
Great, you're doing great.
Bring him now, or you all shall suffer.
That last part was improv. That was amazing, Kaylee.
There's like a slight pause. Can I have my axe back?
I motioned to Dr. Dra to throw it back to him.
Runs over, feels for it, scatters around.
Throw it hard.
I will throw it hard.
No, don't say that part. Don't say that part. It's fine. You're doing
At
great.
this point, he starts backing up towards the door. At this point, the axe just clatters past him and slams into the door behind him. He reaches up without looking away, grabs it. Kink. Thank you.
The main gate. The main gate.
The main gate.
Ow.
There's like 4 gates into the city. Which main gate?
I don't know. But do I know what it looks like?
The western gate.
The western gate. The western gate.
The western gate.
Right. I'll let him know. He just leaves. Doesn't even touch the door and just bolts out the back. Moment of quiet.
Please hope that works.
Dr. Transel walks by.
To say you two make quite the team.
I would say that as well. Yes, I would. Thank you, Kaylee. That was better than I could have ever done.
That's true.
All right then. So, we're getting people out of here. Now things have gone a bit up. How are you gonna get the rest of these folks out?
And Dransel thinks for a second and goes,
Well, we can't wait for the rest of the team. They're probably still on the way back from Kaimel. I'm unfortunately mostly spent in my capabilities for the day. Scanlan, what do you got?
To keep us all safe?
No, to get the rest of these poor saps.
Of the city? Jesus.
You're gonna leave them here unguarded?
No, of course I'm not going to leave them unguarded. I mean, we can't. How many people are here?
You look around the room, there's 9 people.
Fuck. I can get me and Kaylee out. I think we should just hunker down. I can't get us out. I'm sorry. I mean, we could sneak. We could sneak. We could try to make a sneak for it. Are there sewers here?
Kaylee nods.
There are sewers, hey?
Close by? Is there an entrance nearby?
About 2 blocks that way.
And she points to the south side of the city.
Okay.
So should we wait for your friends, or should we go ahead and take this route?
We should wait and make sure that we hear Goliath footsteps leaving the city before we move, and then go.
All right. Let's take a moment and make sure at least all the chaos is moving that way.
And quiet takes over as the fog slowly fades over the next few minutes, and you all stay out of sight. Now, the rest of you guys are currently waiting on the outskirts of the western side of town. You hear the bells going off in the distance. You hear the sound.
Okay, wait, I will say, you're right. I kind of didn't think about it for this episode. We still have an old one. This one isn't going to, generally look quite as good, but we can do something a little bit like this. So we can kind of do that, and then grab this and make it, as big as possible. That's probably fine. Especially this is our oh my god, why is chat all the way up there? What the fuck? Let's just ungroup this. This is our we gotta make do scene. This is the worst step for this. I know. Kaimel is a city that was mentioned in Ep 48. Is a city. Okay. That's what I was wondering. It rang a bell. And I was like, I wonder. mentioned in app 48. Which, by the way, that is maybe that's maybe the best example of a way that I like you guys not even correcting me, but like drawing attention to past things. Of I actively theorized like Kymel sounds kind of weird, and then you don't tell me what it is. You're just like, it was mentioned in this app. I like that. If I hadn't mentioned if I hadn't been tipped off to it, I don't think you need to mention it. But you also don't need to say what it was, what the context was for how it was mentioned. You know, I'll go back and look into that. So yeah, good example of reminding me of things from the past. Big thumbs up.
Round of shouts as the guards that were at that post start stepping back inward and trying to figure out what's going on. At this distance, it's hard to make out exactly what conversation's happening, but the energy of the outside of the city has definitely climbed up a few paces, which leads you to believe, hopefully this means Scanlan's... We shall find out. Is there any other preparation you guys want to go through right now, or are you just waiting to see any sign of movement?
Are we all like together, or are we spread out across everything?
We're birds.
You're birds.
We're birds on a wall.
We're standing together in like the tall grass.
That's right. We were watching.
Okay.
wait.
Everybody else.
I'm gonna take a minute to anybody standing near me. I'm gonna take a minute and use where's my thing? I'm freaking out. Hide in plain sight
Alrighty.
and make it to where we can set a surprise attack on them.
Okay.
Anybody coming
Good idea.
Alright.
Damn.
Alright, so as part of that, have you guys both roll stealth checks?
Roll another 20, why not? Sure.
Is the pass without a trace still active from before? I guess.
I think you probably cast it before you arrived or in the approach, so yeah.
Okay, so add 10 to that.
35.
35.
Oh, look at that. Hopefully that's enough.
It's like that scene.
Right.
Since we're birds, I'd want to take just an occasional high level
Circle around.
circle around just to
Okay.
see what's up.
Both of you guys roll perception checks.
26.
18.
26, 18? Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like I have to change it for big bird.
Oh,
No,
see,
we
that's
didn't
what we could do, Matt. We could have just sat you on the same
Yeah, you
side
could
of
have
the
been
table
behind
as
us.
us.
And...
Oh, that's true.
That is
Oh well,
true.
too late now.
Okay, how noticeable is the audio cutting in and out? So like when I switch a scene, the audio is going to cut out. How noticeable is it? I'll do it now.
Alright, so
Julie.
Any product while the camera's on us?
Those shirts, man.
These shirts?
Those shirts.
I know why it's happening, and it's going to be a pain in the ass to fix. But I could fix it. Let me know. Not super noticeable. It's all right. Okay. I was wondering because I had a feeling that it might be more noticeable on my end, especially because I'm expecting it. It's fine. Okay. If you have a dissenting opinion, feel free to leave it. It sounded like a hiccup. It basically is. The way that I'm doing it is I'm muting basically all audio sources for a second, and then it reads which scene I'm on, and it brings back in the audio sources for that scene, and I do that on any scene transition. So it's like a little, but I also, it would sound more instant, but I have to purposefully add back in a delay because the actual software that does the muting sometimes gets confused if there's not a delay. So I might work on making the hiccup a little shorter, but especially if you guys didn't even really notice it, that's good. It means I at least don't have to make it a priority. It'll bug me. Oh, there we go. It'll bug me long term, so I kind of want to fix it. But if it's not too much of a bother, I can put it lower on the priority list, which is good.
How do you want to do this?
How do you want to do this?
The hoodie and the t-shirt.
Yeah.
T-shirt in stock. One more week.
how do you want to do this? T-shirts are now available for something. Pre-order.
Also pre-order for another week.
I don't know, man.
Also, the necklaces and the keychains are still
Necklaces
there.
and keychains, but those are a fantastic birthday or Christmas gift.
They really are. What are the necklaces?
Or
The
Arbor Day.
necklaces
What's
we
coming
still
up?
haven't gotten
Arbor
those.
Day seems
Arbor Day.
like Memorial Day.
Memorial Day.
They're the
People
logo?
give gifts on Memorial
I
Day.
got gifts on Memorial Day.
Yeah.
They're the logo.
So underneath your Memorial Day tree this year.
But it's little. It's cute. It's like steel.
Alrighty.
Oh my gosh.
So,
Yes, Pike.
Can I cast Guardian of Faith near us where we are hiding at the gate?
If you'd like to.
Yes.
On your location in the gate or somewhere else?
Because
in the
we're all together by the hole that you dug.
Aren't we in
We're
Or
like
while you
in
guys
the,
are flying.
grass.
You're in the
We're-
grass
yes,
down
look
towards
back.
the front, kind of farther back from the gate. Where are you guys standing right now?
Are you because the twins are by themselves, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so we're on the part.
Yeah, you and Grog are kind of your own pod right now.
Oh,
What are you guys doing?
Hey,
I just forgot you were.
just us chilling. About to slit some skulls.
You know what? I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna pause.
Okay, gonna hold up?
Yeah.
All right, so you guys, what are you doing?
Jesus.
Okay.
Okay, I'm on the wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna kind of like scooch back a little bit, so I'm kind of hidden. I'm gonna drop my animal form.
Okay.
I'm gonna go over our earpieces.
Mm-hmm.
I'm flying near her just so I can hear her, but I can't talk.
Okay.
It looks like there's about 6 coming our way. I don't know how well Scanlan's distraction worked. It looks like they're doubling down and setting up a heavy defense in the center of the town.
Is Scanlan listening to you right now?
Scanlan, can you hear me?
There's
Scanlan?
no response.
Shit.
Oh yeah, absolutely, John. I started the evolution of my hair. This bad boy is I went to Catholic school where I couldn't grow it out. And then I went directly into ROTC in college where I couldn't grow it out. And after ROTC, I started growing it out a little bit. And then I decided I want to do something wacky. And I shaved my head bald. Like I took like a razor. So trimmed it off and then shaved it off. So I was completely bald. And then I did not get it cut for a year and a half. And so yeah, man, after you wrap shooting, after you get out of something where there's a restriction on your hair, you gotta do something wacky with it. You've been restricted for too long.
I think he's too far away, you guys. I don't know.
Hopefully he wasn't captured.
There's about 6 coming this way, so stay down. Hopefully the trap works.
Oh, I just thought of something. Hey, remember when we were like walking through the woods and we fought those 6 Goliaths and I stopped the fight? Remember?
Yeah.
That was Zanror, right?
Right.
So I think he knows that I'm not like back from the dead.
Well, shit, Grog.
I know. I just thought of it. You know, like the whole magic thing might not actually work.
So the whole plan we made is stupid?
No. I'm just saying. Let's move
Using your
forward
father,
cheerily.
right? Your father is dead, right? Your dad's dead?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, he is.
He's
Yes.
dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Okay, well, hopefully it works.
And just,
I don't
and
know
just
how well.
You know, this is very interesting. It's both a benefit and a detriment of having there be real-time separation between the player's plans and execution of said plan. I'm sure they got people like messaging them on Twitter, whatever. I'm sure they're thinking about it even more than normal players would be. But again, it's both a benefit and a detriment, because the benefit is they can think more casually and with less pressure about potential holes in the plan. But also, as a detriment, they might realize potential holes in their plan. and that's not as funny. So I don't know. That is, let's praise Zanror for God. Yeah. I don't know. That is certainly an aspect of, if you separate, planning from execution, they have a lot more time to think about it. And that has a very particular effect on the plan and how the execution will go. And sometimes that might be desirable. And other times not, I think.
This is working.
Just a pro tip, Vax. What would you say is the #1 thing to keep in mind when fighting someone like me?
Don't.
Keep your distance.
Yeah, keep your distance.
All right, good to know. What's our plan B in case Zanroy never comes out?
We go in and we kill everyone.
Yeah, pretty much.
Everyone?
Well, except for the nice people.
No.
And we decide with the night.
I think I can confirm that Vox Machina has been a terrible influence on me. Just want to throw that out. All right, let's go.
Where are they? Where are they? Are they there?
I want to just see if I recognize. I'm just doing another little flippity flop scan around. I just want to see if I recognize his brother as one of the people who's coming to the gate or not. I'll get down low for that.
Not a brother per se.
My cousin?
Your cousin, I mean. Like, the one I recognize because the only one I've met.
Right. At this height, you get low?
I'll get low.
Okay. You don't see anybody coming towards that direction that resembles the individual you met that one time before.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna go looking.
However, what you do notice is, and you quickly duck out of the way, there are 2 giant eagles that come coasting over the city in the same direction.
Giant eagles?
Okay, I'm gonna go find a perch on the other side of the gate, and I'm gonna find a nice little sniper's nest.
I'm assuming you have some clan members who might be druids. Do you know?
You're speaking really smart right now, and it's confusing me.
Make sure you're hiding, Keyleth.
I want to stealth. I kind of want to hunker down against the wall and
Roll
stealth.
stealth check.
I'm staying bird until the last possible moment.
21.
21.
Also,
Right.
guys, if no one comes towards the gate in the next 5-10 minutes,
They're on their way,
they're
right?
not going to come. Well, all right, I hope so. But if nobody's here in 10, I think we gotta go in.
Is there anyone coming towards the western
At this point in time, you guys on your side notice, and you as well, a cluster of about 6 individuals come rushing towards the gate, and the 2 guards that were to the side earlier join up with them. They stop for a second and they discuss at a distance. Then they all turn and rush towards the gate as a group of 9.
Come on, trap. Work, trap. Work, trap. Come on!
As they're rushing forward, it's about 3, 2, and then a scattered like 4-ish in the back. They go bolting through, eyes around, looking for any sort of sight of anyone waiting at the front of the gate. They begin to slow their pace a little bit, not seeing anybody immediately out there as they begin to go through the center of the archway.
Someone make a distraction. Quick,
No,
their
I
attention.
step out from cover, very slowly, and walk out in the middle of the road.
Oh, shit.
Okay, as you step out, they all immediately put their hands out and stop. And to the guards, shout out, "You! Who goes there?"
Stern jaw.
2 of them, of that group, start stepping backwards. While the 2 of the guards that were at the station at the gate the entire time just go, "Cut him down." And they go into a run through the rest of the 10-15 foot area, around the center part of the gate, out into the...
Yeah, I don't totally know what's going on with these eagles and with these other people and whatever. I mean, I think that it's reactions to Scanlan stuff, so I'm assuming they're bad, but I don't know quite yet. But big ups to Matt on, I think it could have been very easy, especially, if you're here, you're listening to my advice, you haven't thought about, giving people something to react to at the beginning of the session. It could have been very easy to just give Scanlan something to react to. Oh, they're cut off. So you guys can't see these at all? Or, oh, wait, I see. Okay, so then we need this to be a little bit more like that. Okay.
main area out front.
But I think Matt takes the extra step, the extra necessary step, frankly, to have. Oh wait, I'm trying to move this over. There we go. And ooh, that's pretty small. That's pretty small. Could it be bigger up here? It can't be. All right. Well, you guys don't get to see the time in this screen. Sorry. But I think he takes the extra good and necessary step toward giving the exterior people something to react to as well. because he definitely didn't need to. Like, I think if you were just trying to implement, online creator advice, that might not be something you think to do, but they are essentially right now playing 2 different sessions. Like, they're having impacts on each other, but Scanlan is impacting the environment, which is then having an impact on the others and vice versa. So there's a level of separation that I think means that you also, because it's the beginning of the session, need to give the exterior people something to react to. And Matt does that, number one, really well. And I think with good timing, but also very naturally in terms of what they are reacting to. It feels very right that this is what is happening given Scanlan's actions, very naturalistic. And now the exterior people have something to react to within their characters, even though they know what's going on, right? They know what's going on, but their characters don't. When the group splits, you can do one of 2 things. Most DMs will try and force them back together. Matt is pretty good at keeping both groups moving here instead. It is very difficult to run 2 groups. Honestly, Matt might be just more experienced at the things you need to be experienced at because he runs such large groups. Because the big, I think, issues with running big groups is that you sorry, not the main thing wrong with big groups, but the main issue with running split parties is that it becomes harder to juggle the balls, to switch back and forth as well as you need to make sure that everyone is getting an appropriate amount of spotlight time, to keep time in general more synced. Now, this also comes into Matt's lack of interest or whatever. Matt's not concerned about the time sync, which I think is one of the hardest parts of running split party, is to make sure that the time that each spends feels the same. That the amount of time we spend with Scanlan temporally feels right compared to the time that we spend with the rest of the party. And Matt doesn't care about that. Which then means that he can just focus on the other stuff. He is focused on making the narrative feel right. And he is focused on, giving people an appropriate amount of talking time and all that. So, it's actually maybe the most poignant example of Matt's differing interests. Of not caring about time, but caring about narrative weight and progression and making sure that everyone has their chance. It's a very, very poignant example, and to his credit, I think it works. I think it works, and it makes him better at running split party stuff.
Front. As they begin stepping, watching in the distance, you notice one foot crumbles through, and all of a sudden the second foot and the earth begins to just tumble out from underneath. 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them, 5 of them, all begin just the first line, the first 2 groups weren't even paying attention and focused on you as they charged through, and all begin to tumble inside. Yes! Of the last 4, 2 of them managed to stop in time to kind of catch themselves. Of all the ones that fell, though, the ones in front who originally got caught have no saving throw. They just plummet screaming down into this.
2 managed not to fall?
180 feet.
Right? That's 180 feet.
Is it 180 feet?
2 managed not to fall?
Hold on.
I think
so.
Okay.
2 managed to avoid the entire crumbling portion of it, and there are 3 of them that are currently holding onto the edges and trying to pull themselves back up.
Can I find? I want to find a vantage point where I'm behind them and I can give them a push, from a distance. As a bird?
I was gonna say, I can drop
bird.
as soon as he lands. I drop his polymorph as soon as he lands.
Well, but I was hidden, waiting for.
Oh,
well, he's on the roof.
I'm on the roof.
He's on the wall.
Well, first I'm going to see how much damage they took.
Okay.
So
All of it.
We are the best at planning.
that is
We also got
that is
You did that really well.
83 damage to them.
83? That's pretty good.
And if I look at the sheet here,
He's toast for you.
And they're prone.
you,
dead.
That's me.
Now you hear a horrible scream and a crunch sound as those that fell are unconscious or currently completely unable.
Yes! We did something right!
Low moans of pain barely echoing up from underneath as the other ones oh God, they grab the arms of the ones that are hanging over.
Clustered?
Oh wait, they're clustered in, yeah. And you.
Well, you know what I'll say to that, Daniel. It is a generous amount, so it makes them feel cool. Like, it makes them, like Scan literally just said it, of like, oh, we're the best at planning, whatever. Matt has not given hard numbers on how many tribes people, or like how many people there are in the herd. He has given generalized estimates. He's given like, this many to this many, like, but also they're like coming from the mouth of unreliable narrators. So like Grog and Reginald. So I think this is a good opportunity as a DM to be more generous with your stuff, because these people are total chaff that it doesn't really matter how much of them there are, except in terms of like maybe like the balance of like resource usage. But you can always like add more in later. So it doesn't really matter. So I think that having more of them fall here is, whether, maybe he was more generous on the dice roll, the DC, maybe he just decided how many were going to fall, whatever. Being more generous, I think, has the really good effect of making them feel like their plan really had an impact. And it creates like a safer situation right now. But you're not giving up a whole lot as a DM. Like, you have not like specified there are exactly 15 of them. And so by killing off these right now, that'll like debalance things later and like make challenges way too easy. Like, you're not risking any of that. You can always, because you've given ambiguous numbers, you can play with the values later to make it still challenging but also satisfying. And so right now, I think it's a great choice to be generous with those things, and make them feel like their plan really did something. And I do think you need to keep rewarding that. It can't be like extra calorie or like empty calories. Like, you don't want them to feel like it was just an aesthetic award. You want it to feel like easier and safer for like a little bit. Like, maybe for like the next like 30 minutes, their situation is relatively easy because this trap really worked. But again, because you haven't given super hard numbers, you don't have to worry as much about it destabilizing any of your plans later. That's the big thing, is like, you don't have to super worry about it destabilizing things. Which is also maybe just an argument for generally giving ambiguous numbers so that you don't pin yourself down too much. Yeah, easy way to make your players feel good. Yeah. That sort of goes against the player's idea of thinning out the herd. Is the final fight going to have fewer minions if they win now? I doubt it. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with you. Like, you want to make the players like that. That's why giving the ambiguous count is a good thing. Because when you pin yourself down really hard, and that's not the the idea of like thinning out the herd can be a lot of a feel type thing. It is mostly like a feeling. I don't think that, I agree with you. Like, I don't think that the mechanics of the final fight are going to change based on any of their actions. But the more actions that they have like this, especially if they go through the effort to like plan something out, like the pit, the aesthetics of everything should change. So you don't need to change like your balancing for the final fight, but like you can talk about how many fewer Goliaths there are present at the final fight. Maybe still enough to where, you know, they could overwhelm you, but far less than it feels like there should be. You know, like you can continue to tie back in aesthetic markers for their progress here. And so again, you know, wrapping back to the generosity of like, you can be generous if they're putting in effort. So they're putting in resource effort, they're putting in planning effort. You don't necessarily have to reward players with mechanical benefits for effort. Just straight up, you don't always have to do that, but you need to always give them some sort of reward, whether it's whether it's a feel or it's a mechanic. So it's kind of like when we talked about if they use Windwalk, invent an obstacle that they passed over. You know, if they use Windwalk, you should almost always invent something that they avoided or are going to interact with differently because they use their resources. So in this case, you don't need to make the final fight differently balanced, but the way that you talk about the herd should change based on their actions. So you want them to feel like they're having an impact, and maybe long-term things might be different. And you can work that in. Like, you don't need to work it in mechanically within the session. Like, again, final fight doesn't need to be different. But it could very much be that, like, between sessions, you think about that as a DM. You're like, okay, so they took, like, 3 actions that went towards thinning out the herd. I didn't actually take, distinct notes on how many they killed, but they took 3 generalized actions on thinning out the herd, and they used resources on it, and you can work that into your prep for the next session. So you can now that you have time outside of the session, you can actually think through how you want that to mechanically impact things. So then you can be generous, you can be big, you can have these, if you think about them too hard, maybe pretty big rewards in the session without changing any of your prep for that session. And then afterward, you can go back and you're like, okay, how do I want to represent this? How do I want to make them feel their efforts long term? So I think the big thing there is be ambiguous on numbers, give ranges, or give the information from unreliable narrators like Reginald, and then make your players feel like they're having an impact. And then you don't need to actually make them have a real impact until later. In the moment, they just have to feel it. And you can actually make it mechanical later. It reminds me of the talk we had. It was important to make players feel like they had an impact. Yeah. Yes, exactly. And Charm. Yeah. We're on the same page. I wrote my comment about travel talks before Mega spoke it. Yeah. I'm just really good at mimicking your guys' comments, really in the moment. And then I just pretend to have my own thoughts. It's so true. Be ambiguous on numbers similar to being wishy-washy with time? No. So there's a difference between being ambiguous or being vague or giving ranges and not putting in effort or care. So like you can be ambiguous and give a range to allow yourself to not care in the moment, but give yourself room to care later. So like when Matt is, I say like wishy-washy on times, when he just like throws out a random time because he ultimately doesn't care about it, he's not leaving himself any room to care later. Whereas if he'd given himself a wider range or a more vague estimate, he gives himself room to care about it later if the players end up caring about it later. So they're sort of, I would say that they're linked concepts, but they're not exactly the same. Having worked with AI, Mega doesn't repeat himself or say generic stuff enough to beat AI. True. Same powers as he do it. Big difference is the reliability of the narrator too. They have no way of knowing precise number of Goliaths. They're 100% an unreliable narrator. Using unreliable narrators is something that I'm not good at. It is something that I absolutely could do a lot better at my tables, because the thing that you need to do to actually utilize an unreliable narrator, because the problem is players are going to assume that almost every narrator is reliable, because every narrator is being voiced by the DM, and the DM is the source of truth on the world. So for most of the session, players are saying, "What do I see, DM?" Or "I do this. What happens?" And then the players like bounce off of, and the DM gives an answer, and the players bounce off of that as a source of truth. So to use an unreliable narrator in D&D, you have to very distinctly establish that they are unreliable. You have to be really, really, really precise with establishing their unreliability. Otherwise, they're just naturally too trustworthy. It's sort of an extension of players will always trust the guest PC. They will always trust the guest PC because it's a naturally reliable narrator. So you have to go through effort and pain to make them unreliable, and then you can use them as that, which is not something I'm very good at. Honestly. I thought he did give a range for the time. I just thought the range was a terrible estimate. Well, and that's again, we talk about weakness versus interest. It could be both. It could be a weakness like John described of him not being very good at giving those estimates, and it's a lack of interest. It could be a double whammy. Where he doesn't care enough to try to correct his weakness, so he just, throws it out, and it's a weakness, so it's bad. Could be that as well. It's one of the beauties of things being set medieval or similar time frames. The amount of hard, definitive information available to the random person is always way lower than our time. Yeah, true. There were 6 Goliaths in the herd. They killed like 2. That leaves us with 2 to 5 left. Dude, this is a great example of how ambiguous you can be with things. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's grog math right there. That is absolutely grog math. Anyways.
I want to take two. I'm taking 2. Where's my English? I have it. Trick shot, push shots.
Okay, go for it. Go for it.
Push shot number 1. That's with retort. I'm not using the big gun. 18, 19, 21.
21 hits.
And then every time they hit, they take damage, and they also. Yeah, they don't even have a save.
Nope, just pushes them.
Okay, that does. That's 14 points of damage.
Okay.
For the 1.
Which then that one gets pushed over the side. Does not make a save to try and catch the edge. Plummets down, suffering. Just because it's fun to check. 70 points of damage. The sickening smack sound.
Landing on the other ones.
Landing on the other ones. It's awful. Looking down there would be terrible right now.
That's paste. And the next one.
Okay, actually, that's a good example of of interest versus what's good. You don't need to check. You don't need to check. It's a waste of time. Like, it doesn't matter, ultimately. It's eating up a piece of the time pie of the session. But, on the other hand... Actually, I think there's two on the other hands. On the other hand, it might be something you're interested in, of like the fun of knowing the exact numbers. That is fun sometimes, and that's interesting, and that might be an interest that you have as a DM or a player. Secondarily, is exactly what Daniel's hitting on. There's a secondary thing here of Matt is saying, oh, it's just fun to check or whatever. He's honestly even downplaying it a little bit, which I think works for what he's doing, of making the players feel cool. Of this out of game, like, meta mechanical check of like, oh, how much damage does it do, serves the purpose of further rewarding them, of making them feel even better and cooler. And it's sly. It's sly, it's slick. He does not need to be doing it, and like, on the surface, it's even theoretically wasting time. But it serves the grand purpose of making them feel their impact in the story and their impact on the world, and that they're and rewarding them for their plans. So that adds another layer to this, of the rewards to the players don't even have to be strictly in fiction. The in fiction is he died. Doesn't matter how much damage it did. He died. But the out of game, the meta reward, is they get to know just how much damage it did. So now they get to feel cool, like, oh, we could have killed something even bigger with this. Like, oh, what a good plan. Like our plan was so good that, like, they never even stood a chance. Like that, and that's a great feeling to have as a player. Like, that feeling that your plan was so good that it blew past the DM's challenge. Amazing feeling. So it's this little thing that Matt's doing is a very solid reward for the players. We could use this on a dragon. No way falling into a trap. Fails. Exactly.
70 points of damage.
Oh, that's incoming.
The sickening smack sound.
Landing on the other ones.
Landing on the other ones. It's awful. Looking down there would be terrible right now.
That's paste. And the next one. That's 17, 27, 30 to hit.
That hits. Yeah. So go ahead and roll damage on that one.
That hits. Dude, I don't know why. So I just saw the... Why did the ad warning not show up on this scene? It showed up in chat, but it didn't show up in here. I'll look at it during the ad. I'll look at it during the break. But we do have a break incoming. Ad starts in 15 seconds. So I will, we'll run a quick ad, take a break, get some water. I'm going to get some food. And we will be right back. See you in a second. What up? Welcome back. Hello, hello, hello. I will also note, I also do this. I won't talk about it too long because I'm not supposed to continue talking about the same topic after break, but this is definitely a weakness of me as a DM. I've talked all about like, oh, don't waste time. Like, every second fucking matters, whatever. And I definitely, like, I think that Matt does waste time sometimes, but also sometimes things that appear to be wasting time actually have very distinct value. And this is an example of like trying not to waste time, but actually doing something bad. But anyways, boop.
That's 13 points of piercing damage. 13 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Plus the push.
He gets pushed, falls off the edge, catches his arm on the side, and begins pulling himself up. Now there's 4 of them that are currently now about to start climbing up outside of this this collapsed portion of earth, but the earth is still crumbling beneath them, and they're trying.
I
up.
cast Hail of Thorns and shoot in the cluster of them.
Okay. Go ahead and make the.
We're not like, I don't think we're even in initiative, but it's kind of combat-esque, so I'm gonna put it up to 1.5.
The Hail of Thorns. It is.
Does that drop count as a kill? Do I get a crit point back for that or no?
Yeah, I'll take that.
The next time I hit a creature with a ranged weapon, I rolled 27.
Really good.
Yeah. So right now you're aiming them all in the hole. So even from your perspective, they're gonna have 3/4 cover. So that's gonna be.
I just need to hit the one that's closest to the top.
Right. What's your total roll on that?
27.
27. Yeah. Even with the 3/4 cover, that'll still hit. Okay. So go ahead and roll damage on that.
Is there one still standing, by the way, who's not?
No, both ones that were standing got pushed into the by gun blast behind, shoved into the large open chasm beneath them.
26 damage.
26 damage. Casting it at what level?
At level 3.
At level 3. Nice. All right, each within 5 feet of it. Okay, so it's at 5 feet. The hole is a much bigger space, so it only hits 2 of them.
Okay.
I'll fling a dagger at the last one when she's done.
Okay. So this is all happening simultaneously. Daggers. So it blasts 2 of them. They're both.
Oh wait, that was sneak attack.
Yes. So you would actually get to.
Add another 6.
Yeah.
6.
Wow. All right, that was not too happy. And your turn.
All right, I'm throwing 1 dagger. Okay, and it's advantage I'm hiding, and it is a 27 to hit.
That hits.
Oh, absolutely, Daniel. And I will say, I definitely I think that the big benefit of initiative is if everyone is going to do something. And the order in which everyone does something really matters. I think that is where initiative really is necessary and really shines as a mechanic. It's an organizational tool. Like at the end of the day, it's just an organizational tool. So if they're in a situation where either all of them aren't going to want to act, or Matt thinks that they might need more than 1 or 2 actions to, and I mean, actually, Daggerheart's a great example. The action tracker on Daggerheart is literally if you think multiple rolls will be necessary to overcome the challenge. Whereas I think in this scenario, they're probably only gonna need 1, maybe 2 rounds to resolve this, and they're probably not going to be in a lot of danger. So being exact on when they're going and in what order and who is going doesn't really matter as much. So I think that this is actually a very good example of a time where it is probably wasting time to go into initiative here. Even if you lose, some of the things sneak attack absolutely does want you to be tracking. But I've also, multiple times said D&D combat's a puzzle. This is not a puzzle. This is a slaughter. There is not a right or wrong answer here, really. They just need to do something. And it is more of a question of the narrative of how they do it and of how long it takes and of what resources they use. And I think in that case, initiative is not an overly necessary tool, as long as we are not having Liam go like totally off script. You know, if Liam was like, I want to fucking fire 12 daggers at them, it's like, okay, maybe we'll go to someone else in between. You know, so I think that this is an example where I also think I wouldn't go into initiative. I don't think it's necessary here, and I think it would unnecessarily slow things down.
Even with the big word cover, go for
And
it.
it's sneak attack
Yeah,
and
what
it's
do you do?
surprise, so it's a crit, right? Because I'm hidden underneath shit. Because she hit us.
Hide in plain sight.
Technically, yeah, I'll let that happen because part of the surprise round. We'll say this all happening simultaneously. As if they fall in, grasp, really catch themselves, and then the blade comes out of nowhere. So yeah, I'll let that happen.
8, 13, 19,
I know, all the dice.
29, 34. 34 totals to 68 plus the bonus is 70, 74. It's obscene.
With that, the blade sinks into the top of the skull of the one Goliath trying to pull himself out. As it hits, his arms just go limp and he falls backward and disappears beneath the earth.
And just in case I'm using my bonus action,
Oh shit,
Go
I
ahead
should've
and
done
roll.
that.
Go ahead and roll
Now,
that.
none gother than thou.
it's 25.
25? Okay, good enough. All right.
Could I do the same thing because I forgot to hide it for my bonus action as well?
Sure. both of them just.
Paste up.
30.
Like so
30,
much
okay.
vampire lurkers.
You had 10?
All right.
No, I didn't. Wait.
All right. So as it stands now, there are, I believe, 2 more in there that are currently holding on to try and find their way up. As this is happening, when you're paying attention, you hear this high pitch. Look over your shoulder, just in time to see a large giant eagle swoop down, talons extended towards you, visible on the top of the wall.
There's no way I can use my third shot really quick, is there?
No, you're too focused on the thing in front of you.
Let the eagle
It swoops down and strikes you with the talons pushing you forward. That's going to be a 20 to hit your AC.
That hits.
All right. You suffer 9 points of piercing damage as its claws dig into you and attempt to throw you from the top of the wall.
Okay, bring it.
Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw to try and grab the ledge before you plummet.
That's not great. 11.
Unfortunately, you don't even know which way's up as the talons chuck you forth and you plummet from the top of the wall. You fall down a total of 45 feet.
Can I go can I turn back into a raven as I fall? My other action, quick action?
Yeah. I'll say go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw as part of a concentration check just to see if you're able to focus your mind in that quick period of time.
19.
19, yeah. As you're crawling backwards, seeing the eagle look behind you to the ground, close your eyes and scoop upward into the form of a raven.
Great work, that was sick. Cyril!
All right, you guys watch as the other 2 guys stand up, getting out of the and look about. You are now still standing out in the middle of the thoroughfare. You're hiding off behind one of the little chunks of rubble and rock that permeate the outside of the wall in places. You guys are still hidden.
Since I'm a raven now, can I do a loop back to the center of town and see what's going on?
Yep.
Dude, I will say, so I've talked about you know, if my players want to use magic in non-standard ways, I am almost always down to let them try via a Arcana check that essentially, like, whatever they want to do, as long as the spell wasn't already save or suck. If it's a non-save or suck spell and they want to use it in a non-standard way, I add an Arcana check to it and then, basically make it a save or suck. So if they, lose the Arcana check, then they then they waste the spell slot. And I'm normally, like, a lot of times I think that Matt is a bit, I don't want to say overly litigious, but I think sometimes he makes them make concentration checks where I wouldn't necessarily do the same thing. This is a case where she's essentially saying, can I do something that is not normally a reaction? I'm assuming she's a moon druid. So at this point, she has combat wild form. With so she's got bonus action on combat wild form, which already means that it's like relatively faster. And so she's kind of saying right now, I want to use polymorph as a reaction rather than an action or a bonus action or whatever. To that degree, I don't think Matt would have done this. I think if she had failed, she just wouldn't have spent her wild shape charge. She just would have failed and she would have hit the ground. I would actually be down to allow that change of going like bonus action to reaction with a concentration check. But if you fail the concentration check, you don't turn and you waste a wild shape charge. Like, I'm down pretty much always to modify the mechanics of a spell, like at a base level, if there's an added risk to it. So the added risk is, yeah, okay, you can try to do it, but if you fail this concentration check, you'll fail to do it and you'll still waste the resource. Whereas if you waited, you could use the resource for a guaranteed transformation later. So a lot of times that's like where my ruling leans. That feels a bit harsh for a single roll to me. I mean, I agree it is. It is harsh because they're like, she's wanting to do something that like, for real, she just can't do. Like, she did her thing. Her turn was over. And then the eagle came in. It was the eagle's turn. It knocked her off. Like, this is a reaction, even in the abstraction of like the no initiative order. This is a reaction roll. You know, this isn't a bonus action. This isn't an action. So the real answer, if we're like playing by raw, is, can I turn into a raven? No. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's that is the real answer is, can I do it? No, you can't. But that's lame. So I'm down to allow them to stretch outside of raw. Even like, I'm willing to let them blow through rye. Rules as intended. I'm willing to let them go way past that. But anytime they want to, again, use their stuff in non-standard ways, I'm going to add on a pretty big cost. Now, again, you know, we can have a discussion about the magnitude of that, of like, is that too big of a cost even to modify something outside of raw? Maybe. I could hear that. And it would also depend on what the DC is, because like in the standard version of concentration, she hasn't taken any damage yet. So the it's a little bit loose on what the DC for this would even be. So like, you could lower the DC if you wanted. But yeah, I don't know. Is it always Arcana with your checks? Not always. It depends. It depends on the caster, mostly. So like, it depends on the caster, it depends on the spell, and it depends on what they are trying to do with said spell. Sometimes I'll add in even more costs. So like, if it's already a save or suck spell, especially, and again, they want to use it in a non-standard way, if they want to use it in a non-standard way, then I might say, you know, you need to give it a little bit more juice. Maybe you have to upcast it. So if you want to use, you know, silent image in a non-standard way, that like isn't allowed by raw, maybe you have to, I either make it into a save or suck, or I up the level requirement, like the spell slot requirement. I'll do some of that in the moment. But basically, I'm always willing to let them stretch the bounds of what they can do. But the moment that they go outside of standard, it's sort of like talking about like modifying their features. I'm always willing to let in homebrew subclasses. I'm willing to let them change their features if we like talk about it. Like, if they want to modify a feature, I want to let them have what they have, but it should be less powerful overall. Like, they're getting something specific, but at a cost. You know, when it's modifying a feature, that cost is overall overarching power. If it's in the moment of modifying their spells, that cost is increased risk. So I'm always looking to let them stretch or go beyond raw, but I never want to penalize people that stick to raw. That's the big thing. Is if you always stick to raw, you should not feel like you're getting the raw end of the deal. You should not feel like creativity is a requirement. But I want to allow creativity wherever possible. So it's a bit of a complicated subject. You can 100% use it next turn as an action if the fall is great enough. Oh yeah, also true. That is also true. According to DMG, the DC would be 10. Oh, is it? Is there a non-damage DC for concentration? That's fair. Because I know that there are certain things that proc concentration, but this is the reason that I said that the DC on this would be a little bit wibbly wobbly is because this is not a trigger for concentration. Like, concentration is only triggered if you are holding on to something with concentration. So if she had already been concentrating on something and then got knocked off, or was on a ship that was pitching high on the sea or whatever, then that would proc a concentration roll by the rules, like by the DMG. This one, the DC can be a little bit more wibbly wobbly because he's using concentration in a non-standard way. Like, this is a non-standard trigger for a concentration roll. So I think that's more what I meant. But I could be wrong about that. I don't think I am. I don't think I am. But I believe this is a non-raw way of using concentration. Yeah. Yeah, this is the quote. But yeah, this is not exactly what's happening here. But that is another use of concentration. But yeah. That's similar to Pathfinder 1E, except that one had a huge list of different environments and different DCs, but similar idea. Yeah. Pathfinder always has a big list of DCs. What's the DC to jump over a log? So yeah.
So you start heading back to the center of town. It's going to take you a little bit to get there. Yep. They get back up to the top and they spend most of their turn getting to that edge and then taking a few steps away from it, getting their weapons out and kind of glaring at each other and trying to figure out what the hell they can do right now as you start moving towards them.
I, unarmed, start walking towards them. And I say, "Where is Kevdak?"
Make a deception check.
Bully. It's not his strength. Come on, baby.
13?
13?
They're dummies. Plus.
All right. As you say that, one of the two individuals has pulled their way out. Humanoid, kind of a grizzled beard. His eyes kind of go wide, and he just stands still for a second. The other one is just Goliath, who, as he approaches, you get a familiarity with it. You remember this individual, a little younger than you, has a pretty heavy scar from the bottom of the chin that goes down to about the sternum, named by the name of Suda, who just kind of steps forward, gives you a look over, and goes,
Stanjo. Nah, you're a grog stronger. That's what you are.
Fool, you know not who I am. I have not come through flame and death to deal with filth like you.
It's a bleeding liar. Come on, you guys have been had. And he goes ahead and takes his two hand axes, throws them in the air, and kind of catches him. He goes, and rushes in towards you. However, he isn't able to make anything else this turn except for a movement into base to base with Grog. We'll say for the purposes of this open space, Grog will be there, and this one,
Suda.
Not quite as
Tiny.
sad blade there.
He's pathetic. Look at that loser. Kill him, Grog! Kill him, Grog!
CR. Yeah, it's all CR. I've got, I make sure that I mute my music source when we go onto the things, because I have accidentally left it on before.
Anybody else doing anything right now in this turn? Or we're just waiting to see what happens here?
I'm observing.
Okay. So, as you're watching and you're heading off that direction, Grog comes forward in your face. What are you going to do?
I'm going to reload, actually.
I would like to rage.
Yes.
All right.
Take out the firebrand warhammer, and I'm going to tattoo his ass.
Go for it. Go ahead and take it to
To
attack.
the opening credits.
16?
16 misses.
Oh, wow, I cast War God's Blessing.
As Pike steps out from the high grass in the
What
section
up, motherfucker?
hear that in the back of your head, and with that, the little bit of gnomish distraction to the side turns his face, his eyes peeking out the corner of the eye sockets, and that's just the little moment of opportunity you need to go ahead and double up and slam upward with the butt of the hammer. Go ahead and roll damage to that attack.
3. Oh god, it's been so long since I've used the. That's 17.
17 damage. Got it. Second attack?
Second attack is 24.
That hits. Roll damage on that one as well.
Hey, where'd the grizzly guy go?
Grizzly guy's just stepped back a little bit, or like he's like taking one step onto his back foot, not even approaching Grog.
Where's the eagles?
The eagles are too far from your sight right now. They
And
haven't
where's
quite
the
reached
pit?
outside. The pit is about 10 feet behind the guy who's standing. Actually, I should probably put him there right now.
I'd like to keep an eye for the eagles as well.
He's about there.
And where's the chasm?
Let me do this.
Putting it down. He's putting it down.
Right.
I'm doing this. I'm drawing it out for you guys.
Come on, invent a battle map just like that, man. Come on.
Picture page. Yeah, I
Battle map.
It's a really good chasm.
That is a huge chasm.
Either that or like it's
We're
hard
watching
conversations.
his magic in real life.
Where's all the dead
Look.
bodies at the bottom of it?
I love that Matt's drawn out a map. I don't even think he needs to be, he's being super fucking detailed about it, man. Like, Matt, I'm glad you're doing it. It's great. It's a big thumbs up. But holy shit, you don't even have to go that crazy with it. You can though. You can absolutely can. But and this is one where it's like, a magnitude discussion of like, I don't think there's like a ton of benefit to like being that like detailed with your drawn out map. I think you can literally just go fucking chasm. He is going pretty fast though, and this is again that magnitude discussion of like he's going pretty fast, and like I don't think there's like much benefit to it, but like the negative that I perceive is like minuscule. So I'm just glad he's doing it.
Yeah, can you draw detailed dead bodies?
A little bit of depth, like can you like grade it a little bit?
A little bit cell shading, if you don't mind.
There you go.
Do you like to draw or just sketch or doodle? Where are the twins right now?
The twins would be back here hidden.
I definitely need to turn down or turn up the timers on these. I need to turn up the timers on those and maybe take some of them off timers.
Hiding.
Mike would be probably off to the side here.
Way off in the middle, fuck all.
Percy's like,
I'm gonna keep an eye for the eagles too. So
okay.
It does seem like something he would do, Sputnik. It is. It might literally be that he found it either too difficult or too I legitimately don't know how with like physical stuff you would represent a pit unless you like make a big layer and put everything on top of that, and then you can have a pit within that layer. So it might have just been that it was too hard.
Keep commenting if you see things.
Last attack was 18 plus 2 points of the fire damage for 20.
For 20, nice.
Second attack.
Okay, so that ends your turn. He's going to go ahead and go for a round of retaliation against you, using the action surge that is afforded by it to make 4 attacks on you. Absolute Fury. That is a really, really shitty 16.
Misses.
Misses. That is a 24.
Hits.
Whoa. That is 25.
Hits.
And a 22.
That also.
Wow.
So 3 hits on you.
Well, he's strong.
How does he get 4 hits?
attacks?
Is he a fighter?
Surge.
Oh, action surge?
So
This would be
he's blowing.
11 points of slashing damage, reduced to 6.
Okay.
Or 5 actually for you.
5.
That is 14 points slashing damage.
That is true. I don't remember what that pit looked like, but you're right, he did. But yeah, I don't remember what the pit looked like. I guess it was probably just like a gap in terrain. Interesting.
Reduced to 7.
Okay.
And 9 reduced to 4.
Okay.
He just hacks into you. And looks forward and sees you barely moved by this flurry.
Oh, Tiny Dancer, you are fucked.
Anyone else jumping in on this?
Yeah, can I do a thing? I want to stealth and creep over to where Pike is.
Okay. You've been stealth, but yeah,
And I would like to hold my action, and if the Goliath's body does anything, if he tries to help, if he tries to run, I'm still hidden, right?
Yeah.
You first,
so
yeah.
I'm gonna fucking.
I will say, so there's a complicating factor. We were talking earlier, and there was a comment that Daniel made. Yeah, there it is. I still go into initiative for every combat, long or short, because I consider the downsides to be virtually non-existent. That is fair. I don't consider the downsides to be actually non-existent, but I do think that there are other complications. So there is an amount of player training here where like players know if you don't go into initiative when organization and like really tracking resource expenditure, when you don't go into initiative, when that doesn't matter, which I think is a fair time to not go into initiative, that is then training the players that if we don't go into initiative, there's not a lot of risk in this contest, we might say. And that may not be what you want. That might be okay for your like table and your tone. If your players are really into RP and they're into the narrative and the free flow, more free flow nature of it. But just like in Daggerheart, if you don't get out the action tracker, there's an implication there that your players will start to get trained on that, oh, he didn't take out the action tracker, this is an easy challenge. Or maybe not even easy, but this isn't a complicated challenge. This isn't a challenge that the GM feels that we need to be organized about. Which is a very distinct implication and like player training that you're doing if you like don't go into initiative to keep the stuff flowing a little bit easier. So it's coming back to the like, hey, you just need to think about it. That's a big trade-off and that might be something that's like desirable at your tables. Like I think Matt would be super down with that trade-off. But I think there are a lot of other DMs that would not want that trade-off. So it's a little interesting. It's a little interesting. Probably just wasn't worth the time for him to focus on instead of the main battle arena. True, if there's like a solid chance of them doing the West Run boss fight, there's a solid chance that he was just focusing on that. Yeah. They only just started doing Dwarven from the beginning, and it's only been about 6 weeks since then. Yeah, he also might not have like a ton. True. It's more that he didn't have a map prepared at all, Dwarven or not. That's true. It is definitely interesting for Matt. There is also the meta possibility, and this just gets into speculation territory, but I mean, he might have just been fucking busy. Because I agree with I think, Sputnik's general point is, it's like, oh, that's like a combat trap that they very distinctly prepped last week. I think it is definitely reasonable if you're a DM, you see that they prep that trap and you prep a map for it. Especially if you think that like something big's going to happen around it. I think that's a very reasonable thing to point out. But there's definitely probably an ordering priority there that is hard for us to know on what Matt anticipated they might or could run into. And you just have to have ordering priority on like what you fucking work on. So he might have just been too busy. We also don't know how, the other thing that I could really see is we don't know how long they've been having these tech issues. Like, I think the assumption is that the tech issues started, today. But that might not have been the case. They might have been having these tech issues for longer than just a day. So maybe normal prep time that Matt would have had was sucked up with troubleshooting. It's also possible. So yeah, it is. But I think it's a fair critique. There are a lot of speculative reasonings that we can come up with that I think are all reasonable for why it might not have been there. But to drill down into Sputnik's thing, I think if you are a DM looking at the most likely places that a map would be good and useful, in your upcoming session to focus your prep on is the right strategy.
Throw a knife at him if he does anything.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Hunter's Mark on the guy behind.
Okay, gotcha.
Keep one alive. I want to know where our two principals are.
Okay.
Keep one alive.
Right. Hunter's Mark on that fella there.
And keeping an eye on the hawks.
Okay.
Eagle.
Just over there. Grog, your round of retribution is up. Unless Mike, you want to do anything?
No, I'm gonna hold.
Okay.
Oh, it's my turn again.
Yep.
Yeah. More tattoos for Twiddlyfuck. Suda. Wait. No. I want to bull rush Suda and drive him back towards.
Yes. Yeah. Pit of despair.
That is the correct answer. Yes.
Been a bull rush for a while. Okay. Make sure.
Forgot that was a
Proper.
front.
Yeah, man, that's cool.
So
Don't
we're
think
close
about
enough. It might be. I think it's like 30 feet or something. I can remember, or maybe it's 20. I can't remember.
It's a little
800
less than that, but we'll see.
Oh, is it?
We'll see. The very least, you made it interesting. So shoving a creature, you can shove it.
9,700 feet, specifically.
All of them. All the feet.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's 15 feet, but he doesn't know numbers, so.
Strength. Okay, it's a strength athletics test contested by his athletics or acrobatics. You push him 5 feet away from you or prone.
Oh, 5 feet. Oh,
Bro.
Or prone. Prone's good.
prone, and you can
Drag
drag
him.
him.
You can try and shove him and
sorry,
then
shut it up.
grapple and try and drag him with you.
I can do that.
Okay. So you're gonna so go ahead and make an
Athletics, yeah.
Athletics, yeah.
Okay.
That's when I roll a natural 1. That would be when I do it. That would be when I do it.
Right.
Of course.
It's because I was a 12.
Okay. And with that, you bring the hammer.
This scene right here. Oh, it's my dream. It is why my next character, I really want to be a zealot barbarian. Because dragging people is so much easier and more effective than pushing them. And now you might be saying, oh, you know, the thought process is, well, I need to push them because if I drag them, I'll go into the pit too. Something you don't have to worry about as a zealot. I want to be a zealot barbarian so bad. I want to fucking bear hug this dude as zealot barbarian Grog. I want to bear hug him, and I want us to fucking both go over the edge. I want to top rope him. Or not even top rope, I want to suplex him. Right over that edge. Who cares if I die? They'll pick up my body later. It's an easy revive. God, I want to play a zealot so bad.
Hammer back, like you're gonna go ahead and slam into his face, and instead reach down and grab him by underneath the ankle and just flip him onto his back. As he's there, slammed onto the ground, the hard, kind of packed dirt of the roadway that leads into the western side of Western. You're gonna attempt to go for a grapple then?
Yes.
Alrighty. As he is on the ground, I will go ahead and allow advantage on this attempt. So for your second strike on this, roll another athletics check with advantage.
That's a good question, Turtix, because Matt doesn't really track the normal cost of revival, which is material. It's fucking diamonds. Which I'll say, hands up, fine. I've gone on record talking about how wibbly wobbly, wishy washy economies and gold are in D&D. And I mean, talk about something that as well that Matt doesn't seem to care a lot about. But materials are generally meant to be a lever to make reviving more or less difficult. So Matt looked at that and he said, well, I'm not really interested in tracking materials. That's dumb. Which I think fair. I definitely track materials in my games. I like materials as a lever to pull, which is why last stream I talked about like adding material cost to Goodberry or Create Food and Water for more intense exploration stuff. So I like material costs as a lever. But if Matt doesn't, he took that and he said, okay, well, it doesn't matter most of the time. It doesn't matter a lot. But for reviving, it really does. For resurrection, that matters a lot. You need a lever to pull as a DM to give that stakes. So Matt institutes his resurrection rules. And by the way, I don't know that this was like a one after the other. I'm just storytelling. So he institutes his resurrection rules. And the point of Zealot's ability, which also wasn't out at this point, but the point of Zealot's ability is that it removes the barrier, or it removes one of the two barriers. The first barrier is, do you have someone that can cast the spell? The second barrier is, do you have the material cost? Matt removed the material cost, and then he reinstituted the skill check. But Zealot removes the material cost, and the only barrier to Zealot getting resurrected is, do you have someone with the spell? So in that vein, I truly think that Matt's revival rules either shouldn't apply to Zealot barbarians, that like they just shouldn't have to do the ritual, just like straight up, or that the ritual should be much easier for them and should not get more difficult the more times they do it. Maybe there is a small chance that they die. I could see that being valid. So like maybe if the starting DC is 10, make the Zealots DC 2. Make the Zealot DC 2, and then they only die on, like a natural 1, also if no one else helps. So if they die alone, and the only person there, that's resurrecting them is the spellcaster, there is then, so there's no one there to help, there is then a 1 in 20 chance that they die. I think that'd be fair. Because the whole point of the Zealot ability, the thing that makes them interesting, is their ability to be so easily resurrected. So if you still wanted to have them participate, I would make it still stupid easy for them. Like carve out a giant exception. Because I think otherwise you're kind of removing the thing that makes them really interesting and cool. Metal AF. Zealot Barbarian is Metal AF. It's maybe I think it's my favorite subclass in D&D. I love Zealot. You need to remember that they have a big bag of holding full of random BS. True. So they might be tracking it off stream. I think that is a potentially valid speculation that I can't disprove. But we have also seen on-stream evidence of them not tracking costed material components and then eventually abstracting it. So I think I can feel pretty confident in saying that they probably don't give too much of a shit beyond the critique that they catch on Twitter. And what I'm referring to is Heroes Feast. Like, Heroes Feast, at first they just ignored the material cost. Then he said, okay, you have to have the material cost, but you just have to have, like, the value of it. Like, at one point, he allows it to, like, translate into 500 gold, and he just, I think I feel pretty confident seeing how they've interacted with Heroes Feast to say, I don't really think they give two hoots and a hay about material costs. They absolutely could be tracking it, but based on what we've seen, I feel confident in my opinion. But I think my opinion is speculation. I would feel so shit if I got a 1 on a DC of 2 on my unkillable character. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. You would have to agree to it. You would have to. I also think it would be fine to just say they're immune from the ritual. Like, they just can be resurrected. I think that would also be fine. But if you really wanted them to participate in the ritual, I feel like you would have to make it just insanely hard for them to die. Grog is a different barb, yes? Yeah. Because at this point, Zealot wasn't out. Zealot came out in Xanathar's. Yeah. So that was not out at this point. But Zealot's so fucking cool. 2 hoots and a hey is my new favorite expression now, OMG. Well, no, yeah. It's 2 hoots or a hey. Material components are BS, just play creation part. Yeah, which that's fine. That's what I'm saying. Like, I like material components, especially like costed material components that don't, get abstracted out by a spell focus. That is something that I find interesting as part of the game. But I think it's very fair to not find it interesting. I think that is absolutely fair, and I think if you take proper precautions in other areas, the negative impact of getting rid of them isn't even that high. So I really get it. I never heard it before. I don't even know if it is a phrase. I might have just made it up. I mean, it's like I don't give 2 hoots is a thing, and I don't give a hey is so I don't give a damn gets abstracted into I don't give a heck. But heck is also a bad word in some Catholic conservative circles. So then you bring that one down to I don't give a hey. So I think I then combined those in my brain because I came from a household that cussed a lot. But I was around people who did not cuss. I did theater around a bunch of like very conservative Christian people. So I had to modify my language a lot. Something I recently found about the equivalent of I don't give a fuck literally translated from some other language, and some of them are wild. Like things for I care as much for a pocket full of shit. I like this one. I might start saying this one. This one's good. One that I came up recently is son of a shit, because I've been trying to remove bitch from my lexicon. So I like, but son of a bitch is one of my favorite phrases to say. So I've been trying to transition mentally to son of a shit, because I think that also works. My German equivalent of I don't give a shit is it passes by my ass. I like that one too. Oh man, these are really, really, really good. So much just great, but also hard for that effort. Yeah, I mean, always working on improving yourself. I have some things I would like to work on and be better at, and that's just one of them. But I have to still have curses. I have to continue to be able to curse. So I just got to find new and more creative ones. That's what I think about a lot. I think that's one of the things that is funny about Moist Critical. I think that's one of the things that people really like about Moist Critical is that he has creative cursing. Creative cursing is just fun. I like it.
Because he is on the ground.
27.
Yeah, no, you got him.
Bye-bye.
So you can drag him at half your movement speed.
Okay, so 25 feet.
Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, yes.
Count.
Okay, so
Let's count.
10, 15, 20, 25.
Come on.
You can let him stand before it happens.
He's like dragging him through. The other guy next to him, holding the hand axe, is watching you drag him up and just like, and unleashes.
Fucking
wait.
asshole. No. Yeah, go.
I call it.
Yep.
And I'm hidden. Advantage and all that shit.
Oh.
29.
29 hits.
Yep. Okay, go on.
Oh my god, those are so many.
5, 10, 15,
I'm gonna cast Sanctuary with
25. 25 doubled is 56. 56.
It's not a bonus action. It's not a reaction, though. It's a bonus action.
Got it, never mind.
56, and I like using bonus action to hide.
All right, maybe use your bonus. Well, yeah. Okay, yeah. Usually, your bonus action, you want to use your turn to hold your action.
Okay.
In theory.
Cool, whatever you want,
So I'll say you're not hitting action. Usually, it's you have to.
Dude, this is an example of like how not going into initiative can eventually fuck you. Like, it needs to be short. It needs to be. Because if it is not short, you eventually get into the complicating factors of like, well, it would have been on that turn and you would have held your action in theory, but we're not an initiative. You need to, like the Daggerheart approach is the only way to not roll initiative every time. It needs to be like, if this is going to be like a 1-roll challenge or maybe a 2-roll challenge, I think that's a good heuristic to keep in the back of your head of if you want to skip initiative sometimes, you have to keep the Daggerheart like heuristic in your brain of it needs to be 1 to 2 rolls. If it's not, go into initiative. He was like, I'm joking, I wasn't. I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, people develop languages and lexicons, and it doesn't mean the same thing to other people. Words mean different things to other people, but especially now, just, you know, full transparency, I wasn't really making this effort until I became a public persona. And now it's like, because no one in my circles cared. But now it's like, okay, my words have a impact on so many people, and I don't want to make people feel bad. That's just the long and short of it, of like, if I say a word and that makes people feel bad, I don't want to say that word. It's like a very, I have like a base amount of respect for people I haven't met, which I don't think everyone does. And I don't think it's like a good or a bad thing. I think it's just the way that I am. Of like, I just like don't want to make a total stranger feel bad. Even if I will end up not liking them later. So yeah, I don't know. That's why we don't have that many words that are strong on their own. That's kind of funny. That's why I always initiative if there's an offensive actions. I can't predict what the players will do, and it's the safest option. It absolutely is. I think if you're wanting to do a safe option and not think about this too much, I think just rolling initiative every time, like, I think it will be cumbersome and maybe the worst decision sometimes. And I do think that the negative impact is measurable sometimes. But I think on average, especially if this is something that you don't really want to think about a lot and you're trying to improve other areas of your DMing, I think it's very safe to just like roll initiative every time, focus on other areas. You know what I'm saying? I think that's totally fair. It's one of those, it's barely an inconvenience to me, but it can make a huge difference on the person I'm listening to me situations. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. It's like, you know, it's something that I'm trying to do and I'm not like fully there yet, but the act of trying is solid. And yeah, eventually once I train myself out of it, it will not be an inconvenience to me at all. And it'll make someone else feel better. So yeah. I grew up in southern USA. I had a lot of bad habits to break. It's not easy, but some people refuse to put in the effort on that side. Yeah, I mean, I got called gay a lot growing up, and the less cool versions of that word a lot. And yeah, I don't know. It's eventually I had friends that still said it as a negative thing, even when I was like 19 and did not consider myself gay, but I'd had that formative growing up experience, and like I had been hurt by that word so many times, and so I was like, hey man, can you not use gay negatively? I mean, you know, I fucking grew up in and around gamers. That was pretty fucking common, is to use gay as a negative thing. And we had a conversation around like why, and you know, I don't mean it negatively. I'm not saying that gay people are bad. And the conversation ended with me being like, you know, I'm realizing I don't really care. I don't really care about your intention. The word makes me feel bad, and I would request as my friend that you take that into consideration, that it makes me feel bad, and that I know you're not trying to make me feel bad. Totally recognize that. But I want you to know that it does make me feel bad. And so I would prefer for you to not. And that like kind of stopped the conversation because he was like, oh, well, yeah, I don't want to make you feel bad. And that was the end of it. And that was cool. That conversation was also a formative experience for me of like, sometimes it like, I think your intention is like good to know, but in some cases it just like ultimately doesn't matter. And like being able to experience that firsthand was very formative for me. Fellow long hair skinny kid. Yeah. I mean, I had short hair. I was actually relatively, I don't want to call myself fucking like a jacked 13-year-old, but I was actually relatively muscular back then. But I was like pretty effeminate, just like, and turns out there was maybe something a little bit deeper there that I didn't know about, even in my early 20s. But like I used to, like I did theater and I used to stand. This is like such a weirdly specific thing that I got made fun of for, but I used to stand instead of, here, I'll show you. Instead of standing like this, like a man, I would stand like this with my thumbs here instead of like this. I would stand like this. And I got ruthlessly roasted for it. Kids are the meanest people in the world. They are the meanest people in existence. Because they will take something so innocuous and just ruthlessly bully you for it. It's crazy. Yeah, literally any time that I struck that pose, it was immediate F slur. It was crazy. And now doing that pose gives me anxiety. Like it just immediately like triggers like fight or flight. So I do not anymore. But yeah, I don't know. It didn't matter, you know, anything else. I was yeah. I don't know. It was a weird time. But all of that gave me a respect for like, it doesn't matter what people mean. Like, it matters to an extent. Like, I want to know that people aren't being malicious. But even if people aren't malicious, shit can still hurt. Yeah. Thank you, Ink Charm. I appreciate it. Yeah. I have a bad back, and the thumbs down is way easier on my back. I stand both ways, though, depending. Yeah. I mean, there's no difference. There's no difference, but kids are fucking mean, dude. Kids are just the meanest people in the world. Every generation. I don't care. There's no generation that is not super, super mean when they're kids. They're just all mean. Children are absolutely chaotic evil. You will not convince me otherwise. We've got an ad in like 30 seconds, and after that we'll get back to the show, but I'm going to leave this one on because kids really just are. That's just the end of it, dude. Oh my God. I think it says something about the community as well, because kids just want to fit in. Yeah, they do. They do. They are chaotic evil and also conformist. Like they just want to feel seen and part of something. Yeah. It's tough. Chaotic neutral, maybe. Although it doesn't feel neutral at the time. See what DM on Discord for you to check doing. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Okay. Oh yeah. So we're going into an ad, and I will see you guys in a second. Goodbye. Hello. All right. Let's watch some Critical Role. Boop.
The bonus action used on your turn, and the holding your action is kind of is that one thing that keeps it over. So, but you got as he goes forward, the dagger sinks right into his sternum, and still using his momentum goes forward. As you're dragging, it's going to go 2 strikes against you. 13, and 15.
Misses.
Just both axes do strike and hit you, but one of them hits the shoulder armor on the back of your shoulder, kind of cracks part of the bone and just streaks off the metal. The other one comes down and hits you in the back of the belted dwarven kine. You feel a little sink of pain as it kind of cuts through some of the leather, but even the belt itself deflects most of the attack.
I look over and say, sit down, son, before you hurt yourself.
Make an intimidation check.
Oh.
You rolled a 20, so yeah.
So he had a really witty comeback. He didn't have a dagger in his sternum at the moment.
Yeah. He's a little distracted at the moment. All right, so that being said, the guy's in the ground now. Like, you guys want to do anything at this point?
I'll shoot an arrow at the other guy standing there.
Finish him
off.
Haven't made it to town yet.
Not yet. So in 6 seconds. It takes it. This is
12.
Yeah.
23
23 hits. Roll damage. With Hunter's Mark.
with Hunter's Mark and sneak attack.
Yes, he does not see. He's unaware of your presence.
Albermine. Efficient.
21.
Alrighty.
That's the first arrow.
All right.
You know what? That could eventually happen if I do more with this voice command stuff, but I don't like it. It's no, Valkyrie. Yes, good catchphrases. Might actually have to end up doing catchphrases, but I don't like it. When you say it, like, in my head, I was like, yeah, the catchphrase will be fine. And then I see it, and I'm like, I don't know about that one.
Oh, that was so close. 14.
14. Misses. It's okay, though. I was going to let you roll a second anyway. 21, the arrow strikes him right through the throat. And just, like, grasps for it, start gurgling before he falls to his knees and slumps into the ground, head to the side, kind of still clutching at it as he slowly, the life spills out of him.
He died as he lived, deeply unimpressed.
The other guy gets up, though. And he's going to use his action to try and attempt to break the grapple. That is going to be a...
Come on, Grog.
16.
Misses.
Yep, it's contested with your athletics.
And I throw, I'd roll an athletics check?
Yeah, you're all raging, so technically you have advantage on it.
That's pretty good. I'll take the 18. Athletics 26.
Yeah, he's still grappled. He can't do anything on that.
That's regular.
It's my turn?
Yeah.
I look at him and I'll say, I'll let you fly from here if you answer this question. Is Kevdak or Zenwar in the city?
Make a persuasion check. No, it's intimidation. It's intimidation. What persuasion?
This is how Goliath's prom dance.
8.
8?
So yes.
Okay, he's holding him there. He goes,
You'll find out, won't you? I take his neck and I smash my head into his nose.
it just breaks and crumbles. His face, it's partially caved, and you can see his blood now just running rapidly out of his nostrils.
You won't be there to watch my discovery. Are they in the city?
Yeah, we're waiting for you.
Good. I'll let you fly now, and I'll kick him into the pit.
All right, I'll say as you use your movement to push forward, go ahead and make your athletics check.
18.
And with that, he reaching out, grasps, catches the very edge of the ledge behind him, and the rock just breaks through. Vanishes screaming into the pit below. As you step forward and look over, what little glint of daylight even makes the bottom area, even because it's far out of your range of dark vision, you just see enough of a movement on the bottom, and then no movement whatsoever.
You wildly coyote that guy.
Oh, man.
I will say, so this is also, this is going to be a short diatribe, but this is also a great example of this pit that they have made is a really, and you see how interested they are in using it. And I think that part of their interest comes from the fact that they made it. But I think it's also a really good example of how really small environmental factors can spice up combat so much. Hushing charm. They can spice up combat so much. Of like, they want to use this more because they made it, but also without this would just be a blank box. So even when you're doing surprise combats, even when, you didn't expect for the combat to happen here, I always try to have some environmental factor. Blank box combat is... I can't think of a situation where it is good. I'm sure there probably is one. Like, I'm sure there are some themes that it reinforces that you might want to have as a DM. But, yeah, whenever you can, I think you should basically only do, like, pure blank box combat if you could not think of an environmental factor that made sense. Like, I think having a blank box is better than putting in something that doesn't make sense and breaks immersion. But if you can get there, if you can find some environmental factor to include, I think it is almost always better to do so. I'm literally blue tacking rocks and trees to my combat map for tonight as we speak. Absolutely, dude. Like, it doesn't have to be crazy. Yeah, just like a couple of rocks, couple of trees. You know, they can hide behind things. It makes ranged combat more interesting. Like, it just takes like a few things. And speaking of, I said this in my Daggerheart retrospective. One of the things that was the way that I interpreted it, but in retrospect, I didn't need to interpret it that way, and it actively made the scene worse, was the way that I interpreted the final fight in the Daggerheart starter adventure, where I interpreted that final area to basically be a blank box, like within the fiction. But it doesn't say that. I've gone back and looked. It talks about it being a clearing, but that just means no trees. I absolutely could have done a lot more to make that final fight more interesting. I could have added more terrain. I could have added more things. And I think that combat was much worse for the fact that the only piece of terrain was the cart. And even then, you see one of my players, Blue, latches on to the only piece of terrain in the entire scene. He says, "Can I hide under the cart?" So even when I so massively fuck it up, they still latch on to the one piece of terrain that I did manage to include. So that was a lesson for me, and I think it's a really good example of sort of the blank box type combat and why it's not great. Every time Becca's making a long diatribe. Hush, Moninius. There's one thing that BG3 taught us is that D&D players love to throw enemies. True. I narrated that area not as a blank box, but as the actual arena that was still a blank box, and I regret it. Yeah. It's one of those things where, like, it made sense within the description to have it be a blank box, but then I actually went into the combat and I was like, whoa, this is so much worse. Like, I could have added rocks or elevation changes or standing stones. Like, there are so many things that you can put into that final fight that I did not, and I absolutely regret it. Anyways.
You're all right down there. No answer.
Yay!
You made it.
I'm looking for Scanlan too, by the way, kind of keeping an eye out for
Perception
Scanlan.
check. Inside.
23.
23, okay. Second time. As you're glancing through, you see no sign of Scanlan. You do see now that there are small groups of these clan individuals are now pulling out of homes various denizens of Western and pulling them towards the center of town. They're screaming and kicking, or some of them just aren't putting up a fight because they have no way to, and they're just pulling them almost like shields to the center of town. It seems like.
Okay, I know it's fucked up that I'm looking so happy and and excited as they're doing this horrific thing. But look. This is, what was that jig? You'll see. Where was it? This one. No, not this one. This one. Yes. I think. Yes. This is the escalation. It is actually almost literally exactly what I recommended, or what we talked about as an escalation of the players' rash actions. So it is literally the players took rash actions and Reggie got strung up. Scanlan took rash actions. More villagers are getting taken. Now they are ready for the final escalation, for the final version of this. If VM steps out of line one more time, disrespects Kevdak in any way, they kill all the villagers. This is exactly what I said. This is how. This is the 3-step, kind of pyramid, to get the players to really inherently feel that they need to not be as rash. Is you start off with one person, then you escalate it to potentially be more people, and then if they're still rash, you follow through and you say, hey, those more people, they're done. Big thumbs up to Matt. Big thumbs up. Ooh. Oh my gosh.
Have a plan.
Have a plan.
We don't know that.
I'll ask back.
Okay.
Dr. Hoovy, are you just describing a Helldivers 2 map? I think you're just describing Helldivers 2.
Think back.
Do I see them? Do I see the group? We've cleared the area more or less, yeah?
I mean, the area where they are, as you glance back, yeah, there doesn't appear to be any current set. Whoever was set to go to that side of the gate to check it out
Has been
is not returned.
Sure.
Can I turn back into a crow, or do I need
I
you
have
do
to.
that?
I have to cast
Just
it
cast
on
it
you.
again, yeah.
But it's a new casting. It's not just the same casting.
Correct.
Okay, good.
I can't drop it in.
So you start heading back?
I head back.
Okay, Scanlan.
Oh, me?
Yes. So, as some time has passed, you guys have waited it out.
I'm looking for Scanlan.
And I want to drive home this a tad bit more. Just only a skosh. Only a skosh bit more. But this action of all of the villagers getting taken, this would have been inappropriate. If this had been the reaction that Matt gave for their first rash action. So their first rash action of killing the one Goliath and leaving Reggie behind, rounding up all of the villagers would have been too much. But because this is the escalation that I keep talking about of they did one thing, Matt gave them a small consequence, the first step. Then they do another thing, and now you can have a higher level of consequence. You have to build up to the consequence. It also would have been bad if here, again, talking about these escalation steps, it would have been bad if Matt would have just murdered all of the villagers. After Scanlan did this second rash thing, even though we already had Reggie, if Scanlan goes in and does this secondary rash thing, it would have been very bad. Bad DMing, bad storytelling, if Matt had just murdered all of the villagers. He had just said, all right, the Goliaths just go around and just that would have been terrible. But it's a great escalation to put the villagers in more jeopardy. Because now Vox Machina knows the stakes. They have already seen what the Goliaths will do. They've seen what the Goliaths are capable of, and now they know that all of the other villagers are at the same risk as Reggie, and they know what the follow-through of that risk is. So Matt has set this up perfectly. He has set up the stakes. He has escalated it in accordance with Vox Machina's actions. Perfect. It was not too little. It was not too much. Perfect Goldilocks escalation of the scene and the stakes to make the players more careful and less rash and let them know that their actions are really going to have consequences from now on. And let them know that the consequences are higher than they used to be. Because I think they've always had consequences. But he's now letting them know that the consequences are life or death. And he has escalated that perfectly. Please don't stream and drive. It's like being a teacher. You need to give a few warnings before you start throwing people out of the classroom. Yeah. Something competent bad guys keep in mind, and you need to as a DM, is you need somewhere further to go. You can't do the worst thing first or the party has nothing to fear. Yeah, absolutely. Totally true. Peaked on first meeting, now is just a background threat. Yeah, and I think it depends on what they're supposed to be. And that was part of my confusion early on in the Chroma Conclave arc was I thought that the point was going to be to stop the Chroma Conclave. And if that was the point, Matt escalated it way too quick. You know, it was just instant escalation, nowhere to go. They can't stop them. The Chroma Conclave won. And the rethink after more and more of watching it and experiencing the Chroma Conclave is that was never going to be the point. The point is that the Chroma Conclave wins immediately. the Chroma Conclave succeeded in their plan. And that's just how it is. Now the actual challenge is how do you unseat them? You know, we're not trying to stop the apocalypse. We are trying to unseat the tyrant. We are trying to unseat the unjust government. You know, this is Hunger Games, not Infinity War. So it's a very different type of story than I originally thought it was. And I think that there's, you know, some amount of critique there of like accurately portraying what kind of story you're going to tell in a way that makes maybe a little bit more maybe a little bit more immediately clear. But ultimately that's small potatoes. In terms of how you actually execute on the idea long term. My biggest gripe about media trying to show a bad guy is bad by starting on having him off a random henchman for a minor infraction. Is it shocking? Yes, but you're now very limited on how much further up you can go. Yeah, that's why the phrase of save the cat, kick the cat, or save the cat, kick the dog. Those are relatively minor infractions or minor benevolences. You know, like saving the cat is not like there are so many better things you could do in the long term of heroics than save a cat. And there are much, much, much worse things you can do than kick a dog. So it really is about setting up the bad where you have room to progress the story. However, if you want to show like waning badness throughout the story, but then like re-escalate, I would say actually a counterpoint to this ink charm, but I think this is an exception that proves the rule, is Castlevania. So Castlevania, the animated show, starts out with Dracula like massacring people because he's Dracula. But that's because as we go through the story, Dracula gets less and less bad. So like that is actually the point, is we start out at his maximum badness. And then the story de-escalates him as a villainous force throughout the course of its story. Now, I won't spoil how anything ends, because it's a delightful show if you haven't seen it. But that is a screenwriter that understood the rule. Like, that is an example of they understood the rule of you need somewhere to go in order to keep your villain villainous, and they specifically did not want him to be as villainous. They wanted to show that dichotomy of him getting less and less villainous over the course of the series. So they started him at maximum villainy, and then it slides. But that was very purposeful. Like that is an example of someone who absolutely knows the rules, so they're allowed to break them. You know? Yeah, great show. Really, really good show. I don't have a lot of media recommendations I can give, especially on TV and movies. Castlevania is awesome. I could see it working if you're doing a prologue and then the baddie gets taken down immediately after. True, that's more of like they're more of like a set piece at that point than an actual character. So that could absolutely work, yeah. At that point, you aren't telling the story of a bad guy. You're setting up the... Oh, I didn't even read the rest of it. Yes, exactly. Yeah, you're not telling the story of this bad villainous character. You are using the bad villainous character as like a moment to foil the hero. It's kind of like a golden fleece type story where the interaction of things on the journey is what defines the hero. Very Star Wars. Very Star Wars. Like the Emperor and Darth Vader are as bad as they are ever going to be, but it's because we're not concerned with their development. The thing that matters about Darth Vader is how Luke reacts to him over the course of his journey, his Golden Fleece story. It's how Darth Vader changes Luke, not how Darth Vader changes until the prequels. So yeah, absolutely agreed. Absolutely. What was that? Buffy? No, Castlevania. Castlevania, the animated TV show, I think on Netflix. Castlevania. Yeah, big recommend. Here, let me see. Castlevania animated series. Wait. Animated series. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this one. If you see the art style that looks like this. Netflix, okay. Yeah. Castlevania's fucking awesome. It's really, really good. Anyways. It also got a sequel, Castlevania Nocturne, both are A+. Yeah. Yeah. Really good fight animations as well. Great characters. Really good 3 main character interactions where they all have very distinct motivations and morals and goals, and they play off of each other really well. It's a really good way to show the dynamic of a leader and a lancer. Although throughout the series, all of the characters inhabit multiple roles, which it also makes the entire series valuable from that perspective of like showing how people inhabit multiple roles over the course of a story. It's just a great TV show. It's just really, really well written, I think.
On my way back, by the way. Keeping an eye.
You are currently hunkered down with Kaylee, Dr. Dranzel, and this cluster of 9 survivors. You've managed to parry off one incursion of these herd members within the temple. The barricaded door is still slightly ajar, as closing it would make quite a bit of noise.
Mm-hmm.
What are you planning to do?
I mean, I have to get these people out of the city, I guess. So they know the location of the entrance to the sewers, correct?
Kaylee said that she knew, yeah.
All right. Well, then I'm just going to. Shit. Do I know that the Goliaths were working with orcs at all, or was it just Goliaths? Is it? Well,
no. From what you've heard from when Grog was interrogating the first member of the herd that you guys found on your way south through Western, it was a largely Goliath herd that had been challenged by and then defeated another clan and then absorbed them. And the other clan involved a lot more varying races and specialities. There were half-orcs, there were some kind of wild elves that were part of the crew, and a lot of brigand humans. It was very much kind of like just defeated their leader, took in the others because their choice was to either die or join.
Mm-hmm.
And as such, it has grown to this much more mammoth-sized roving herd.
Yeah, they're basically land pirates, essentially.
I don't remember the name of that herd or anything, right?
No.
Or what they looked like. But they were motley and they involved half-orcs and things.
There were a couple half-orcs, there were a few humans, there were I think you saw one wild elf, and then mostly Goliaths based around the center of the Margraves estate.
Okay. All right. Well, I tell the people there's 9 people, right? Plus me and Kaylee and Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I gather the people around and I say, we're going to be moving through the city rather fast. In case we are spotted, I need to hide you people or make you not a target. So I'm going to disguise you all as a band of irritable half-orcs and grotesque humans and the like, using seeming.
Great seeming use. Woo! You don't get a lot of instances where seeming is like the best spell for the situation, but it's solid here.
And just look ornery and look mean, and if you're approached, just sort of spit and kick the dirt and look pissy, and we'll go.
Make a performance check.
A performance.
In showing them and guiding them on how to act as these.
I can demonstrate it for them. Yes, with my acting abilities. Okay, I'm such a good performer. I'm not even gonna look. Taliesin, what did I roll?
You're doing okay. It's okay. You with your performance bonus, that's a 20.
Okay, good.
You take a moment to show like some guttural snarls, teach a few odd, curse words in Orcish that you learned through your travels.
Yeah. It's just some vocal warm-ups. When you want to get deep. Everyone try it. That's good. Work on that.
They all gather up along with Franzel and Kaylee, who looks kind of suspicious at what you're attempting. It's like, what exactly are you trying to do here?
I'm just trying to keep us safe and get these people to the sewers.
Okay, also, dude, I don't even know if I've said anything negative so far. Really good little point for Matt of using an NPC because, I've talked about like, it's good to get, the intentions of your player, and I fully recommend breaking the fourth wall, like breaking kayfabe, to just straight up ask your players if you think it'll really matter. But if you can keep it in fiction and you can have an NPC be like, what are your intentions? That's a solid way to go about it. Keeps the scene moving, allows for the character to express themselves even more, not the player. Keeps like the player in the character, and gets you that information as the DM about what their intentions are so that you can run the game the most accurately.
You know the way out of the city, don't you?
I can show you.
All right. Do you have weapons? Can you protect yourself? Are you okay?
I can protect myself. Don't worry, Scanlan.
I'm just worried. I have to worry about you. I will always be worried about you. I'm sorry.
And you'll always be disappointed to find that I can take care of myself.
No, I won't be disappointed at all. In fact, that makes me quite happy.
Good. Can we be off then?
Well, all right. Okay, as long as you're happy, I'm happy.
Right.
Listen, I'm sorry. It's just I never get to see you, and
Hi, Mustang. No, we actually we have close to 2 hours left. So I kind of need to shut the fuck up. Yeah, it ends at 2:50.
I know we're in a rush here and everything. You can't hate away me being your father, all right? I will always be the guy. No matter how much you curse my name and wish I was not part of you, my blood is inside of you, and I'm sorry, people, but, I care about you, all right?
Right. It's not going to stop me from trying to hate you, Wade, but I get what you're saying. Well, do your trick.
Okay, so I cast Seeming on the lot, and I make a few orcs and a few humans.
Any number of creatures within 30 feet of you. So all of these Western peasant folk, yourself, Dr. Drenzel, and Kaylee all of a sudden become, to varying size degrees,
I can make people a foot taller.
Foot taller, yeah. So like they can be somewhat, larger. You're still, you're still tiny little goblinoid half orcs.
Sure.
But it gives a visual perspective based on what you've seen of this troop, and everyone kind of looks at themselves, looking at the back of their hands. There's this one kind of younger man in his probably mid-teens, who's like, "This is amazing," and they also making the noises at each other. Like for a brief moment, all the fear subsides as they're for a moment giving into the play of acting like a half orc, and then they all get serious again and look to you and Kaylee goes,
"All right then, follow me."
Ooh, she's so good.
And slinks out the door, looks back and forth for a moment, leans back in. "Coast is clear." And she nods. You see a troop of about, it would be 12 half-orc looking barbarians of varying aggressive stances start pouring out of a broken temple and into the street.
I swoop down a little closer.
They're heading in the south direction. I'm waiting to see.
Tippy Hedron.
Earth elemental drops from the sky.
Dude, imagine this spell with Pass Without a Trace. Like, Pass Without a Trace is your default, like, we're going to sneak through here, and then you have Seeming on in the back, like, behind Pass Without a Trace. You would have to, do, like Vex and Scanlan to pull it off. But then it's like, even if we get caught through Pass Without a Trace, we appear as something different. These spells could be very good for any, like, refugee like saving quests, any like basically this is like a good ass smuggling spell. Pass Without a Trace has a lot of uses. Seeming, I haven't really thought about it, but it's a good smuggling spell. Very interesting.
Hails them all.
Okay.
Can I tell that it's Scanlan and crew?
No, you have no idea. It's very believable. And
It's
you just see
very
this roving band of half-orcs now that are heading southward through the town in a cluster. They're
Okay.
like jumping from one alleyway to another, and they're heading kind of southwest.
Am I like, this is sporadic for a group of orcs, or am I like, crazy fucking group of orcs?
Make an insight check.
Alright. Yeah, I don't like that one. I don't like that one. I'm taking it back. I'm taking it back. Ooh, that was better. That was better.
I feel bad.
she bailed on her own. I didn't trust him. It was in the air. 26.
26. Something is off about this troop, but you're uncertain what it is.
Okay. All right.
All right, you guys continue to move.
We're going to continue to move as fast as possible.
You move southward past one sequence of alleys to the next street south, and Kelly continues to usher you guys up to the edge of the alleyway. She looks back and forth, nods, and you guys walk into the street again. As you step into the street, a voice goes, "Hey!" And Kelly stops and whips around and looks in that direction. You can see a troop of 3 individuals led by one Goliath, and there is one kind of wild-looking elf who has like face paint strewn across the front of their expression with this long, almost red-locked, light brown hair, and what looks to be an older human with like streaks of black and gray and this long, long beard that's tied off near the stomach, bare-chested with like scars across the chest, and they all kind of loom up as the Goliath steps up, or pointing out,
We need you to the west gate.
and he kind of steps up.
Who's your watcher?
I step forward and say, he was killed by that.
Really solid example of how to progress things while also giving more information. This is the exact sort of thing that Brandon Sanderson will do a lot. Or really any author. Brando is just the one that comes to mind most readily, of giving you more information about the world while also putting you in risk and jeopardy and progressing the drama of the scene. So he is putting a little bit of weight on it, but he's also giving them an excuse to meet back up with the rest of the party. So he's like, hey, go to the west gate. So giving them a direction, putting them at risk because they're talking to someone, and giving them more information about the faction and the world of who's your watcher. But that sentence does double duty by also being an inherent challenge, a risk. So just a lot of really nice, subtle little things from Matt this session that I'm loving.
At Gnome.
No. Where'd you see it?
Right in the center of town. He was a scary, undead gnome, and he's roving about.
And I will also say, if you want practice at this sort of thing, run Blades in the Dark. Run Blades in the Dark, because the most common result, the most common roll should be what's called Risky Standard, and the most common result is success with a complication. And it is one of the things that I think, I praised Daggerheart for essentially letting the DM choose to not do a complication right now and take a fear instead, because sometimes you can't think of a complication, but if you want exercise at it, if you want practice at this sort of dialogue of like progressing the scene, of failing forward or succeeding forward, Blades in the Dark will force you to do it as a DM. It is endemic to the fabric of the system. So if you want practice, fucking run that shit. You did both. We're still... Fuck. Sam always shines when he has to improvise tricky shenanigans. He does. That is true. Chell Owl.
Dak sent us to search for him.
A conception check.
Yeah, but 19. Yeah.
19.
That's so ugly. Central town, eh? Well, then you should probably come with us then. See if we can swarm it. Follow.
If I may actually.
Great failure. Great failure consequence. This is literally in Blades in the Dark. This would be a equivalent to. There is a so there's the position. There's the position that you're in, which is either oh God, oh no. It's been so long since I've played. We haven't played Bit-D in a while. I don't remember the most safe. Controlled. Holy shit. There's controlled, risky, desperate. So these are all of the positions. So positions. And then separately, there's the effect, which is great, standard. Shut up. Shut up. And limited. And any of these can all be swapped. So you can have controlled, great, standard, or limited. So this is, and you can kind of tell what they mean just by, looking at them. This is how much of an effect your action will have. And this is, kind of how likely it is to succeed or how risky it is, essentially. So one of the failure modes for risky is to go down to desperate. So, and let me show an example because I think it's really pertinent to what Matt just did. Blades in the Dark, positions and effect. Position and effect. There we go. That's it. Oh wait, what? I just want to see the image. Let's open image. There we go. Okay. So this is a good example. Oh wait, you guys can't see this. Fuck. There we go. That's a little bit better. So if on risky, if you roll a 6, which a 6 is the highest you can roll, a critical is rolling more than 1 6. So 6, you do it. 4 to 5, you do it, but there's a consequence. You suffer harm, a complication occurs, you have reduced effect, or you end up in a desperate position. So this is a great example. This 4 to 5 is exactly what the equivalent of what Scanlan just rolled. So Scanlan's basically intent was to eschew suspicion. He was trying to not have the orcs see through their ruse. And he did it. And that is possible that he did it, but there was also a consequence. He didn't get the highest option. He didn't get you just do it. It is you do it, and then you end up in a desperate position where they are now taking you further away from your goal. If you fail, things go badly, you suffer harm, a complication occurs, you end up in a desperate position, you lose this opportunity. So it might be that they are suspicious and they want you to come with them in order to maybe be like, let's go find your commander or your watcher or whatever. So in both of these positions or in both of these ideas, obviously there's no equivalent to this in D&D, but you can still think about it that way narratively of this idea of controlled, risky, desperate. I think does translate into the feel of D&D well, where and I think it's a good concept for succeeding but also pushing the drama forward of he succeeded on what he was trying to do, but now he's in an even more desperate position where they want to stay with him and they want him to come with them, and all that. And you can see him. He's like, "Oh, wait, no! I don't want to do that." which is a great feeling to have. So that is, I think that Matt, without all of the Bit-D. mechanics and backing. I think he's doing a really good job of representing that core sort of emotional feel of what BitD is going for, right? BitD is trying to mechanicize that progression of position. So how... my mic came out. Like BitD has mechanicized the idea that the longer something goes on, it changes risk levels of like, okay, you succeeded, but it became more risky or became less risky or what have you. And you don't need to mechanicize that to get that feel. This is a great example of getting that feel in D&D without all the mechanics behind it. Yeah, I think you could have avoided this if he had chosen a slightly different lie as well. The situation makes logical sense for them to ask him to come with them. Absolutely. Absolutely. And one of the things in Blades in the Dark is, so you have this like, you have these things. You determine these positions and these effects after the player tells you the intent and after they tell you what they're doing to achieve that intent. So there's a possibility that if he had chosen a different lie, it might have been a controlled situation. But because he chose this lie, and maybe, both lies, maybe both have standard effect, but because he chose this lie specifically, it's risky instead. So again, there's not necessarily me saying, go and play BitD, it's so much better. But Matt is showing you an example of how you can achieve that sort of feel and have that sort of thought process within this. Of like, you can think about it of, okay, even if they fail, I'm just going to make things more risky for them. I'm not necessarily going to like immediately slap them with a consequence, because I think that is more common in D&D. Is they have a check, and I think it's one of my main critiques of the social pillar is that the sense of progression within the challenge isn't mechanicized, so it's on the DM to represent. And I think that Matt's doing a really good job of representing the progression of a social challenge. So when they walked up, it was risky. He made a roll, and now, the roll succeeded, but the situation got even more risky. Again, progression within the overall social challenge, which I think is really what you want out of a good social challenge. It's what you want out of combat. It's what you want out of exploration. Like, whenever you're presented with a challenge, you want a sense of progression if it's going to be multi-stage. Some challenges are single stage. Some challenges are just like, you hit them and they're done. But I think that even in D&D, that doesn't mechanicize, essentially multi-stage challenges for social or exploration, I still think they're very, very good for your game. And this is a great example of how to do a multi-step, multi-stage exploration or social challenge. We don't even know if he failed or succeeded, really. But we know, even without knowing if he failed or succeeded, the scene is progressing, which is exactly what you want. Even if your players don't know if they failed or succeeded, there needs to be some movement through the scene. Quick, throw it, pride parade. What? I don't even know what we're talking about. Because you said it came out. Oh. Lol. If he's looking at the camera, Matt, he's uncomfortable. Put him under stress and his eyes go to the middle distance. Lol.
Kevdak said to follow the gnome, and he ran this way. I'm sorry. We have to follow Kevdak's orders.
Desperate? If I'm in BitD, desperate standard. So let's look at desperate standard really quick. Oh wait. Oh no, you can't even see it. But basically, desperate has the same 6 effect, but the failures are worse. So if you succeed, it still works. But the failure modes are worse.
Yeah. Pardon me, sorry.
Which I think is absolutely accurate to this situation.
Please.
Pardon me.
Make another deception check with disadvantage.
Come on, baby. Gotta get there before they run out of cucumber sandwiches.
Come on.
Well, same thing, 19.
Yes. All right, we'll send a few more men your way.
Oh, fuck.
Stay on that trail. If I see you again and you ain't got a dead gnome in your hands, I'm gonna cut that head from its shoulders.
All right, you have my word. We're gonna do. Yeah, see you later.
A strange one.
And that's a great example of probably a 4 to 5 of not just you do it, but there's actually was a consequence. It is that a complication occurs. They are going to send a few more soldiers your way. So now as Scanlan, that's a bad complication. So you did it, you succeeded, but your timeline is now limited. You need to rush a little bit more. Everything's a skosh more risky for the entire rest of this sequence. It's very, very, very good. Very, very good.
And the 2 of them head back as one of them just kind of keeps a distance behind you guys, following you as you travel. You dart into the next alley, and Katie's like, come on. And as you guys duck into the...
And I think if you'd gotten over a 20, again, if you want to have this sort of thing, you're thinking in terms of degrees of success. If he gets over a 20 there, they just believe him. And they don't send anyone with... They don't say like, okay, we'll send a couple of guys your way or whatever. They're just like, oh, okay, yeah, that's probably good. But because he got under the 20, it works. But they're a little bit suspicious still. They're going to send some people after him. All very good examples of degrees of success.
Shadows. Everyone's pace quickens to the center of this alleyway where there is, like it seems like a large stack of partially emptied crates that contain, it's like broken pieces of furniture. It's essentially a small dump in the area. It's nothing food or refuse wise, but there's definitely like this is a graveyard for broken furniture. But in the center there is a small cylindrical stone protrusion and a grate on top. And Kay runs up and goes, "Quick! How do we get this open?" Which
Doctor?
Yeah, Dr. Dranzel steps forward and goes,
Let me take care of this.
which is funny because Dr. Dranzel looks just like himself, but just all covered in face paint. You can't see his hat. He's kind of enjoying this persona for a moment. He goes and strains as he pulls upward, straight. Natural 20.
Hey!
Does he strain?
Everyone can beat doors but us.
And don't you forget it. So, inside.
Yes, go.
And they all start climbing in. Dranzel and Kelly helping get the peasants down inside first, at which point the one that was following you guys turns the corner in the alleyway and starts approaching from behind. This is the guy with the long, kind of black and gray beard.
Here! Where are you going?
That gnome again. So one of us saw him go down this sewer. We're following.
I'm gonna have to go back and report this. I don't trust...
Hold on 1 second, and I'm gonna cast Hold Person on him.
Okay.
Get it, Scanlan, get it.
Natural 20 on his saving throw. As he turns around and stops for a second, looks over his shoulder. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. At which point, Kaylee reaches out with her hand and see if this works or not. 5d8.
Sleep.
So many dice.
Yeah. And as he turns around and goes to walk away, he falls face first, asleep on the ground on the outside of the alleyway, just halfway in the sun of the main thoroughfare. Kelly runs up real fast and grabs his ankles and drags him.
I go to help.
Go.
I don't know the way through the sewers. You have to go lead them, not me.
Drops the leg there.
I start dragging him.
All right, you guys drag him off to the side, and you guys quickly dart in. As you all jump inside, Dranzel grabs the grate top, gets down behind, and
Right before he closes it, I step out. I step out and I say, take them to safety, bring them outside the city, hide, stay safe.
All right. Same goes for you, Scanlan.
Well, I'll do my best.
Yeah, you will.
and he pulls it down, screws it into place, where it feels kind of taut, and you are now on your own outside of this area with a sleeping individual, his snoring slowly subsides. And he starts rousing from his slumber about a minute later. Rubbing his chin. What are you doing?
While he was still asleep, I'm just booking it towards the western gate, away from him.
Stealth check.
Okay. 18.
Okay. All right, so the rest of you guys at this point in time, what's your plan?
Guys, I'm heading in towards the city. Do we have a report yet?
I'm getting nervous about Scanlan.
Can I hear him?
Go in.
Am I back close enough yet?
I'd say by now you've returned in Raven form. You can hear in over the earpiece.
And it's been how long since we've seen him? Since he went in?
Since Scanlan went in, I'd say
Since the bells.
Since the bells, it's been about 10 minutes.
We gotta go in.
Going in.
Should have seen him by now.
I come down and I land on Percy's shoulder.
Not that again.
And then I
Scanlan
come,
fell down a well?
I come out of Raven form.
Not on my shoulder.
On his
Not
shoulder.
on
Thank you.
his. Well, maybe I kind of like slide. Sorry.
What did you see? Report.
Okay. They are ripping all of the townspeople out of their houses. It looks like they have their own counter plan for a situation like this. There was also a band of very strange orcs heading this direction. They were acting strangely. I don't trust it. We can either get out ahead of them or try and wait and see if
Were they headed this way?
they were headed this way.
We should
Did you
probably
see
move
Scanlan?
then.
Then we should. I did not see Scanlan. I
Let's
looked
head towards the center
everywhere.
of town.
They might have him held prisoner.
They might have him held prisoner.
Why didn't we give him a gate stone? We should always give the
Because
gnome
we're
a
fucking
gate stone.
morons.
I didn't know he was gonna go that far.
I thought he
we
was
should
going
just-
to the gate.
Every time, that's the thing, okay? Gate stone to the
We're going
sky.
to- I promise when this is over, I will surgically implant it in him.
I mean, we can. Scanlan, can you hear us at all?
Hello?
Anything?
We just gotta go in.
Yeah.
I'm going to start.
Damn
I'm going
it!
to start making my way on the rooftops towards the center of the town. I'm heading in. I'm keeping to the roof. If I'm going to take any shots, I'll try and take them quietly.
I fly up and I go along the roof line
We
with
can do that
him.
thing that we were working on.
I fly up
Dude, me and Scanlan thought the exact same thing. Quiet guns?
on the broom and then I land on the rooftop and stealth.
Okay.
across the
It's at
rooftop.
this point in time you see the two giant eagles, the one that took Keyleth off earlier. As you come up on your broom, it kind of sees you.
Oh, I've been watching those things.
Right. And as you're having this discussion, they notice her float up and kind of see you guys begin moving in towards the city. One of them just turns around and heads back to the center of town. The other one's
shitballs.
taking a cheap shot at you.
Whoops.
Towards you. Roll initiative. Is everybody who's going to have anything to do with this right
Oh,
now?
I'm getting in on this shit too. Man.
All
How
right.
far away from our group? are
24. Oh.
They're probably a good.
we? Way up high in the sky this way.
Or are we
We're
trying
looking
to
about
get
100
this?
to 150 feet up comparatively.
Are we trying to get this eagle? Is that what we're trying
Yeah.
to
He's trying to kill me.
19.
Yeah. Can I get in on that as well?
Yeah, roll initiative. All right, so yeah,
24.
20, Jesus,
Yeah.
and 19.
19.
18.
All right.
Nice. Yeah, man.
Sorry, what'd you get?
18.
18. All right, so you have.
Saren Ray blesses you.
17.
12 for Keyleth.
13 for Vax.
All right. All right, Vex.
Fly high up for
As
smart
the eagle swoops in, you have a brief moment where it's coming at you. You can go ahead and make your shots at it, whatever you want to do this round. What do you want to do?
How if I land on the ground and shoot at it, will it be within range?
At the speed it's going, you're not going to be able to get back to the ground this round unless you spend your whole round getting there.
Then I shoot at it from the air.
Okay, it's 2 shots at disadvantage.
25 on the first.
Yeah. On the first. Alrighty, that hits.
Okay. 17 on the first hit.
17 damage.
Yes.
Alrighty.
And 24 on the second hit.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
13 on the second hit.
Okay. As you, this is with disadvantage, right?
Yeah.
As you release the first arrow, wings are up, giant sharp beak extended, its claws in the air, the air sinks into its body, but it still kind of just shakes it off, continuing going into a further dive towards you, its wings outward. We're back with the second arrow. The second arrow strikes at the side of the face, kind of scrapes across and embeds in part of its wing shoulder, at which point its form goes into what you see to be a female elven form, that then just drops straight down for 100 feet.
Into the pit?
No, this is more inside the city.
But she was 250 feet up.
Not 250 feet, about 100 feet up.
That still sounds pretty bad.
Still,
Really bad.
it's a...
Okay, we got. Oh my goodness, we got an ad incoming. Interesting. I like the use of either polymorph or wild shaped individuals here. That in my head I was like, why are there eagles helping this herd? Like, I guess it kind of makes sense. Whatever. That's a nice little touch of faction and world building that I think makes sense, that there might be like evil druids, essentially, like an evil kind of pirate druid circle within this herd, that the herd maybe took over. And or there are people that are polymorphed, but especially when they have two people in Vox Machina, it's almost it's a very, very small but very slight sort of foil to them of this very like minor, almost nega version of them. It's a nice touch. It's a nice touch for the world building of the herd, of the faction building, you could say. I also like the fact that Matt used their own tricks against them. Yeah, absolutely. Like sometimes that can feel a little cheap. And I would have to think more on like what the distinction is between when it feels cheap and when it doesn't. But here I don't think it does. I think it feels solid. I think it depends on how contrived it feels. Like how random is it that people within the herd can do these things? And I don't think that feels random at all in this case. So solid. All right, we got to go on a break. I will see you guys in a little bit. Enjoy this ad. Ba 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 da ba 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 da. All right. Matt, M Dog, if that is your real name, I need you to not do anything interesting, good, or cool for a little bit. All right? 'Cause I need to not pause for a while. We really need to just watch some of this video. So I need you to not do anything worth talking about, okay?
I don't want to drop from 100.
It's like softball, and I'm just waiting.
Between that, you guys watch it. She just goes. Like there's a little.
Is that
Oh
other
no,
one
a
still
little
booking?
elf puddle?
The other one's still
Is
booking.
she out of bad news range?
No, still within bad news range. With like
Take
a
a
couple
shot.
shots.
Do it, Rosie!
I'm gonna. Not only am I gonna take a shot, I'm
Ring that
gonna
bell,
take a wing shot.
Keyleth runs towards the girl who fell.
Good job, thanks.
All right.
So you start heading that direction.
Yeah.
Taking two shots.
I'm gonna do a ring shot. Let's see what happens.
If you miss, okay, move.
Oh yeah, that's 28.
28 hits.
This is gonna suck for her. Here we go.
Really
Loud
loud.
echoing
They knew
blast
we were
out of
coming
bad
already
news
anyway.
echoing through the city.
They're already gathering people in the center of town.
Yeah, Admiral, that's another reason I've been considering the alternative chat. I think I'm going to try to make the alt chat work. I just need to make it look a little bit better first.
A little late now. We killed a bunch of. Oh god, that's awful.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
13 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And she also has to make a strength saving throw.
That's gonna be a
19.
Yeah, not gonna beat that. 12.
I think it says she's knocked or get knocked prone, so I don't know what you want to call that for something flying, but
She's falling now.
yeah.
Yep. And so she's falling. You hit her. One of the wings, and she begins plummeting downward. Not able to gather air at the moment underneath the wings. You're taking a second shot.
Sure, I'll just take. And for this one, I'm going to be an asshole and take a sharpshooter shot.
Okay.
I'll use the big guy.
Go for it.
I'm going to trade up. That's.
I'll say before you calculate, I'll say this has disadvantage because it went from flying at a smooth pace to plummeting, and you have to.
I had
quickly...
to reload in the middle, so like I'm skeet shooting here.
Yeah.
That's I'm gonna miss. That's -5 to hit, so that's 12.
12 just hits. Giant Eagle AC is not that great, man.
That's so sad. Oh god, I feel bad now.
12?
Giant Eagle doesn't have a crazy AC.
Oh man, I really.
It's more of a travel form. It's not meant for
Fighting.
main fighting. The one that was going for you, because you were the one that was nearest to it, wasn't expecting a hail of arrows in its face.
29 points of damage.
And with that, you see it fall as an eagle and then into a person that continues to fall
I got a grip point back.
and disappear behind the skyline of the buildings of Westerun that block your view of the center of town.
Well, they don't know who's coming, at least.
Are we close enough to loot that first body?
Sure, you guys.
Well, I was headed that way.
You guys then.
I'm staying on the roofs.
Yeah, moving around the chasm that you created, you head inside the western gate of Westerun at this point.
Hang on, wait. Well, I'm headed to the body still. It's inside the gate.
Yeah, it fell inside the gate of the city. You approach, and it's a rough scene. Fell on like the head and the shoulder, and the rest of the body's kind of accordioned in.
Like the body doesn't appear to be any druid related to the Ashari.
Looking it over, make an investigation check.
Figure out which end is out first.
Oh, that's a really good check. My investigation's not great.
It's your dad.
20.
20. You take a quick glance over, checking where any ceremonial markings of the Ashari are. None. This individual appears to be more of a primal-based druidic talent. There are tattoos, pretty basic, various animal totems that are inscribed on the body. You're familiar with this form of druidic magic. It's a less refined version of what the Ashari people learn and teach.
Gotcha.
But yes, no, there's no inclinations as a member of the Ashari.
Okay. Is there anything good on her?
There is a soaked set of hide, or not hide, of leather armor.
Non-magical?
Non-magical from what you can gather.
Pea.
Yeah. And what looks to be a shattered quarterstaff that may have been landed on. Beyond that, you're gonna have to get sifting through the remains. It's not gonna be a fun experience for what little you may gather.
I'll let it
Start
go.
harvesting.
I'll let it go.
Damn it. I'm going to go really fast. Okay. So I've also been super hard on Matt for loot stuff. That is an example, I think, of a way to reward players that want to loot bodies in an actually interesting way, even if you don't have anything in mind to be interesting on the body. Like, I remember early in the Underdark, people were like, oh, like, what would you put on the bodies to loot that would be interesting? And sometimes you just can't. Like, sometimes you can't put anything interesting on. But he still essentially gave her a reward. Like, at this table, they like being pretty brutal. And so just describing the brutality and what has happened to the gear due to the player actions is a reward without doing like meaningless bookkeeping that doesn't actually matter like 2 gold pieces. So, fuck, I just can't stop complimenting today.
Harvesting?
She made her choice.
I'm going to start rooftopping towards the center. If I see anything interesting going on in the city, I want to stop and investigate.
Ditto.
Looking from rooftop to rooftop?
If I can I do a bit of can I do a little parkour? I want to do a little parkour.
Sure.
Can I use acrobatics?
This is acrobatics, more of a jump because there are large city street maps that are like 25 to 30.
What if I parkour it? I can find. I want to be able to. Parkour. I want to try and be smart about it and find any way I can make it to stay a little.
Make an acrobatics check.
An acrobatics check. Thank you.
Amateur Spider-Man.
Can I join him? I was gonna join him.
Do you want to get off your broom and do that?
That was the thing. Yeah, I was gonna fly up on the broom, land on the roof, and then scoot across the roof.
Okay. So yeah, so you go ahead and you get up with him, and you can go. You two of you can start like going off the rooftop.
Look, it's a mechanical engineer on the roof.
23.
23. You guys make it a couple of streets before you reach a point where this block does, because the main street intersects with another main street that goes southward, and the gap is about 30 feet to jump across, and you know from experience that you couldn't do that with a regular jump.
I've got an idea. If you get on the broom, I'll just hold on. You can plant me down if I see anything. Just keep low and by the roots.
Can't you just sit on the broom with me?
What is going on? Are Grog and Pike and I supposed to just stand out by the gate? Are you guys going to head
We had a
off?
plan.
I thought we were going in. We're heading into the city because
we were going in.
I mean, we had a plan and then we didn't have a plan.
We
so
should
we
go
have,
into
like,
7 different directions.
You look up as you see, suddenly glance overhead, a shadow from one rooftop to another. Make a perception check.
18.
It's Batman. 18. You glance up and you see the dangling, kicking feet of Percy underneath a broom that just across the top of it.
All right. They're traveling, yes?
Yeah, they're traveling back inward to the city.
All right. Well, that's good. I probably can't catch up with I'm just gonna keep poking.
Wait, but the earring.
Oh wait, I can hear. Yeah. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Thank you. I forgot about that. Hey, oi, guys, oi. Oi. How's it?
Oh, fuck, I have something else to say. Okay, so I had someone comment the other day about how they don't like passive checks. They don't like passive scores, just broadly in general. And I was like, why? And I might not have checked long enough. Maybe they've replied by now. I don't know. But I also know that we've talked about passive scores before and like when they should be used, when they shouldn't. And especially, I remember G. Hercup during the Loch episode asked about passive scores and, hey, aren't you essentially just planning out places where people will succeed? Like if you plan out a door that needs this, certain check and their passive score passes that, aren't you essentially just like giving them that door? And, we had a whole conversation about it. This is actually maybe a prime example of an area where I think a passive check should be used, like passive perception, because Scanlan would not have been able to actively want to perceive it quick enough. It would need to rely on his passive scores, in my opinion, in terms of like what the scores are used for, checks versus saves versus passives. Passives are things that are just your ability to affect the world around you passively, not through your own assertions. So like saves are for when things happen to you. Checks are for when you are actively wanting to affect the world. And passives are how you interact with the world when you don't want to do anything, but also the world isn't doing anything directly to you. And this is a great example of that, where Matt could not have planned for that Percy stunt. But this is absolutely a scenario where I think his passive would be valid. Perception save. No, because nothing's happening, and that's something to hit home. Nothing's happening to Scanlan. Nothing's happening to him, so it's not a save. But he's also not doing anything, so it's not a check. And if that is maybe the kind of mental 1, 2, 3 to do is like, is it happening to them? No, not a save. Are they actively doing something? No, not a check. But is it still challenging and they might not be able to perceive it or interact with it? That's a passive. I think that's a short, concise heuristic that you can probably find exceptions to. But I like that as a generalized heuristic. I have something to say, but things keep happening that are good, and I want to talk about.
Did my plan work?
I don't know. Did your plan work?
What was your plan? My plan was to send all the Goliaths, all of them, out through the main gate. Did they all come through the main gate?
No.
Only 6. It worked.
Oh, okay.
Scanlan, it appears they are doubling down in the center of the town. Do you have any idea on why they would be doing this?
Well, I don't know. They're very perceptive. I may have alerted all of them to our presence.
Oh,
but
fantastic.
it was a distraction.
Sure.
And in a sense, that was my mission.
A distraction from what?
You know what? We killed 9 of them.
A distraction
Nine of
from
them?
their
We killed
terrible,
9 of
terrible
them.
lives.
Good job, Scanlan. Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Scanlan, I'm glad you're okay.
Oh, thanks. Is that Pike?
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Pike.
Hi.
Oh, how's it going out there?
Oh, it's good, it's good. Scanlan's not used to
Okay. What should I do? Where should I go? Who should I kill?
Stay put and let us come to you. What do you see around you?
Where are you?
Idiots on broomsticks flying around?
Shit, that's us.
Sit down.
All right.
Oh no, I don't feel bad about talking, Admiral Jackpot. But also, I don't think it's good when I make a 9-hour stream. Like, my ideal ratio, we've talked about it, is my ideal ratio of like good and transformative, but also not stupidly long, is like somewhere between like 2.5 and 3. Last stream, what was last stream? Last stream was 3.65. And I think that's just a bit too long. My goal is under 3, above 2.5. That's my sweet spot. Because otherwise it's too long. It's not very consumable. I think it limits the audience a little bit. But counter argument, it's fun. How about instead of a timer, we have a constantly updating ratio element? I was actually just talking to John about how I might try to make a formula that will like auto calculate the ratios. Maybe. I prefer 10-hour streams. Look, I think some people also prefer that. And honestly, I might not be as concerned about it if I can get the eye patch development stuff, but especially since I stopped doing the eye patches, I was like, okay, the only way that people can consume critical eyes is through the lives. I want to keep the lives at a relatively more consumable ratio. But maybe once I start doing the eye patches, I'll be less concerned. Anyways.
Can we all convene in an alley?
You do. You convene in an alley within the next couple minutes. A little bit of a confusing telephone bit going back and forth, but you do eventually gather. As at this time, you guys do hear what sounds like some voices shouting about a block and a half up the way.
What's up?
Are there buildings?
Are we all together now?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're buildings
By the way,
everywhere.
hi, this is me
Oh my
now.
god, you don't even look like yourself.
I look pretty cool.
So good to see you. We should get inside for a moment.
We should.
Okay.
Is there like a wine cellar or a door or
Is there
something we can
windows?
beat
Is
in?
there
A window?
There are windows. You don't see a wine cellar in the immediate vicinity of this
Why don't
house.
we jump in the window?
Oh, I'm gonna get it
look?
open quietly. I'm not gonna break anything.
Can I look in the window first?
Yeah, you go ahead and glance and make a perception check.
I see nothing. It's a 2.
It is very dark. There's no light inside. And
What about our dark vision? Can we see anything in the window?
No, even with your dark vision, you guys see as well. There's nothing inside. The building appears to be vacant.
Is it locked?
The window is locked. Very minor lock.
Well, I just rolled a natural 20, so it's...
You
Well,
wasted it
that
on
was
a
the most
window.
deft unlocking you've ever done.
I hit it like
sneezed on
Yeah.
Windows, no problem.
Great. You guys all crawl inside of the room, and looking inside, you do notice that the some of the furniture is kind of tipped over. The front door, actually, that leads out to the main road, the south-facing road, the knob is broken off, like someone just kicked the door in. It looks like there was signs of a minor struggle, but there's no bloodshed from what you can see. Most of, if any, belongings that had any value have been taken. The place looks stripped of anything metallic. It looks like it's been pretty heavily ransacked inside here.
All right, Grog.
Yeah.
They were dragging everyone out of every available door and dragging them to the center of the city. Why?
Oh, people shields. Meat shields.
Meat shields.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So, like, we go to them, and if we get too close, they slit all their throats. It's like basic Goliath logic.
Lovely.
At its basic fucking storytelling escalation. Fuck yeah, Grog.
So is maybe the one-on-one combat our only option at the moment?
Do we have any other option?
How many were there? We don't know how many.
Probably 30 to 40 now.
Okay.
It is natural storytelling escalation that fits within internal fiction logic. The marriage of Watsonian and Doyleist. It's perfect.
Probably down to 20 or 30.
Well, were there 30 or 40 to start, and we killed 9 of them?
Remember, he said we were down to like 50. We killed like 9.
Oh, so 40-ish.
Two
So 2
marriages.
left. 6 left, Grog, then? 6?
Yeah, it's like 1,000.
That's
Okay. All right.
I've got a plan.
What-
I go to the center of town.
Yeah.
I create a distraction.
Seriously.
That's pretty much all my plans always.
What time is it?
Right now, you're pushing into early afternoon. It's probably, I'd say, the equivalent of about 1:30.
I know, perfect. Last question I have. Do we know where Will Hand's residence used to be?
You do. You would know very well if you
Outside
spent a lot of your time.
Outside or inside?
Inside the town, but it's a little bit northwest of the center area. So it's closer to where a lot of the temples and the worship areas are. And there's a small park there that was across the way.
maybe something useful.
It's a red brick building. It stands out against a lot of it because it was built specifically to kind of be this small gnomish hovel that was built by his own hands.
So when attacking, right, once you've given up your position, it loses its worth. So my suggestion would be we move to approach from another vantage point, or we can just kick this thing off and I walk in. I'm fine either way.
All right. Well, are we nearby a sewer system? Scanlan, do you know?
Oh, I happen to know exactly where a sewer system is.
We can try and sewer across the town, or we can just walk right in.
Where are we trying to get?
To the center of town.
We thought about seeing if maybe we could get to Wilhad's house.
Oh.
And where is that, and why would we be there?
Well, that's Puck's grandfather.
Sure, I know, but does that provide us some strategic advantage?
Well, no, but we might be able to see if he's all right.
They probably dragged him to the center of town by now.
How can we
check
get
to
through
see-
this? Go ahead, Peg.
We could go to the center of town and check to see if he's there. And maybe take care of business. And then hopefully he's not there, and I mean, he could provide a lot of help.
So maybe we go to his house first.
Yeah,
He's
'cause
your
if we go to
grandfather.
we go to center of town.
It's all going down.
Yeah.
How do we get out of this with the least civilian casualties crowd?
Not really thinking that far ahead.
Sure.
We were supposed to also pick something up.
Yes,
for
a
that.
two-story.
Do that after.
Well, wait, the thing might help us. Who knows?
It was a red brick, two-story home
Near the
with
fountain.
dark wood.
Wait.
Near the fountain crossroads.
What, do you know this house?
There for that.
Doesn't that sound like the house that...
It's Wilhelm's house.
Well, Wilhelm's house in the temple district stands out because it's this small little like red brick area. The one that he's talking about is more of a classic kind of dark wood with red brick outside. Like the way he described it was it's very colonial style, but like with a brick base built around it.
Is that not the leader of the guy that runs the restaurant?
That was Master Quall's house.
Master Quall.
Yeah, Master Quall is just the master. He's his own little independent. No, the Margrave's house is the one that's in the town square, and that's where Kevdak apparently has taken as his homestead.
Right, and that's not the description of that.
So we either start this now or we prepare. There are pluses and minuses to both thoughts.
They have a bunch of innocent people who they may just start killing.
Here's my question: if we wait, will they ever theoretically let them go, or is it easier to just slit throats?
No.
Then we shouldn't wait.
Shouldn't wait.
We shouldn't wait.
Then we just do it.
Those of us with distance, we find positions around the square.
We stealth around.
The second we start attacking, they will start killing.
If
He walks in on his own, challenges Kevdak to a duel.
Yeah, look.
On your own.
So it'll go like this. Everybody get high vantage points. I walk in. I'm pretty sure if I call them out, they'll step aside. If it starts going poorly, I'll leave it to your discretion.
Or if other people start getting iffy with the civilians, we can start taking shots. I know I can drop a few before they do anything.
I've burned both of my wild shaping ability for right now, unless we wanted to take a brief rest to regain our thoughts.
This is sort of a brief rest.
Is
we're
this
taking right
considered
now.
like a short rest?
No, a short rest is like a half an hour to an hour of like intentional
We can
rest.
afford. We can take that.
I'll tell
half hour?
It's
They'll
the
start
middle.
killing
It's the
people?
no. It's the
Half
middle of
hour.
the day. They won't do it for no reason.
Yeah.
They don't
Yeah,
even know
30
where
minutes
we
is
are.
nothing in a hostage situation.
Take a short
Alright.
rest if you
We'll
want
take
to.
a short rest and we'll finish fleshing out this plan.
Okay.
Does anyone else need to heal up?
I'm good.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna burn a hit dice.
I am too. I can. Yeah, but I don't want you to waste my
Save it.
spells.
Yeah, save
I
it.
can use a hit
Save
die.
spell.
Yeah, we
The
yeah.
Margrave house, when they were flying over in
really?
mist form, there was something that looked like it was red and smeared on the outside of the walls. Is that
Yeah.
the Margrave house?
Yeah.
Are we close to the edge of town?
About like a 5 to 6 minute walk. It's not, or like brusque jog, I guess I should say. It's close, but not like right outside.
So yeah, that what I would say was my plan. If you feel like walking
Any
in,
hit dice you want to spend?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
we can point guard you from a distance and make
Yeah.
sure if anyone tries to attack, we take them out.
Spread out.
Well, we should try and probably have a few people on civilian duty as well, kind of like we did before.
Yes. That would be perfect if you're willing to. No, that can't. You don't still have the house that you can summon, do you?
Of course I do.
Can we put that door somewhere and start sending people if we liberate them to it?
Of course we can. However, it would have to be somewhere close to where the hostages are. They would definitely see their hostages jumping into a magical hole.
We could put your magical hole inside of a building and send people into the building so that it's got like double cover.
And if anyone finds your magical hole, they can jump in it, or do they have to have permission?
By the way, so many jokes. So many jokes. Resisting.
You're being very good. Very firm on this one.
What happens if you lure Goliath and Orc into the magical hole? Do they get stuck in there?
I imagine they'll have a lovely chicken dinner.
Yeah, because after 24 hours,
They
they get
can
pooped
leave.
out.
They can leave when
I
they
think they
want.
can come
leave
go as
when
they
they want,
please.
yeah.
So it's not like a roach motel?
No.
No. Yeah, it's not like an
Vex
evil
can
song.
capture one of them in
I
here.
can.
Pokeball. That's good to know.
Okay.
If we know the city this well, how far would you say is Wilhand's place from where we are now?
I'd say it's about
Mile and a half.
Yeah, it's about a 20, 25 minute walk north from where you are right now. It's a little ways west of Noja's old store, and
Wow,
yeah, it's about 25 minutes.
Would you like to go first?
And I will say, this is the complicating factor here is, now he's saying like 20, 25 minutes, whatever. The way that you can shield yourself from falsifiability as a DM is you give either a time or a distance. You give one or the other. Or you give you you can give both but make both of them vague. So it's like you can give kind of, more specific ranges on one or more specific ranges on the other, or you give vague both. Because the moment that you really open yourself up to falsifiability on like how long things take are when you give distance and time. And then it's like, well, wait a second. That rate is way too crazy. I give you a journal, but the short as always have to have consequences. So, yeah, here it's, and that's why I'm not necessarily saying that it will be good or bad. It will be telling. Because, again, like, there's a very broad concept here. Very, very broad concept of D&D, fundamentally. The risk and the challenge of D&D is about resource management. If every single time players ran into a challenge in D&D, if they had unlimited uses of all of their resources, like imagine this is very hyperbolic. I'm taking it to the extreme, but imagine a situation where none of the spells are rebalanced, none of the features are rebalanced, but we get rid of spell slots. And we just say you can cast any level spell unchanged anytime you want. You can infinitely. You can just keep casting them. It would be difficult to make the game feel challenging, right? Especially if you don't rebalance anything else. Like if we keep the entire game the same, just remove spell slots, it's not a challenging game anymore. It's actually very, very easy. So at the bottom of it then, because we do have spell slots, the challenge and the risk of the game is primarily related to how much challenge you encounter before you can get your stuff back. That's why I talk about D&D being a resource management game, is because you have a limited amount of resources that you have to decide how to spend before your next rest. So when you encounter a risk, I'd love an entire video on this topic. Maybe. That could be fun. I've been thinking about some more like strictly just like chatting about TTRPG related stuff. So maybe I'll write that down. But so that's broadly the concept is conceptually it's all about resource management. So whenever you take a rest, when you take a long rest, when you take a short rest, you are resetting the challenge. So it is broadly telling about like a strategy or what have you on what happens on a short rest. It really has a huge impact on the tone of the table and how challenging the game feels, how gritty it feels. is how the world reacts to you resting. Because it's not just that you're resting and time is passing and what have you. You can not care about time, but still care about resting. It is how does the world react to you getting your resources back? Because if the world never reacts to you getting your resources back, just again, very broadly, very abstractly, if it never reacts to that, then you should take on a challenge and then go and sleep. Go and take a long rest. And then you should take on another challenge and then go and long rest. And then take on a challenge and go and long rest. That is the way to be the most successful if the world never reacts. So that is what I mean by it will be telling. Is does this situation react to a short rest at all? Does it react to that? Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it does. And you set a very particular tone and a very particular challenge level by how the situation reacts. So we'll see. That's why, I didn't go... I still don't think I can go deeply into how will things react here until I see it afterwards. I think it'll be much easier to analyze this particular scene in retrospect after we see what will happen. But it will definitely be telling. My thinking is whether it's always a short rest. How can I give negative consequences, or if can sometimes be short rest? They took one at a strategically good time, no consequences, not often. Yeah, it's, and I think that is the thing, is you're basically saying what you're hitting on, I think at least, what you're thinking about is rewarding them. But that's the reward you're giving, is they took it at a strategically good time. They're being creative. I'm going to give them a reward. And the reward is some of their resources back. Like that is absolutely the reward in that scenario. In the same way as them blowing through some of the herd very easily is their reward for thinking creatively about that pit trap. So it's the same thing. You can use rests, essentially free rests, as a reward for good and clever gameplay. Now, is this good and clever gameplay? Like, are they correct? Like, have they correctly analyzed the situation? That's a good open question. If you're in Matt's shoes as the DM, have they correctly and accurately analyzed your situation of saying, oh, an hour won't make or break this situation, the situation won't change? Is that a correct analysis? And do you want to reward them for that? If you think that that's like good and accurate and like a good thought process, and you want to reward them for thinking about your situation at a deeper level, then absolutely, they get a free short rest. But if you look at your table and you don't think that that's an accurate analysis of the situation, or you don't think that they're actually thinking about it at a deep level, they're just kind of coasting, then I would say they don't get rewarded for the short rest. And the not reward for the short rest is making things harder. It's a weird trade-off of things, of they're going to take the short rest either way. So because they're getting resources back, you need to raise the challenge to compensate by making the situation worse because they took this short rest. So it's this balancing of resources, of if you want to reward them, they get resources back, you don't raise the challenge. If you don't want to reward them, they get resources back, you raise the challenge. It's all about whether or not you want to reward them for their gameplay. So which is why it'll be telling. of does Matt essentially reward them or not. We'll see. I don't know. I think ultimately, especially in this situation, I think that's pretty up to Matt. I think that is very up to personal opinion on whether or not he thinks that this decision is worth rewarding or not. So yeah. To be specific, the idea of a magic system without spell slots, that's what I was reacting to. Oh! Yeah, basically just like non-Vancian magic within a tabletop setting. Yeah. I think Daggerheart is kind of approaching it. I mean, it doesn't have, spell slots, but a lot of them use stress. So it still is approaching that sort of thing. I'm sure that there's a system out there that does it. We could probably do like a research stream even to try and find a non-resource based TTRPG that accomplishes magic without resources. That could be very interesting. I'd be down for that stream. It's hard with character limit. Nah, no worries. I heard that. Yeah. But yeah, it's a very, very interesting conceptually on essentially what do you reward your characters for? What do you consider good and clever gameplay? And what are you and how much are you going to reward them for that?
To see if he's there.
It's choosing between the people in town or...
You don't have to.
My OC is the only one in my party that benefits spell-wise. 2 short rests. If we are not hurt, my party never wants to short rest. Well, and that, what you're hitting on there is how much benefit is there to short resting. Like, you can quantify all of this stuff on the back end as a DM of if they even do short rest, how much benefit even is that? So anytime the party gains a benefit, how much reward is that? How much reward do you think they deserve in this scenario? And how are you going to reflect progression in the world based on their choices? So in the case of Scanlan seaming the entire group, that's a very cool action that should absolutely be rewarded. And so Matt rewarded him by making it possible that he can just talk his way out of this instead of fighting his way out of this. That's the reward for the seaming. But he is still introducing things to push forward the drama. So even if the short rest is a slight reward, mostly only for you, Mustang, the consequences, the way that the challenge rages, should also only be slight. If your DM doesn't want to reward, if it's not a clever short rest and the DM doesn't want to reward it, the consequences should only be slight. They shouldn't fuck you when you only got a slight reward for it. But those short consequences, in the same vein as what happened to Scanlan, should still push the drama forward in a way. It should just only be a slight increase in challenge or negative or what have you. Yeah. Anyways.
You can send a couple of us to go check in.
And grab the stone. Go check.
Wait.
Back.
I'm sorry, but we need Pike with us.
She can go check and she can be back in 60 seconds.
She has to get there. She's the worst at stealth.
That's very fair. But we can send someone and have them right back. It's not...
What if we go there and we find him, and then what? You can pop back, but he's alone. You can't pop 2 people back with a stone.
I'll go.
I can pop us back.
We can send him back, and then I can get back on my own.
You don't know where you're going.
Pike, can you tell me how to get there?
Yes.
I've walked city streets that I've never been in before.
We can start getting into our positions, and then when you're done, you can join one of us.
Well, what's going to be the benefit of finding him before the fight as opposed to after?
That's fair. Well, unless they're holding him.
Unless they're holding him.
But they
in
wouldn't
which
be
case
holding him because they don't expect us. They don't know it's us that's
Well,
coming.
then he's either safe in his house or he's in the middle of the town square. Either of which.
I'm good either
We're
way.
okay.
We're
Also, if we
okay.
cut off the head of the snake, there's no
It doesn't matter.
issue.
Let's do it. Let's go towards
And
the
he is
center
a very
of town.
powerful cleric if we do find him. So it'd be nice to have some extra help.
He may already be there.
And if he's... I feel like we should go to town, because that's a lot more people than one person.
Is his house near where we're going, or no?
No, it's sort of wide arc, so you have to go up and over to get to the center of town. The center of town's like right center. It's kind of like north center.
I mean, I could mist there, and I can do something to get there faster.
No, we're gonna need.
We don't need to.
We need your spells. Yeah, don't waste your spells
On a hunch.
like something
Look,
huge.
let's just face this. Wish each other good luck, and we meet in the middle.
Are we going to flank the entire city center?
We're going to make. It's a town square, if I recall. There's like a. They've got a barricade. Correct me if I'm wrong. They've got a section of the city of the town barricaded off.
Well, it's not so much a barricade more than they have short little barricades built in for like anti-cavalry and for any large like siege attempts or.
So we can slowly we can start to surround it. We can be stealthy and singular. We keep in contact.
I can use Earth Elemental to glide and literally pop out right in the center of the town and avoid everything.
But you don't want them to
can walk
see
right
you.
in.
I would be underground.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I just plan to walk right in.
And Grog, when you fight this person, if he agrees to this one-on-one combat, is it going to be fists or swords?
I have no idea.
Grog, I guess my one concern is what's stopping them from slitting all of these people's throats at any drop of a second?
A warrior's honor.
A warrior's honor?
That's weirdly good enough for me.
And do you think you can evoke that?
I guarantee it.
Men's Warehouse.
Just
Sponsor of the
for
night.
it to work out.
You're gonna like the way you look.
Tonight's episode brought to you by Men's Warehouse.
Okay.
I leave it up to your artistic influences on where you go from here.
Don't be afraid to call your friends if you need help.
If I'm Earth Elemental, I won't be able to speak, so I'll be relying on you.
You'll be hearing. Okay.
I'll be
Are
here.
you
I'm
guys?
gonna stay with Grog.
Okay. Are you guys beelining it like straight
No,
through?
well,
Are you
I was gonna
going?
say,
Are
I
you
could-
arcing past like Nosha's place? Are you going by
Yeah.
the Cobalt Reserve? What's your plan?
Are we going for the element of surprise? Would it be better for me to Earth Elemental and bust out in the middle, or would it be better for me to flank with the rest of you?
It's going to go south if Kevdak sees any of us pop out of the window. So I think that Grog's right. He needs to go in alone. We need to be hidden.
Stay back
We need
and
to
hide.
flank
Stay
and be
back,
completely
be
stealthy.
hidden.
Okay.
And if shit goes south, then we go in.
Okay.
Is there anything we can give Grog to help him? Can't you bless him or something?
I do have a question.
Yeah.
I can enhance his ability.
No, never mind.
Are you attuned out, baby?
What were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was going to see if I should switch out the gauntlets of ogre strength for these braces of defense that give a +2 to my AC, but if I wear that, then it takes out my natural no armor.
What about?
Yeah, no.
What about
No, 'cause it's not considered armor. Not actually wearing armor. It's designed for somebody who does not. So.
Grog?
That's good.
Grog, what if I lend you my boots? Which, when you click the heels together, will also help your armor out a bit, or help your chances of being hit. Helps me attack faster. You give them back to me tomorrow.
I can give you enhanced constitution.
No. I've learned that my strength is with my friends, and my friends have their own strengths. To each their own. Don't want you all handicapping yourselves for me. I would like to change out the braces of defense to get a +2 to my AC for the gauntlets of ogre strength.
Okay. So your strength is in a 17. You take the
My
+2 to your
AC
armor.
goes to 21.
Correct.
Because it goes to 17, my modifier is
And you can still do that.
Yeah.
Would you like some extra strength for your...
Yes, remember, Grog, that mine and Scanlan's strengths are in helping the rest of our friends and our fellow allies. So we can grant you enhanced abilities.
Do you have to do it now? I would much rather you just did it on your own and maybe not tell me about it.
Well, I could do it ahead of time
Just
and
do
just
it.
hold it for a
Just give him a big
while.
hug right now.
Ixnay on the old spade.
Just hug him.
Kiki.
All right.
Just hug him.
I push her towards him.
Give him a hug for good luck.
Grog,
What? Oh shit! What is this?
Grog,
All right.
we believe in you.
Yep.
And I cast enhanced ability. And I give him enhanced present strength checks, or I could give him like. I'm gonna give him Bear's Endurance, which gives him advantage on Constitution checks, and he gains an additional 2d6 temporary hit points.
Okay. Good roll 2d6.
Me?
Yep.
Big money, no whammies. That's not great. 6.
So you have 6 temporary hit points, and you have advantage on Constitution checks.
Okay.
I can feel it in my jimmies that Twitter did not like this. I can feel it. Now, who knows if it was enough to be noteworthy. But this is something that, to be fair, this is a discussion of character moralities. When does Twitter ever like anything that Mercer does? Why? This is a nothing moment for me. I think it is a discussion of character morality and like what characters want. Like Grog is eschewing help. Constitution dice are super underutilized. Oh yeah, I'm not even talking about like the actual thing that she chose, but of Grog not wanting help versus what Travis might want, and what Travis might want for Grog versus what Keyleth wants and what Marisha wants. Like, there's a lot of diverging and conflicting desires here, both from the players and from their characters. And I don't think there's probably like anything that's going wrong here, but this is something that if it happened at the table, I would probably check. Like, I can think of situations that were very similar that happened at my tables that afterwards, like in the like post like recap that we do to like check in afterward, I can very much imagine my players being like, hey, by the way, like, I'm cool with like you doing that. It's just that my character wasn't cool with it. Like, we're all good. Or, hey, this is more the story I was looking to tell. I, didn't really want you to do that. As both a player and a character. Does enhance ability specify it has to be a willing creature? I mean, outside of the mechanics of whether or not it's possible, I think that there's a lot of conflicting desires here, and that it's probably something worth going over afterwards. But I also don't think that it's like high stakes enough to talk about in the moment. The way that I read it was that Travis made it clear Grog did want help, but in a way that would allow him to not have to ask for it or know about it. Yeah. And I mean, I think that, again, I think that's a reasonable way to read it. But that is requiring a read of the situation that I think it's worth checking in about afterwards. I think, again, ultimately, I think Travis is probably chill with how things went down, but I can also see an alternative read where he's not. So probably something to check in about later. For Grog to save face, yeah. And I think that's a good and fair take of it, but yeah. So that is yeah. Again, I think this is a weird one where, like, in this moment, it's lowish stakes, but it has to do with a pretty big beat of Grog's overall story arc. So, and I can like see that some of the other players, I think some of the players at the table are reading it differently. Because there seems to be some hesitation and some amount of disagreement on what should be done here. And I think it's very fair to want to stay in character, stay in kayfabe, and not break it to, like, check in. But it is absolutely, I think, a situation where the after-session check-in would be very valuable. To be like, hey, like, were you giving me that signal? Like, I just want to confirm. That sort of thing.
Advantage on
Not saving throws. Constitution checks.
Checks, okay.
There are no skills that are Constitution-based, really.
Would it have been better to do strength?
When he rages, he gets advantage on strength anyway.
Oh, he gets advantage on strength.
That's okay.
Okay.
That'll be okay.
But, you know, if it comes up.
Well, now that
You
we're
never
done
know.
being all touchy-feely, whatever the hell that was.
Well,
sing a song.
wait.
Oh, Jesus.
Sorry. It's just, I found this old joke book. I thought you might want to hear this joke. And I pull out my bull strength scroll.
Oh, thank God.
And I'm going to read him the bull strength scroll. Can I affect him with the +5 strength?
Well, Bull strength as an ability just gives him advantage on strength.
Oh, I thought it was a +5 to strength. No.
You must have pulled those stats out of the old Pathfinder game.
Oh, I have had this for a long time. Well, then in that case, I'll sing you a rousing song to put you on your way.
And
The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the beard of Strongjaw.
Take your D10.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Aid.
At what level?
I'm going to do 4th level.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast it. I can cast it on 3.
3 people for plus 15.
Plus 15 hit points.
Who else do you choose?
So I will choose Vex. Wait, Scanlon, how many hit points are you? How many hit points do you guys usually do?
96.
Oh, I'm okay.
One of these two.
Never worry about
Does
me.
it stack with
Scanlon,
frogs?
Scanlon's building cards a lot.
Never worry
You
about
can't
me.
do it multiple times.
Scanlon,
Yes, my love.
I would like to aid you as well.
I don't need any help. I'm fine.
Just shut up and take
Take
it,
it.
Scanlon.
Is there some sort of
Too late, you're
is
doing
there
it.
some sort of ritual that we need to do together to make this happen?
It just happened so fast.
Like that, it's over.
As she says that, there's a blast of warm light across your chest that fades as she has already turned around. However, Vex, Grog, and Scanlon, you guys, your maximum hit points are increased by 15, and you get those 15 extra hit points for the next 8 hours.
Nice.
Not concentration. Anything else you want to cast?
No.
No. Okay.
I tap Grog on the shoulder and I flash him. Soldier.
Wait.
Don't you dare die happy.
Wait, didn't we just talk about this?
What?
Give him the fucking rock. The rock that he can bounce out of there
It
with.
takes a minute.
So, it's something.
A minute's a long time.
All right, forget it.
I'll reach into my bag of holding and I pull out my trusty salt lick rock and I kneel down to Poe. I say, hey, hold this for me, all right?
Okay,
Yeah, just keep it safe. I don't like getting blood on it.
but listen, I can't lose you twice in one day, okay?
Oh no, I'm not going anywhere. We're just going to meet some really bad folks and we're going to set them straight.
Go get him, okay?
That was the cutest thing.
And I'll walk out.
Oh god.
Are you guys following behind or just letting him do his thing?
We stealth.
We watch him leave,
Okay.
I cast Pass Without a Trace on all
and then
of
we
us.
stealth.
Any other last minute things you're going to help Grog with before we're done?
We good.
Okay. Everyone's good?
He's pretty stacked.
Okay.
Ish. But we
Much
can
as
stay
can
close
be.
to him, though,
I
right?
like that we managed to make like solving problems with violence into an ABC afternoon special. It's really
Kind of, yeah.
We've all learned
Remarkable. Okay.
I cast Pass Without a Trace on us so we can stealth.
All right. So the rest of you go ahead and make your stealth check. Which direction are you traveling, Grog, by the way?
I guess just towards the heart of town.
So just be lining it straight to the center?
Not stealthing.
Okay. Alrighty. So, stealth
14.
Oh my
with the
god.
center.
What's that?
Plus 10.
Oh, then 24.
Oh, thank God.
29.
39.
33.
34.
21.
All right.
Dude, I think I thought the same thing that everyone else at the table thought was, oh my god, you got a 4 total before Pass Without Trace. And then all of them were like, with the plus 10? And she's like, oh no, 24. This is the part before combat I always want to throw up. Yeah, I feel you. The nervous anticipation, yeah.
Grog is not going stealthy, or are you just walking through?
Just walking through.
All right. As you guys follow suit, dodging from alley to alley, Grog, you step into the main roadway. Okay, you're on the rooftop? You in person?
Percy, are you going to the rooftop?
All right, both of you guys roll athletics checks. We'll just take as a continuation of this. Natural 1?
No, that was a 7.
Was it?
Yeah.
No, I think it was a 1. I think it
Nice
was,
try.
The thing was so.
it might have been a 7, but I thought it was a 1.
Well, regardless, you guys get but 30 feet before. Vex, you suffer 8 points of damage as you plummet off
Come
one
on.
of the second-story buildings and
I have
land.
a broom to get up to the top, you know.
I know, and unfortunately, your foot found one of those loose shingles, and you lost your grip of the broom, tumbled, landed, at which your broom then about 2 feet from you on the ground.
I caught it. I didn't want to.
You are the shadow that stalks the guilty.
So you kind of look over your shoulder for a second. Keep marching forward. You get about 4 blocks before you see a group of 4 individuals, no Goliaths among them. It appears to be 2 humans, 1 male, 1 female, and 1 elf and 1 halfling. They're all smeared in muddy streaks across the face. The halfling has the head completely shaved off and has these 2 kind of line scars over the top of the face, the back of the head. They all turn the corner and look over at you. Take a moment to kind of look for any sort of recognition, look at each other, and begin to walk forward, drawing their weapons. Not even approaching.
Lads, no need for that. Traveled quite a long way. See, I'm part of a ranging party for Kevdak. It's very important that I see him. You see, we're family. Now, you can either take me to him, or I can drag you to him.
The elf has kind of stepped forward and pushed the others away, draws these 2 thin, short swords from the sides, look kind of jagged and chipped like they've seen quite a few battles, leans forward and kind of puts one eye on you, leaning at the side as he approaches. Kevdak, you say? Family, you say? I've not seen your face in all the travels we've had with the herd. But you say family.
Don't make me repeat myself.
Make a persuasion check.
Natural 20.
The others behind draw their weapons. One of them pulls out this like long, nasty, double-headed great axe and kind of lets it down to the side and begins to step forward. The halfling draws this gnarled, spike-tipped whip that kind of like cracks it on the ground. Begins stepping forward. The female to the left of the elf goes ahead and draws this long, thin rapier that almost comes like a curve to it, and begins to point it forward as the elf takes the 2 blades and puts it out and stops the rest of them and goes, "All right, family of Kevdak. If you're lying, it'd be fun to watch you scream as he tears the head from you. Walk to the front."
Lead the way.
Walk to the front.
All right. Good, solid place to have an ad right before we really jump into it. Okay. What is a Matt Mercer escalation gonna look like? Because, like, this is... We haven't quite had the same lead up. But emotionally, within, like, the character backstory, I mean, this is almost like fighting the Briarwoods. But it's a very different environment, very different situation. The Briarwoods army was out on the outside. They're going to be surrounded by the Briarwood army, or by the equivalent of the, you know, the undead horde, the wave of undead, wave of tide, the tide of bone. Jesus. But it's a very different situation. So I'm interested to see the mechanics of, like, potential lair actions, the battle arena. We'll see. Let's go do an ad. I'll be right back. Oh boy, oh boy. They're gonna pull off Kevdak's mask. Oh no.
Can I walk past them?
Are we ready? Oh yeah. We're good. We're good on the ad.
To the front.
All right, and the four of them flank behind you, blade still drawn, and just slowly walk about 10 feet to your
Can I
back.
ask you, as I was approaching this city, I saw a dragon fly over. Picked up one that looked just like me and flew away. What's it like being the bitch of a dragon?
There's a long pause as you keep walking, and eventually the same elven voice pipes up and goes, "Well, I imagine the gnashing teeth of such a beast would be comparably painful as the gnashing tips of these blades if you don't shut your mouth, Goliath scum."
You'll be feeling the tips of those before I feel the tips of any teeth of dragons.
Oh, there's many a teeth waiting for you where you walk, friend. Keep going. Your insolence amuses me. As you guys are kind of keeping back, I need everyone to make another stealth check.
That guy tortures small animals, by the way.
I'm still
Natural 20.
Ooh,
Good job,
21.
24.
39.
12 plus 10? Yeah.
That's our girl.
37.
All right. As you guys are stalking behind, there's a moment where you all duck into one of the alleyways, and as Pike spins into the alley, the edge of her shoulder armor, being wider than her actual form, catches the edge of the building, causing this large sound, the sound of bending metal clinging against itself, at which point the troop behind the Grog immediately spin around. Did you hear that? Is anyone following us? And as you've kind of kept walking forward, you feel the point of a blade just kind of gently press into your lower back.
Good lord, you're awful jumpy. You see, when I was last with this herd, the mates that I ran around with...
Nah, you're fine, Theshel. No worries. It is not too mean.
weren't so quick to jump and hide behind their mother's skirts. Keep your attention focused on me, son. We've got important dealings to meet with.
Keep walking. The blade pulls back. As you continue to step forward, you hear a little whisper behind you, and you kind of glance over and look as the halfling and the female with the kind of hooked rapier both break off and begin heading back towards the alleyway.
Perfect. No problem.
So as you guys continue to step forward, you guys have now ducked in the alley, kind of pulled off into the shadow. Listening, you hear very, very light footsteps beginning to find their way in your direction.
Can we wait until they come around the corner?
I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna continue with following Grog. Just at
Are we gonna wait and jump them, or do you want me to stop them?
Split, right?
You guys are all. Have you guys divided into two different groups?
No, we're all together.
Well, you're on a roof. You're on.
No,
a roof.
I'm not on a roof. I fell off the roof.
I'm on a roof.
Yeah, Percy's up. On the roof.
I'm letting them know it's. I didn't want to interrupt that because it was fabulous, but I've been trying to like keep everybody informed of what I've been seeing and just like two are splitting off. They're heading towards there. I'm gonna continue with Grog.
I think we should lie and wait until they come around the corner and then you can.
I'll count them down when they turn around.
Okay. I'll wait to shoot an arrow until they come around the corner.
Okay.
Two of them?
Two of them?
Two of them taking a turn, and
Okay.
I've described them.
Yeah.
I prep a hold person spell.
Two.
Ready for when they turn the corner.
One.
Right. Now. At this point, you now see the halfling kind of darts around, kind of whip out on the side as the elf turns on the corner, rapier at the bend with her hand in front of her. What are you guys doing?
I want to grab the elf and slit her throat.
I'm shooting at the halfling. 2 arrows at the halfling.
Okay.
I'm gonna go for, you said you're taking the elf?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go for the elf and cast hold person.
Okay. We'll say for the sake of you two, so you're at the same target, we'll both roll initiative.
14.
Okay. You go ahead and make your attack first.
Okay.
This is a surprise round. You're not expected to see you there. You dart out of the side of the shadows. They're
So we're in combat. We're gonna raise up the speed.
facing downward into the alley.
Advantage. Okay. I'm going to use luck. My last luck of the day. Okay. This attack. 16.
16 then. Yeah, that would be
No,
just.
that's attack. That's a 21, dude.
21. Thanks. I was
Okay.
nuts.
Hit the other way.
Yeah.
Go for it.
All right. I don't want to be heard. 7, 9, 10, 20, 30, 66.
Jesus. You grab her, pull her back, draw the blade across the throat. With a slight muffling sound, she begins to bleed out.
Also, did I miss it, or did Keyleth did he not do Marisha's hold person, or did he do the hold person and she just failed? Because she's the only one that was like, I want to hold, I want to prep, and then I feel like that one should have gone off first. I don't know.
still fighting and tensing against your body.
Seeing that, I'll switch my spell to the halfling. Not necessary on the elf anymore.
Do I still have a bonus action left to hit a second?
I'd say so.
Yeah, I'm going to shove that in my chest.
Okay.
That is 27.
That hits.
And that is 8.
8 damage?
Plus I'll add poison to it. DC 15.
With 7, no.
Okay, so she takes an additional 12 points of poison damage.
With that, the blade pulses as the poison filters into the bloodstream through the sternum with the blade pierced. As you quietly hold her in place, she goes still and goes completely limp in your arms. You, however, at this point, have turned cast hold person on the halfling.
Yeah.
The halfling sees you jump out and just whisk her out of the alleyway, turns in that direction, and before it has a chance to react, is pulled back with the whip to go in that direction, and just stays there frozen in place.
That's when I release my arrow.
Go for
Let's
it.
go.
With advantage on these shots because the entity currently cannot.
28 for the first hit.
20 for the first. Are you going like right up against it, or is this from a distance?
This is from a distance.
Okay, so that hits.
29 for the second hit.
Both those hit.
And I want a hunter's mark. Can I hunter's mark? Too late? Can I hunter's mark it?
I'll say sure.
There was a countdown.
18, 24 for the first hit. No, 22 for the first hit.
Okay.
And God, I can't add 18 for the second hit.
Okay. So both, just a beat of impact, the body tenses in place, and you see a bit of red begin to trickle out of the corner of the mouth of the halfling. However, still kind of eyes darting around wildly, trying to figure out what the hell is happening. Scanlan, pike anything?
Can I run up and grab the whip out of her hand?
And yes, you can.
Oh, his hand. His hand. So sorry.
No, the female's been by. It's hard to see. Halfling without much mud. You go over and just quickly wedge the whip out of the halfling's hand. No issue.
Okay.
All right, Scanlan, anything?
And
It's pretty quick. It's pretty easy. It'll be like an action. What do you want to do?
I'd like to use my mace.
Sure, I'll allow because it's not defending anything. It's pretty much just like bonus action. Pull out.
6
Go for it.
seconds.
Advantage on the attack.
Okay, 16.
16 hits.
Right. All right.
Because it is a melee against currently paralyzed.
All right, we haven't talked about this in a little bit, but I will just file this under another point of evidence because I've said almost this exact thing before, but especially for Ashley. Matt bends the rules so consistently. He bends the rules. And I think he has kind of just trained her to be like, I can do whatever. Because she is the one that is the least aware of the rules. So sometimes she'll just like ask if she can do stuff. And he's like, sure. And it's like, we just went through a whole thing earlier in this episode about how I bend the rules for my players and the ways in which I do that. But I do that way less often for new players because I want them to learn the core of it and then think about how to bend it. Sort of like the Castlevania villain writing stuff that we talked about at the earlier as well, of like those screenwriters understood the rules so that they could break them well. Like, it's cool to bend the rules and, let Ashley do some extra stuff, but I think it is degrading and slowing her learning process and her, learning curve.
As individual, it is considered a critical hit.
Oh, nice.
Double dash.
So double the dice, and then add the bonus on top of it.
20 plus.
23.
23. Nice. So as you pull the whip out with one hand, you whack and crack the mace right into the face of the halfling to the point where you hit, and you have to kind of get the elbow lift to pull it free. See, face is kind of caved in a little bit, Ninja Scroll style, and kind of twitching. Still conscious.
That's awful. Make it unconscious.
No, not yet.
I have to sit through that.
Not yet.
Sorry.
Oops. Cannot make any of these saves for the life of itself.
Can I attack?
You can now, yes.
I will use the Myth Carver.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god.
Has this happened before?
No, I don't use swords. I don't even know what. I'm going to need help.
Okay, let me help you. This is why we're here. Okay. Roll an attack.
Okay. I don't know how to
use a die.
Okay, I'm going to hold the sword. Can I fumble with it?
Yeah.
Hold it up again, and then close my eyes and just kind of go like this.
Okay, so the attack gives you advantage, but the blindness gives you disadvantage.
Okay.
Cancels out, so just roll an attack.
Plus 8.
12 plus 8?
20. That hits. Go ahead and roll damage, and it's a critical hit.
1d8, so it's 2d8 plus
With the
3.
Myth Carver. Good way to break it.
2d8 plus 3?
There's 1d6 sonic damage, which is also.
Oh.
Do I roll twice, or do I just double this?
You roll
Twice. Roll 2d8.
No, double.
No, you roll once, and then roll d8 and d6. Double that number, add your bonus.
Wait, roll a d8 and a d6.
It's not
That's
damage.
6. Okay, so that's 9. I double that. 18.
plus 3.
Plus 3 is 21.
21 points of damage. As you come with the blade, cover your eyes, as you pull back the blade, the slight humming sound, the blade actually kind of vibrates in place, and as you thrust forward, it goes through like butter with a heated blade. Just the blade, you think you missed, then you open and peek through your eyes and see that you went straight through his face.
Oh,
Like you hit nothing.
The face, the skull.
I didn't mean to. Oh, this is.
You pull it out. It's still kind of vibrating a little bit. There's no blood on the blade. The actual like the sonic vibrations of the weapon managed to shake free any possibility of any of the gore sticking to the weapon.
That's sick. That's pretty cool.
At which point the spell fades as the life force of this halfling no longer holds sway and the body just crumbles into a pile.
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
Onward with our murdering spree. Let's go.
Wait. Are they going to know that their two people are gone?
Eventually.
All right.
Eventually.
We'll just hope that they don't notice. All right.
Can we loot the body
Of course you say that.
before we move forward?
You can if you want to.
I'll check the
Take a
I just
while.
want to make sure that there's nothing
I'm-
super valuable just sitting on them.
I'm gonna keep
Investigation check.
I'm gonna keep talking to them to make sure they know what's up. So just talking in the air. They're still walking.
going on, Percy?
Walking.
27.
27. At a cursory glance, it'll take you a couple minutes, which will put you guys a little behind Grog's procession to do this. But you managed to find on the two bodies about 125 gold pieces, two relatively dirty sets of leather armor. One's more hide actually for the woman who had the rapier. It's a hide armor. And that's it.
All right.
How about on the thing I killed?
You have a whip.
That's the whip
Oh,
that
they
she
did
pulled
both?
off and let it, yeah.
Can I keep the whip?
If you want to.
Yeah.
Okay, take the whip, wrap it up real fast and kind of just attach it inside your belt.
Kinky.
You guys can keep us before I have make another stealth check.
Still pass without a
22.
Yeah.
30.
34.
No, Pass Without Trace is gone. You used a ton of work.
Oh. Then 24.
Then
24.
12.
Just burned you. You got
Oh,
burned.
did it burn? 21. 11.
Okay.
Because the 10 extra thing's gone. Nope, it's all right.
All right. You guys move on a little bit further towards a T portion of the street where you can now see there's a cart in the center, and what looks to be a number of other Goliaths are currently pulling a few individuals, two individuals out of their homes and kind of starting to drag them back towards the top of the T intersection where you guys are passing from. As you get to that point, there's a little bit of noise coming that way. You hear another clank and a shh from behind you in an alley just around the way, and the elf behind you has been walking quietly, stops and goes, "All right, something not right is going on at this moment." Turns around. "You hold here, Goliath."
No, I don't think I will. But I'll tell you what, you make a choice. Walk me to Kevdak, or go check out your little spook fest.
Looks over to the other companion. "Go ahead and gather those men. Have them follow you into the alley." And the other individual walks towards the alley, starts talking to the other Goliaths. They go ahead and take some of the people that are holding by the arms, lift them up over their shoulder, and you now have roughly 6 individuals, 4 of which are Goliath, now joining up for a total of 7, and they're all heading back towards the alleyway where the noise came from as the elf continues to walk forward with you is back.
Just running.
Do we run?
Yeah, we disappear. We disappear.
We hide.
Okay. You guys begin to vanish. And make one more stealth check to see if you leave any tracks behind or any followable trace.
I'm not with them.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. There's an asshole.
You good?
I got 2. Oh,
Back.
Oh my god, she's the
I hate
worst.
my armor. I love it in battle.
This is a set you never quite picked up from Gilmore.
What?
That's you had commissioned an armor that would be silent, but
What?
never picked up.
What?
Ages ago, yeah, we mentioned.
Yeah, I was wondering what happened. I thought we had it
Buried
already.
in rubble now.
No, maybe. I totally forgot.
Maybe when he was dying, he took it with him.
Matt. During any section of this campaign, during any section where you have been controlling Pike, you couldn't have gone and picked up the armor. Like, I understand if he forgot about it as well. I get it. But he is phrasing this like, "Oh, should keep track of that, should remember." And it's like, bro, either you forgot too, or during the dozens of sessions where you had complete and full control of Pike, you actively ignored it. Come on, don't rub it in like that. That's just rude. That's just BM. You use players so well because, as shown, Ashley forgot it existed. This is just BM then. This is just BM. That's just rude. I had control over your character and I remembered, but I knew you would forget. What bad manners from this DM.
Got it under his arm.
Maybe he has magic gold. It might be fine.
Maybe it's in a
That's
pile
true,
of
he might have
dragons.
a
Don't know if that's a real thing, but
He
he might
probably has a magic ball.
I do not
Maybe it's in
remember
the
that.
Fordax
I don't remember that either. So
Damn it.
Well,
All
the
right.
thought hits you immediately. The memory of like, oh, that's right. As you stumble through a sequence of small boxes, your distraction caught you off guard, and you weren't even paying attention where you were walking briefly before you just fall face first into kind of a mushy mud puddle, and kind of stand up and look.
Do anything about
Of
this?
course I do. I'm gonna run up to her and just hold her by the hand. Do they see us at this point?
They are right on the corner. You see shadows beginning to approach across the road.
Open the mansion in a store.
He can do whatever he wants. Don't tell him what to do.
What, they're gonna see us if they're around the corner.
This is okay, just like the social interaction where, you know, we kind of started off at risky standard of like, oh, you got to get away without leaving any tracks. Risky standard. She fails. Uh-oh. You end up in a desperate position. Another great example of how to translate this mentality into giving more complicated and interesting challenges to your D&D party. I would call this like an exploration type challenge, where, you know, she failed this risky standard roll, and now she ends up in a more desperate position by him saying, oh, they're just around the corner. What do you do now? It's much more desperate. They can absolutely still succeed, but if they fail, the consequences are worse. Delightful. What up, Albie? How you doing? Last stream's reaction was amazing. Thank you. I appreciate it. It was long. No, but I thank you. I appreciate it.
Corner.
What are you doing?
I hold her by both hands, and I dimension door us to the rooftop.
Okay. Using what? You've used dimension door twice now today.
That's the third.
That's your third and final fourth level spell?
Yes, correct.
Alrighty.
Open the door, do the top one, do the bottom lock, do the top one, do the bottom lock. Explain on the arcane. Yes.
As you guys are bickering,
No.
on the corner, the group steps into the alleyway as this little of purple energy and smoke quickly dissipates, and they all spin, look into the way, glance about, step in, begin to inspect. Spend a few moments. One of them goes up to where the barrels had fallen over, kind of pokes, looks into the mud, and sees some depressions in the mud.
There's something following us.
Come on. And they all begin to swarm into the alleyway, all 7 of them. You guys, are you backing up further into the alley? Are you trying? What are you doing?
I'm gonna try to parkour to the ceiling again, up to the rooftops.
Acrobatics?
I'm just going backwards.
Go backwards?
Away from them.
Okay, so heading backwards to the alley.
Can I see this happen?
No, you two have just on the roof, and you're kind of like, you can glance over and look on the side if you want to, but this will be like the next thing you see after.
I'm just splitting my attention, trying to figure out what to deal with.
I go air elemental form and into a doorway, into a crack.
Okay, so elemental form, you're now kind of this little cluster of wind just underneath the doorway. As they all step in and look about.
34 up to the.
34 up? All right, you back on the way. They step in and begin to kind of split up a little bit. You guys manage to make it. You come back around and you can head back to the thoroughfare. Continue to follow or climb up on the roof. What are you going to do?
I'm going to follow so I can try to see Grog gets taken.
Okay. So you're going to head back onto the road and kind of duck between alleyways on your own? Okay. So you can do that way, kind of essentially tracking back around as they entered and past them as they're spreading out into the alleyways. Most of you guys are up on the roof now, and Keyleth, you just kind of watch them as they move past and eventually just kind of behind them. Where do you want to go?
What?
What do you want to do?
Hiding.
Yeah, they move past, and all of your companions are currently gone. You're by yourself, hiding this big underneath the doorway in your elemental form. What do you want to do?
They're gone though.
They've moved past you. Yeah, they did not notice.
We've moved on, Keyleth.
Then I try and find them, still in my form, but missing
Okay.
about.
So just a little burst of wind that comes up to the rooftop. As you get there, you can see a couple roofs over, a couple dots of the rest of your companions that are slowly making their way along the road.
Okay, I follow them.
Okay. You guys make your way.
You lot are so funny. You know, I think I saw something running hard in that pile of horseshit over there.
Silence. No
I'm actually,
response.
since I'm already elemental form, I'm gonna go ahead and start parting off from the rest of the crowd. I'm gonna flank around to the other side. I'm gonna start flanking.
Okay, so you gather the other side now. Bells have now fully subsided. All the various warning bells that go off every few minutes, just kind of keeping the state of awareness going, have begun to just dissipate and stop. The elf behind you is kind of glancing back and forth over his shoulders, but still keeps blade forward. You go past that T intersection, continuing onward into the open.
Yeah, I think that this is a especially for Matt, it's a little bit generous, but it's definitely kind of a tonal thing. I at my table, I've talked about how I'm pretty low roll. I will very rarely require, for like a singular action, I will very rarely require 2 rolls. So I will absolutely only have them make 1 roll, and it will be the roll that is the most pertinent. If I think that they are both very pertinent, which I think you could absolutely argue that maybe, like, especially in the case of Laura, maybe acrobatics and stealth are equally pertinent, maybe acrobatics slightly more. If I were in that situation where I thought that, I would still opt for using a passive version of one of them. So in that case, I think acrobatics is slightly more pertinent, And I might, if I was really, wanting to keep the stealth aspect in mind, and I didn't think that I could just let it rest on the acrobatics, I would consider her passive stealth. Because, I think he's bored of getting them to make stealth checks. Maybe. I mean, yeah, kind of joking, kind of not, yeah. But I do think that what you do here and what you do in that situation is really dependent on your tone. So, like I said, I'm relatively low roll. I am going to construct a strategy that avoids rolling twice for a single action. Basically, always. So, like, in that case, I think the thing she is focusing on is acrobatics. And I would just generally say that within the context of D&D, you can only focus on one thing at a time. But if there's another aspect of you that is pertinent, then maybe I'll consider it, like a passive stealth score. That is kind of where I would go with that. But if you're a really high roll table, you like rolling a lot, your table likes rolling a lot, you like, taking the result of lots of rolls and having that impact the game, I think it's absolutely valid to roll both acrobatics and stealth. Kind of, obviously we're approaching a 1x. Yeah. I definitely figured, John. Sounds good. He didn't make Keyleth roll anything at all, though, unless I missed it. That's true. Transforming into wind doesn't sound super quiet to me. I mean, that is definitely what does... that's an extension of, what does wild shape sound like? Which is definitely, that's a really fair question to ask. And to to make a ruling on. I don't think there's a right answer to what it sounds like, but if you're the DM at the table and you say, I don't think transforming into a wind elemental is quiet, I would say, this is kind of an interesting thing. I think it's very valid if you're the DM to say transforming into a wind elemental is not quiet. It has the equivalent of a vocal component for a spell. But since that's not actually in the rules, I would say that you need to establish it beforehand. And my general rule of thumb is if I have not established something previously for my players, I will either, if it doesn't feel bad, and it doesn't put them in a significantly worse situation, I will just make my ruling, be consistent with it forevermore. If the ruling that I want to make would put them in a substantially worse scenario than they, than they think it will, right now in the moment, I will probably say, okay, for now, let's assume that it's silent, but we might need to talk about it afterwards. And then we would check in during the check-in session. And so sometimes, even though I try to be mega consistent, sometimes my first ruling of a thing might be different than the consistent ruling that I end up going with, basically just for rule of cool reasons. I don't want to take something that I haven't ruled on, have them expecting it to work one way, and then take that away from them in the moment. I would rather let them do the cool thing once, and then maybe have the less cool but more consistently runnable ruling afterward. Mega consistent. All right. Transforming into wind elemental is the quietest thing you could do. I guess I just imagine wind effect surroundings. I think both of these interpretations, Sputnik and Jack Barr, are both absolutely valid, especially given that there is no raw ruling. As a DM, this is one of those things that is purely up to your fiat, because there's no raw ruling telling you either way. But it's absolutely a thing that, in this situation would absolutely matter. Like, this is a great example of, like, you need to make a ruling. And at Matt's table, he just kind of makes a ruling in every situation for whatever works best. At my table, I try to be intensely consistent about I make a ruling here, I make a ruling that I can do forever. And those are like different styles. But I think even if you're doing my style, for the first one, I would opt for the cooler or coolest version of the ruling, and then talk about a more long-term ruling afterward. That is generally how it ends. So in this case, I would opt for the quiet wind ruling because I think it's what Keyleth would imagine, or what Marisha is imagining is happening. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done it. So I would opt for the quiet wind ruling, and then afterward in the check-in, I would be like, hey, by the way, when you turned into that wind elemental earlier, do we think that was quiet? And then we would have a conversation about it.
Central square on the north portion of the road. There's the main central road that you guys have been walking, and it opens up into brick and cobblestone upward with a slight square road interface in the center. A series of shops and tents, and on the left side, you recall, is where Noja's shop once was, after it's Noja who had saved you at the first Winter's Veil. Not that you guys see this at the moment, but you see this kind of glancing off to the side. Itself, the door's kind of half open, it looks like the window's broken, and the inside is probably been ransacked as well. And as you step in, you can see there are a number of tents that are half fallen over, carts that are tipped over with fruit and vegetables that have scattered across the floor and have just been left there to rot. There are barrels containing looks like rainwater that has gathered over time, and section after section of these wedged barricades of just pieces of wood that have been jammed into piles with giant spikes and pole arms that have been jammed in there as a defensive place, and just to be an ominous position for anyone who attempts to walk into this vicinity. And you see about every 5 or 6 of these, there is a head adorning it that has been just kind of wedged on and pushed as a warning.
Recognize any of those heads?
Make a perception check.
Oh god, no.
Well, I recognized a couple earlier.
Yeah, you did. I was in Polish yet.
Yeah. You glance about a little bit, nothing catches your eye, you're too focused on the goal at hand as you step through each barricade. As you go through the first set, already you can see the cluster of Goliaths and a couple of individuals that step forward. You're like, hey, who are you bringing here? And the elf behind you says, apparently a blood relative of Kevdak's. Is this true? And a few of the Goliaths step forward and say,
well, I doubt that.
And one of the side says,
blood relative. The only one who's up inside
and steps forward, and you see the next Goliath that you recognize. This is one of the older seers who has one eye that is completely clouded over white and is this kind of swollen, pus-filled socket that has been kind of perpetually infected over time. He steps forward with this kind of thick, kind of almost like a moss-like crust that's kind of gathered under his neck. And he was called Greenbeard because this weird kind of, whatever infection or ailment he had caused this kind of moss-type material to kind of grow across his neck and chest area. And he kind of comes forward using this walking stick, this kind of gnarled branch that he uses. And
is it really you, Strongjaw?
I see your eye still serves you well.
You know, when Zanwar told us that he came across you up north, we beat the shit out of him for being a liar.
No, you should have beat the shit out of him for being a coward. He begged me to let him go.
Really? Well, seems we know at least who's caused all the commotion recently. That man walking midtown by himself into the belly of the beast. So, men, take his head.
And he steps back as about 7 other Goliaths from up behind, and 2 longbow individuals on the far end go ahead and draw arrows and begin to notch them.
I take a backbeat. Well, it would be such a shame. It seems all of you will be missing out on the greatest show of your life. You see, in this bag, I carry the very thing that will topple the mighty Kevdak. You know what I remember? I remember a herd that nations used to part for. I remember a herd that towns used to quake and run from. I remember a herd that was so proud and dangerous they would never hole up in a shit-stick city like this. But what do I see when I come here? Kevdak, prancing up in a place like this, and what? Bending the knee to a dragon? How far you have fallen. Now, if you have any honor in you at all, you'll take me to Kevdak, and you will see what I have for him. And then maybe, just maybe, you can call yourselves warriors again instead of piss-pot squatters.
There's a moment of pause as all the Goliaths that are approaching have stopped in their tracks. You can see their neck muscles tensing as they're kind of wringing their fingers across the handles of their various weapons. At this point, Greenbeard kind of takes a moment and...
You sound like your cousin, Zanwar. The 2 of you will enjoy a night's drinking in the hole. But sure, you want to go ahead and talk to the big man. Let's see you say that to his face before he crushes it. Call him out! Thunderlord! You've a visitor!
At which point, there's all the Goliaths step back, and some of them turn their blades or weapons around, and start slamming them on the ground in a rhythmic tone. Over and over again, and some of them start going into the slow chant. And as this happens, louder and louder, the clattering echoes through the center of this marketplace, this now desolate space. Some of them that were clutching people just kind of throw them to the sides, and some of the peasants begin to like scramble up against a wall, not knowing where to go, or seemingly knowing that if they were to try to flee, it would be the very end of their existence, and are just frozen in fear. As this is happening, you see at the Margrave's home, the multi-tiered homestead, this over and over again, and some of them start going into the slow.
Bug, hush. Something is important. Something important's happening. Stop barking.
And as this happens,
oh, they did not like me telling them to stop. Guys, it's the culmination of Grog's arc. Shut the fuck up. Ridiculous doggies.
Louder and louder, the clattering echoes through the center of this marketplace, this now desolate space. Some of them that were clutching people just kind of throw them to the sides, and some of the peasants begin to like scramble up against a wall, not knowing where to go, or seemingly knowing that if they were to try to flee, it would be the very end of their existence, and are just frozen in fear. As this is happening, you see at the Margrave's home, the multi-tiered homestead, this beautiful mansion which is now smeared with gore that is dried dark brown and brittle. The flickering glow of interior candlelight catches your attention until across the top floor you see a balcony that looks over the entirety of this open area. And there, the dark form of Kevdak steps out, a towering Goliath in his own right. As he comes forward, puts his hands on the railing, the rhythmic slamming of the weapons growing loud like this cacophonous rhythm. His fingers slowly tense and the wood splinters in his grasp as you can see before you indeed the Titanstone gauntlets themselves.
Give me the
almost
superhero
cartoonish
landing.
in size even against his large frame.
Give it to me.
He looks down with his gleaming red eyes, smooth bald head, no tattoo adorning it, but the most of his entire body nearly black with scrawlings of ink for every single life he's taken as he's led this herd. He looks down into the center of this area, down to you, with a joyous smile almost, and says,
Grog Strongjaw. I would never have expected this. Not in a very, very long time. I've got to say, I've got to give credit to my boy for not being quite the fable maker that I thought he was. Trying to appease me with the ideas of finishing a thread that apparently was left hanging. So, you come here, castaway of the Herd of Storms. You have my attention. Now, what words do you bring my ears before I tear them from your skull, boy?
Hello, Uncle. The piece of shit you wiped off your boot has come home. When last we saw each other, you saw it fitting to beat down a mere child. I remember another child that got a beating. Seems like he came from your nutsack. And my, what an easy task that was.
Sometimes the easiest to us are the most enjoyable, if you let them string out for a long, long time.
Well, a regular chip off the old block. If he's anything like his father, that is. So I'll tell you why I've come back.
Please do.
See, I've grown. I've learned. I've also watched as dragons took the mighty Kevdak, wielder of the Titan Stone Knuckles, and made him bend the knee. I was wondering, do you also squat when you piss now?
There are a few chuckles that are immediately silenced at the realization. Kevdak, seemingly unflinched by this, puts one hand on the railing and leaps over, landing on the stone platform that makes the roof of the initial walkway and foyer of this mansion. He steps out to the edge of it and crosses his arms and goes,
See, that's your folly, Grogu, as it was your father's. You're short-sighted. Survival isn't just chewing meat you find and killing what gets in your way. If you pick a fight that you can't win, history won't remember a blood smear on anyone's boot. The dragon was a stage. I've not bent the knee like you think I have. I've merely let it coexist for the time being. But let's just say that dragon's days are numbered. But it's a shame that you won't be around to see it.
Oh, fancy words for what I hear as surrender. But that's all right. I've always believed the world is what we make of it. And you've shown me exactly who you are. You've shown this herd exactly who you are and what they can expect. To live a nice, domesticated life, where the booty runs dry, where the women are scarce, and where I'm sure there are plans at this very minute to unseat you from your high horse. But I've come to do them a favor. They're not gonna get that chance. You and me. I challenge you to single combat for the pride of this herd.
At this moment, there is a long silence as just a breeze kind of finds its way spiraling through the center of this town. Kevdak lays motionless at the top of the mansion precipice. Everyone else looks up to him from you, their faces aghast at what just transpired and staring up to him atop the mansion. He looks down. One side of his mouth curls into a wicked smirk. He puts his hand up like this, and you see as the rows of archers that were along the rooftops of nearby buildings lessen their grip on the bow and put the arrows away. He crosses his arms again.
We reserve the right of single combat to members of the Herd of Stones. You haven't been in number within our midst for years since you decided to lie there and bleed like a goat. But I can't say I'm not amused by your gull. So, for the purposes of this bout, let it be known that Grog Strongjaw is a temporary member of the herd. But the moment his lifeless corpse hits this stone, he will be stripped of any honor and fed to the wolves.
And he leaps off and lands, cracking the stone beneath his feet. As he stands again,
Assemble the ring!
And you watch as all of the Goliaths start grabbing and moving the barricades, scooting them into a circular pattern around the center of this area. Go ahead and fetch the town square if you could.
Oh,
Fetch the town square.
If you please.
Fetch my dwarven forge. Woo! Okay. Okay. A little bit of confusing legalese at the end there, but cool nonetheless. Oh man. I'm just thinking about this compared to Percy. I switched to the fastest speed. Okay, sounds good. And think about this compared to Percy, because he's the only other person that we've, seen a fulfillment of their arc, or at least a major beat within their character arc. And I'm thinking about like touchstones to compare it to. And this is giving big like Hercules taking on Zeus, Gladiator, very much like I have gone out and trained and learned, and now I will defeat him gloriously. And it's very interesting, like the different themes, because like the core theme here is revenge. It's the same, really. Like the real theme is the same as the Briarwood arc. They're both revenge plots. But the secondary and tertiary themes are so different. Like Percy is a scholar, he is a tinkerer, he is an engineer. And the themes of him, especially given like secrets, right? He is not a scholar to learn about the natural world. He is not a tinkerer to improve the lives of citizens and to and to make a new bridge to an unexplored land. That is not why he pursues the arts and pursues the sciences. He does it for eldritch information. He wants to uncover the secrets to the multiverse that no one else knows. He wants to understand the secret ways of the world and how things work. And they could have fought the Briarwoods outside, under the starlight, with a surrounding of undead making a ring around them. They could have fought on a castle of bone and death, but instead, they fought essentially one-on-one. I mean, the Briarwoods had no lackeys, no minions. And they fought underground in a secret antechamber that no one else knew about. All of the party's allies, all of the Briarwoods' allies are out there. They're on the outside. They do not know what Percy and the party will be exclusively privy to. And even after the fight, they are almost left with more questions than answers. Why the ziggurat? Why Residuum? Why did the Briarwoods need to take Whitestone in the first place? Who is Vecna? Why is Vecna? They get some of their answers, but ultimately, they don't know what the sphere is. And he gets his revenge, but he doesn't learn anything. And that is very, very thematic for his character, for his search, his ever quest for more and more eldritch secrets. But Grog, that's not what Grog's about. Grog is about the pursuit, the improvement, the strength. He wants to take on bigger and better enemies. He does not need to learn things. He needs to accomplish things. And what is an accomplishment if there's no one around to witness it? Go outside and run a 10K right now. I can put up a time and I'll sit at home all snug and comfortable in the knowledge that I destroyed that 10K and I'm a little fast boy. But I don't do that. I go to a race. I compete against other people, in front of other people, in public. I don't just put up a time and I know in my head that I'm better than everyone else. I have to go out and prove it. I have to cross that finish line first. And so Grog doesn't just attack Kevdak. He doesn't just get his fight in the middle of the mansion while the rest of them barricade and keep the rest out. He needs it to be in public. It has to be a spectacle because otherwise he hasn't accomplished anything. That's who Grog is. He's the gladiator. He's Hercules. You could potentially say the prodigal son. But the spectacle is as important as the revenge in the same way that the secrets are as important as the revenge for Percival. It's good. It's very, very good.
Oh, don't mind.
Oh my god.
Oh, look.
You really did it. You son of a bitch. You weren't kidding. 3 days ago, you go out of the. We had.
Lol, thanks, Sputnik. It's amazing.
And he left the sushi bar with a big handful of toothpicks, going, "I have plans for these."
I have plans.
That's true. I was like, did you steal toothpicks? He did.
Alrighty, so.
Oh my god. It's beautiful. And it's all made out of cake.
I can't believe I ate the whole thing.
Fuck that house. Look at that house. Why don't we live there?
Yes, they are.
Someday.
Also, welcome, Kaylee. This is a fun one to be on live for the first time. This is a fun episode so far. Oh. Okay, well, I'm glad that you let me finish my speech. Yeah, hi. Hi, honey.
Oh, it's so tough.
No, don't play the show. Do you want to watch? She pressed the space bar. Hi. I know. Paige left and you're so upset. Oh, no. The spectacle is a way for Grog to set Kevdak up. It works for Grog, but because Kevdak also loves the spectacle, it works against Kevdak. Yeah, absolutely. There's so much good here. There's so much. The thematics of this are so nice. Is she a Grog fan? Who isn't? Who isn't? I think there's something to be said about how each understand their similarities to their rivals. Percy was almost unaware of his darkness until they were in the thick of it. Grog, on the other hand, has a very good understanding of the herd and himself, which lets him better socially maneuver into this situation. Yeah, the entire, Grog has legitimately been in control this entire time. He has been in control. He is the strongest in the land. All he's trying to do is prove it. But he's had control. They took him there. He might as well have been riding in a carriage. Grog is the strongest in the land already. He's really, in terms of strength, he's already beaten Kevdak. He just has to show it to everyone. And Percy, on the other hand, is following behind the Briarwoods, picking up their trail, piecing together the mystery and the clues, seeing the remnants that they left behind and piecing together what their motivations possibly could be. The entire sequences are so wildly different, even though they're essentially the same thing, and they both go towards the characters that they're serving so well. so well. She's trying to tell you something about the shortness of your diatribes. Yeah, charm.
Oh God! Tight.
Are we around? Can we see any of this?
You guys are watching this happen.
Yeah, where are we? We're flanking. Slowly but surely.
Stealthily.
Very stealthily.
I'm finding perch on a
Yeah, Admiral Jackbar brings up a good point. Grog has, like I said, like Grog is already the strongest. He's already truly overcome his demons. Craven Edge was the real challenge. And he has already overcome it. That's what he was struggling with Earthbreaker Groon. That's what he's been struggling with the past few episodes. Truly, Grog has already won. He beat Craven Edge, a much more powerful opponent, existentially. A much more of a threat to who Grog is. Grog has won the challenge of keeping and maintaining his identity and his strength of will. Now he just has to externally show that to the world.
top so that I can deal with this shit.
I'm a puff of clouds.
I'm holding Pike's hand.
You're holding up, yeah.
For comfort.
I'm feeling guilty for getting in a fight with my brother right before I got up on the rooftop.
Ready?
This is a great idea.
This is the part where Matt plays dolls.
Yep, pretty much. All right. So where are you guys right now? You're watching this happen from a distant rooftop right at the edge.
Is it possible to move the camera to get the house?
I was flanking.
Right, so you are currently in elemental form.
Can I kind of
Are there other
attempt to
cameras on
actually get on the roof?
Just that.
Can I get,
That one?
On the roof.
can I get kind of on this balcony area?
Over there?
Yeah.
If you want to. It's going to be...
Mist form?
This isn't mist form, this is your air elemental form.
Or yeah, air elemental form. But I can move through things.
You can. So you can...
Super thin. It's like my
Right, so you want to just glide into like a part of the stonework over here, or...?
Right, yeah.
Alrighty. So, at this time...
Oh, no, Matt.
Right, so you want to just glide into like...
Or not actually, Matt. The producers. Wait a second. I need to copy this in, just to make sure I have a thing that I can look at to reference when it's off cam. So, interesting. What's going on? I can't really tell what's going on here. These look like almost sewer entrances. But I can't tell if they are going to be actually like terrain that they have to like grapple with. Like they have to like deal with these, or if they just can like walk over them. Like, is that going to be like half cover? Probably not, right? Maybe it's difficult terrain. Interesting. So there's basically, there's like that, little hill there, like that, little hill there, like that. Wait, I need to redo this. I just need, because I know it's unfortunate that this is the episode with, the technical issues. But I want to make sure that I have something I can reference during this fight when they're, on different cameras. Okay, and then it looks like these are potentially a little difficult terrain hillocks. And then there's another obstacle kind of over here. And then there's a raised elevated platform over here. So there's an elevated platform over here that is kind of off the ground a little bit. And then leads off screen. Oh, and then there's also a big-ass thing over here. What the fuck am I doing? Big-ass thing over here. Okay. There are tons of obstacles to play around, is the first thing. However, obstacles to play around are primarily useful against ranged combatants. But a lot of these obstacles are spiky, so maybe some pushing and some shoving. There's some options here. I'm interested to see how this will go. I'm not sold yet on this. but we'll see. Is it impossible to take a screenshot and paste it into Obsidian? Sputnik. That would be too fast and clever. Damn it. Damn it. Shit. Oh no. It's almost like that's exactly possible. Fuck. All right, before we really dive into it, we've got the map out, we've got the board out. I'm going to take a quick break. And now, especially now that I have a nice little screenshot inside of Obsidian that I can even draw on after I lock it in place. Motherfucker. Oh, wait. Can I not lock it in place? I could have sworn I could lock it in place. Ah, there it is, lock. Shit. All right, I will see you fools in a second. Enjoy the ad. Get some water. I'll be right back. Boop. What up? How we doing? I remember this music from the character intros. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Kevin MacLeod. He's got a fucking monopoly on that shit. So, I was thinking about it, right? We've got like 30 minutes left. 34. Sorry, 24. It's definitely doable. Like, this sort of combat. Definitely, it's doable in 24 minutes. But not overly likely, I would say. So I'm really curious as to if this is going to be multi-phased. And multi-phase combats. See you, Mustang. Have a good one. Multi-phase combats are something that I've been thinking about recently because I've talked about adding in shortcuts or, things you can cut, or like more natural breakpoints within my sessions, and especially for something like a boss combat. I think multi-phases make sense. The classic, like, the boss has another health bar. I think that especially works for something like Kevdak, like a boss combat, where, maybe Matt doesn't want to risk the combat, going for 2 hours and that being at like an unfortunate point within the pace of the session. So you give it, multiple health bars, 2, fucking maybe even 3 health bars, and all of those represent kind of fundamental shifts within the combat where it would feel natural to end the session there. I'm wondering about how that would mess with the pace, though, and like the theming of the combat and the impact, like narratively, of like chopping the combat in half. So I'm interested to see this, because this is, if I'm right about what's going on, which I might be wrong, but if I'm right about what's going on, this is something I've been debating, and I kind of want to see how it plays out. After Jet as well. Please remember this time to watch the post-session cooldown. Oh yeah, we'll do. See you later, John. So many things can happen in 3 minutes. Kevdak could change his mind. Kima could show up with the Horn of Orcus. Charm. I never work for free.
Part of the stonework over here, or?
Right, yeah.
Alrighty. So, at this time, as everyone assembles all the spikes inward in this circle position, and you stand in the place, Kevdak walks into the center of the ring. He takes the gauntlets, puts a hand out, and one of the Goliaths comes up and takes a weapon that you haven't seen in a while. This dark red, rust-colored axe is placed into his one hand as the gauntlet grips around it, taking the blood axe in his hand. He closes his other fist and slams them together, and as he slams them together with a sound of metal, his form warps and grows, and was once already Kevdak, who...
Oh my god, he's a rune knight. 7 years in the past. Matt, once again, stealing from the future.
Held a good 4 to 5 inches on your height. Swells to about 12 feet tall.
Excuse me? Bullshit.
Oh. Wait, Kevdak just grew?
Yes.
Kevdak just grew.
Oh my god.
I just peed.
Holy shit.
Ashley,
I mean, for real, it's probably just, the Titanstone Knuckles give you the enlarged spell. But still.
So, whereabouts are you guys at this moment? Just give me some inclination. So, Keyleth is over there, keeping relatively hidden as a air elemental. Need you to make a stealth check as part of that to see if you're noticed.
Natural 20.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, girl. That I like.
Figuring out where you're hiding.
Are we coming from behind
That I
there or
like.
from this side?
I'll take
This, you guys will be coming from this direction here.
I'll take the 3 o'clock. If the house is 12, I'll take the 3 o'clock.
So you'll be kind of up in this position?
Over there.
Over here? Okay, so we'll say Percy is up in the roof
3
area.
6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock.
Okay. Need you to go ahead and roll stealth check as well as you move up there to make sure you're not seen. Where are the rest of you?
Natural 20.
Oh!
You guys.
Have to.
Is there a rope in this area?
There is off to the side there. If you'd like to maneuver in this area as well.
Especially with how
Who
long.
wants to be up there with Vex?
Especially with how long this is taking to set up. I'm honestly wondering if the rest of this session, 22 minutes, I'm wondering if the rest of this session is literally just setting up for the fight. And then he ends.
Door up there?
Well, we've been we
guys
don't
been following
need
us,
to
you can't
mention
get
it.
to this
We've
area.
been following wherever. So
You guys want to get over with Vex?
we probably went up with Vex. Probably, yeah. We don't know what we're
Vex, where
doing.
are you?
I guess I'm maybe off by that fountain in the corner of the map.
Over there?
Yeah.
This is an open area over
That's all
here?
open.
This is all open. This is the center of the town
Then I
square.
would be at the bottom of the building that Vex is in.
Okay, so you're kind of close down, like kind of looking through the window out into the main thoroughfare. Okay, good to know. So, Grog, with this, I want you to roll initiative.
Never mind.
Oh my god.
Can I take Trinket out of the...
I'd like to, yeah. Do you want it? Your call.
I think it's gonna make some noise.
Initiative?
17.
Yeah.
17.
Be able to debear and
All right. As you guys begin this fray, wait, no, Trinket, yes, Trinket, what are you doing?
Trinket is staying in the...
Okay, Trinket's staying in the necklace. All right. You, as Kevdak takes on a large form, the blood axe swelling with his size, he gets into a combat position, she says,
Show me what you've learned, Strong Jaw.
you're going first. Beat him on initiative first. Go for it.
No, it doesn't.
I would like to rage the rage of my ragey life. And I would like to use intimidating presence on Kevdak.
Okay.
That's a risk.
All right, so that's your action on that. Okay. So what's the DC on that one?
18.
18 was the save?
Oh, I mean, that's the 17 is the wisdom saving throw.
Okay. For that one, remember if that one is a...
It says within 30 feet, frightened until end of next turn, wisdom saving throw. 10
Right, yeah, okay. So as you glare out that, how do you go out this glare? What do you do to intimidate him?
I go into a rage, and with my flaming warhammer, I grab the end of the hammer and let it cook my flesh for a minute. And then I smack myself on the chest and rip out the biggest belly I have.
As you do, Kevdak, who goes to take a step forward, takes the single step, hesitates, seems to just hold his ground, eyeing you down and kind of seemingly not expecting this ferocity.
It never works.
Alrighty. That's your action and your bonus. You're gonna move and stay where you are.
There are no openings in the ring, right?
Nope.
Wait, you had inspiration, by the way. Would that have helped at all? No.
I mean, there are side openings, like areas here where you can step out, but you get the sense that as people are gathering around, they're kind of actually, they would be plugging elements of this exit to prevent you from closing the gap.
Oh, God, with my bonus action, I yell, coward! And that's it.
Okay. Technically, the rage is the bonus action, but you can shout that for free.
Yeah,
that's fine. All right, so for Kevdak's turn, Kevdak, kind of realizing that he can't, he's not able to really move closer at this moment, kind of steps to the side here,
Oh, really?
guarding,
Shit.
kind of waiting.
His version of fear was not digging in.
And yeah, he's gonna go ahead and take a bonus action to go into his own rage. Let's see.
I just had to try and make it work at least once.
Yeah, it worked.
It did.
Yeah.
Hey, man, at least I can say I didn't die without it working once.
Don't not the die, Grog.
no one said that.
So Kevdak goes into his own rage. As Kevdak goes into a rage, screaming out, the ground shakes and little stones and rocks kind of scatter across the work from the vibration of it. And you see some of those tattoos, the black ink that goes across his chest. You see what looks like a bear that is hidden within the tattoo that flares up with a flash of kind of dark, deep red crimson energy and then fades back into the chest.
What?
1984.
You're up, Rog.
Raging,
They're yeah, he was
I go into a frenzied rage,
Okay.
and I charge headlong into Kevdak with my firebrand warhammer.
All right.
Actually, he backed up against the ring, right?
He's back up against the edge of one of the openings, yeah. But if you want to go from here, he's
But there's lots of pointies behind him, right?
in one angle, yeah.
I'd like to drive my head right into his chest with the end of my... Can I move into him hard and see if I can push him back against one of the pikes?
I'll say sure.
I still have... If I'm frenzying, will I still have 2 attacks after that?
That would be your action to do that, so you
Oh,
have
action.
your bonus action if you want to.
No, I'll just run up to him and hit him 3 times.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, the first 2 are just normal.
Okay.
I'll just roll this first. 27.
That hits.
Yeah, that's why I'm interested in this arena. But they're so and it makes like intuitive like fiction sense, but they're so high level that it's like is just shoving him into some spikes gonna be worth it? Like shoving people into a death pit is worth it. But shoving him into some spikes, should I not just smack him? We're gonna see. We're gonna see how it plays out, but I don't know.
24.
Hits.
16.
Misses.
More God's blessing?
You have
That's a range
inspiration.
on that.
And inspiration.
Oh, and you have inspiration.
Yeah, I mean, this may not be the moment though.
Yeah, that hit.
I got more.
It's early.
Wait, the fuck is my thing? That's right from me.
Unfortunately, inspiration fades in 10 minutes.
30 feet, so.
30 feet, yeah, it's too far away for you to War's blessing. So the first 2 strikes, go ahead and roll for damage.
Okay.
They do hit.
What the fuck is that? 10, 15, 20.
That is like no. You've got it right, Admiral Jackbar, which is something that I really try to communicate to all of my martial players. Is I'm like, hey marshals, once you get your your multi-attack, you can make a shove attempt as one attack. The thing about environmental stuff is that so Matt's wrong here, but I mean, he's brand new to the system, and a lot of much more experienced DMs than him have gotten this wrong, so I don't blame him. I mean, well, I don't want to say more experienced 5e, more experienced in 5e DMs. But you basically have to, you want to make my kind of rule of thumb, my heuristic, is you want to make the environmental effect reasonably do more than one attack of your marshals. You want to, my rule of thumb is about 1.5 to 2 times. And if it's, because you're going to shove him, which essentially turns your, it's like a kind of a save or suck type of thing. So that's why I say like 1.5 to 2 times, because you want to make it interesting, but also not the thing that they do every single turn. You know what I'm saying? Now, if it's like a single use thing where it's like toppling over a bookshelf, right? Can't topple over a bookshelf twice. So then you can kind of make it a little bit more damage. So you can edge towards that like 2 to 3x side if it gets used up once it's used. Like that can work. But it's a tough balance, especially when they get higher level, because it's like, man, I've got the Firebrand Warhammer. I might crit. I might, I need to attack to keep up my rage. And actually, no, you can miss and keep up your rage. That's fine. But there's a lot of sort of reasons you would just want to normally attack. So the easiest way to handle environmental factors is to make them incredibly worth it, like way, way more worthwhile than one of your attacks, but they get used up, again, like dropping a chandelier or tipping over a bookcase or whatever. It's harder with reusable things like a pit or like these, things. You could make it to where maybe some of the stuff snaps off once they get pushed onto it. That's possible. But it's hard. It's tough, especially when they get higher level and their attacks become very effective. Shove is more swingy because it's a contested thing rather than against an AC. Yeah. So you want to make it, you want to kind of get that like save or suck feel where it's like, oh, this is more risky, but the benefit is higher if I do it. You want to try to strike that balance on reusable ones, especially. So if you can do it multiple times, it's a risk that you go for. Like in like the final seconds of the combat, if he has more health than you, and you're about to die, okay, taking the big environmental impact risk. But if it's one-time use, you can make it maybe as risky as a normal attack, but you can only do it once. So it's interesting. The fiction of impaling him on spikes doesn't match up with the damage of a great weapon master attack. Precisely, Sputnik. Yeah. So that's that fiction is easier to nail in like lower level combats. When you get into higher level, you kind of have to start going more and more ridiculous with it. Like Grog is, they're on the hero of the continent tier. The villains that they are fighting should be continental threats, or continental heroes, or continental forces. Which I think you could argue that Kevdak is. I think you could argue that the Herd is. And you want the arenas that they fight in to reference that. So, actually, I think that the basement of Castle Whitestone, perfect example. Like, it's this big ziggurat. It's got all of these things going on. It's got a ritual in the middle. Very continental threat feel and scale. But here, I think this feels more like a regional threat sort of battle arena, like you're fighting over like one town. I think it feels right for that. Like it feels right for fighting over Whitestone, but I don't know if it feels right for fighting against Kevdak, if that makes sense. I think you want it to be a little bit more monumental. You know, it's like the top of fucking Gat Shadow. It's the top of a mountain, you know, where there's like, oh, there's a risk of falling off the mountain to your death. Even if you have had the Goliaths make a construct, you know, a goblin tinker-esque construct where they get all of this trash and sharp shit and they make like a mound out of it that has all of these different platforms sprawling out of it. They use as like entertainment. You know, you could have the Goliaths having been running like this almost Survivor-esque entertainment gladiator sort of thing where people have to like climb this huge mound without falling to their deaths. There's maybe something there so that it's a little bit more of, again, of like a monumental type battle arena. We'll see how this ends up working out, because I haven't seen, you know, how this works. Maybe these are magic spikes. They could be magic spikes. They could be primordially infused, and that could maybe, you know, get the fiction a little bit closer. That's possible. There are definitely ways to do it with what is put in front of us, but I don't know. I'm assuming with Kevdak, his strength is probably higher than Grog's, so I don't think a contested athletics would be more likely. It could be wrong. I mean, yeah, I think the general point is that it just depends on the stats. Yeah. Just in general. Yeah. Anyways, but I liked the entire speech beforehand. The entire speech beforehand was fun.
23.
We'll see.
3 plus 5, so 28 with the fire damage on the first one.
Okay.
And the second one, 8, 16.
And even speaking of phased combats, you could have this be the first phase, and then the second or even maybe third phase, you could kind of heighten the ridiculousness of the battle arena, where like as the phases progress, it gets more and more like dangerous. The environment starts to become more and more of a factor. Maybe something there. Could be fun. I don't know. We'll see.
17.
I want to watch.
17. Okay. As you slam, whack with the flaming warhammer twice into the oversized Kevdak's chest. Each hit hits the Kevdak, just barely pushed back by each, and the damage, even the fire damage, seems to be taken down by his raging capabilities. The impacts aren't doing as much damage as you hoped they would. But that ends your turn. You want to move?
Right.
Nope. No moving.
All right. Kevdak's turn. Kevdak's going to go ahead and strafe around this way, and is going to go ahead and reckless attack on you.
Okay.
So that's an advantage on each strike. Is going to take both of these as Weapon Master. Weapon Master. That is a 28 to hit. So sorry, minus 5, 23.
Hits.
Second one. 28 to hit again, actually.
28 to hit?
28 to hit, minus 5.
Hits, sorry.
All right. Use for, let's see. 4. Plus that. As both of the axe swings come through, you suffer a total of 54 points of slashing damage.
Reduced.
Reduced by half. That brings it to 27.
Okay.
Plus an additional 10 points of necrotic damage that you do not reduce.
While all the attention is focused on them, can I stealth down to the ground for a second?
Make stealth check. How are you getting down? You're finding down via acrobatics. So make stealth and acrobatics.
29 for stealth.
Okay.
And 25 for acrobatics.
Okay. You manage to make it to the ground. Kind of jumping off the side, parkouring down, grabbing the next ledge, leaping down. That's your turn.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else do anything? Just waiting back for the next round?
I mean,
Do we do anything right now?
Not until it.
I just want to duck. Can I just duck in the building at least? Is
Yeah,
that part of the stealth?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
You go come to the door, and the door itself is not locked. You kind of just push inside and dark up. Everyone's attention is so focused in the center.
Yep, let him go.
All right. So that brings it to the top of the round. Grog, you're up.
Feeling the impact of those hits and remembering our first encounter, I drop the firebrand warhammer. I rush Kevdak, and I want to try and rip away the blood axe.
Whoa.
Okay. You rush up and drop the hammer, grab, and my face to face is right at your feet. You reach up and grab with your fingers, just barely wrap around this axe's shaft right now, at the size that it's swollen, and you pull against him. I want you to go ahead and make a strength check.
Take an advantage on.
Yep, versus his strength, which he gets advantage on.
17.
Natural 20.
Oh, come on!
as you pull, Kevdak actually lifts you up off the ground, holding the axe up to his face, and just goes,
like father, like son,
and shakes you off, and doesn't shake you off, just butts you off of the axe, and you skid to the ground. Take 1 point of bludgeoning damage, no big deal. Land on the ground. You don't fall prone, but you're there, and you can probably grab your warhammer, pick it back up as the rest of your round if you want to.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That ends your turn. At this point now, Kevdak, who's kind of laughing to himself.
He's consulting the book.
Is
when he does that.
No.
What could that possibly mean?
Probably looking up the price of a mace.
Yeah, yeah.
Totally.
All right.
Interested.
What's
Who was
an
the?
adventurers can't run for?
Who did this illustration again? Oh yeah, I
Why
remember.
don't you make an athletics check?
Do you get advantage on that?
Oh yes, you do, because of the rage. SSE.
19.
19. Well, 22. He puts the axe to one hand, reaches down with his large mitt, grabs you and lifts you up, and pushes you onto one of the spears behind you. And just kind of shifts through you can feel it actually pierce out the chest about 6 inches. And your feet are still on the ground. You can feel yourself there, but there is an element of being pinned there. You take 12 points of piercing damage, reduced to 6. This is.
That is another consideration for environmental type stuff. That I don't know if it'll have mechanical backing, but I think you could even go maybe even a little bit lower on the damage. But if it maybe not restrains, but if it like grapples him and he can't move, that is absolutely a reason to go after the arena. And I actually like that a lot for an arena trap where, yeah, it makes sense that it's not going to do more damage than your fucking Warhammer, but it'll pin you in place and prevent you from moving away. And if Kevdak has reach right now, he could stand outside of your reach and just fucking wail on you. Interesting. That's pretty good. Skip damage to an apply an effect. Didn't want to say it before. No, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. And that is a solid way that you can design an otherwise benign looking trap to still have an effect on a higher level adventurer. Because, I mean, even if he can break out of it easily, like, it will take an action, it'll take a turn, it eats up action economy. Interesting. And he might still fail to get out of it. That's solid. That's solid.
There's nothing to a barbarian. Simple piercing, whatever. However, you are technically considered to be grappled. You're unable to move until you manage to break this. You can still attack from this position if you wanted to, but you have to be able to try and spend an action to get free. So that's going to be the one attack, and then as you're pinned, he's going to come up with the blood axe and swing down. That's going to be a 23.
The only thing I will say is that I might have tried to foreshadow that sort of effect. So talk about like the spears having like these large like barbed tips that looks like they are meant to like stay in the creatures that they impale or something like that to imply that there is some sort of effect other than damage. But in terms of design, I like it a lot. I think that's a very solid, because as someone said during the Sphinx fight, conditions are tough on adventurers no matter the level. So they are always valid parts of your encounter design.
Next to you, blood axe comes down and slams right into your front of your chest, the sternum area. Even with the weight of it, you bring your hands up and grab the edge of it and manage to stop some of the force, but it still digs into the front of your chest. You take 4, 5, 7. Take 19 points of slashing damage, reduced to 9.
Okay. I release trinket inside the house that I'm in.
Plus an additional 6 in the rock. That does not get
So 9 and then 6 to 15.
15, yeah. What are you doing?
I release trinket quietly inside the house and tell him, keep quiet. Don't follow me.
Okay. Anyone else? Anything else?
No, I'm just trying to keep an eye on. I'm trying to keep as aware of everything.
We're gonna Pike and I are gonna just inch forward on the rooftop to get just a little closer.
Okay. Yeah, can I do the same in my elemental form? Like, I'm gonna mist kind of down around, kind of right behind this asshole.
Okay.
What's up? I'm a spooky mist. Take some time to get like behind that fountain.
That's in the open.
I asked about that first.
Yeah.
This is 1/4 of the square.
All right. Grog, it's your turn.
So I can attack from having a pole shoved through my shoulder?
Yeah.
Would that be a disadvantage?
No, not at this distance. You just grappled so you can't move. You're essentially stuck there until you use an action to get off of it. Otherwise, you can't go anywhere.
Yeah, I gotta get off of it. I'm gonna get off of it.
Okay, so using action to break free. Make an athletics check. With advantage because you're raging.
23.
23. there's not a lot of ground to pull yourself off of it with the weight, so instead, with your feet on the ground, you reach forward and grab the front of this blood axe again, and pull forward. As you do, you feel the back of this wooden spear snap off, and it's still just embedded in your chest, poking out the front, but you are now free. So have your bonus action.
I would like to use Great Weapon Master, and I have advantage on this because he used Reckless.
Yep.
And I'll use his inspiration.
You don't have an inspiration, it faded. Only lasts for 10 minutes. Yeah.
23.
That hits, go roll damage.
Do I remember correctly? Oh, wait, no. Never mind. I didn't
19.
remember correctly.
Nope. 29.
Oh, 29 plus 10, right. Okay, that brings it to 14 damage, reduced by his rage effect as well. As the hammer slams once again into his abdomen, you can see leaving a char mark and actually kind of obscuring one of the tattoos. You can...
Stupid boy.
You can move around him if you wanted to. You still have movement.
Yeah, I'll move. I would like to move to his flank away from the nearest pointy thing.
You shift around that way? Okay. With his turn now, he spins around to face you. He's going to go ahead and attempt his first attack on you as a disarming attack. With advantage on that because he's going with this attack every round. That's going to be a 30?
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay. Not Great Master. But it's 30, so he's going to do an additional superiority die of damage on top of this.
Oh my god.
So you take... Alright, 17 points of slashing damage.
So not only... Oh... I really hope this is a monster stat block. Because if this is not only a player stat block, but it is also a multi-classed player stat block... that makes it a much more unpredictable fight. Significantly more chaotic in terms of what you could even anticipate as a DM designing the entire thing. It makes the entire thing more chaotic and much less likely that you actually balanced it well. Or not even balanced it well, balanced it to your intentions.
So 8. 8 plus 2 necrotic, so 10 total. And I need you to go ahead and make a strength saving throw.
Oh, no.
Oh, what? Not. Oh.
No, with rage, is it strength, ability checks, and saving throws?
No, strength check and strength saving.
Yep. So yeah, so advantage on this.
13.
13?
No, 16.
16, okay. So as he slams into your side, you pull up the Flaming Warhammer to guard the blow. It takes some of it, but then he hooks the bottom of the axe underneath the head and actually like flings it out of your hand, and you lose the grip on the Warhammer, which then clatters to the ground at your feet. He's then going to turn around and going to go ahead and do a pushing attack with one of those superiority die. This is going to be with Great Weapon Master, that brings it to a 21.
That's my AC.
Alrighty. So you take from the actual blow 9 plus 12, 21 points of slashing damage, reduced to 10.
Okay.
And 5 necrotic.
I'm going to use my Stone's Endurance.
Go for it.
How do we take you down to what Stone's Endurance?
That's just a D12 plus my, which is a 12, plus my Constitution, so that's 17.
So as the blow comes, you just take it right to the center of the chest. As it hits, it barely cuts in before you go ahead and grab it and deflect it with your hand, doing no damage to you whatsoever. However, the impact of it, though, make a strength saving throw. Advantage again.
18.
18. However, the sheer force of trying to deflect it does push you back 15 feet. Ow! Right on the edge there. We'll say you're right there. That's fine. And you stop right at the edge of another edge of the spikes, and there are 2 Goliaths that are there with the weapons out, just kind of forcing you back into the ring if you decide to back up any further. With that, Kevdak, I'm going to go ahead and move forward and kind of push you into that corner. That's going to end his turn. You're up.
I'm going to look at Kevdak and drop my arms to my side.
It's already on your side, actually. He disarmed it.
No, not my arms.
Oh, your arms, okay.
Straight down. And I'm going to say clearly, I've been a fool. You are truly a foe to be reckoned with. And I will slowly drop to my knee.
No, Grok.
And I will shout out, Vox Machina,
2 shots.
fuck shit.
2 shots, ready.
And we're going to go ahead and end it there this week. It's been a claw, guys. It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah, we started late.
I know.
Curse you, technical difficulties.
Wow.
We need to remember where we are, you guys.
Oh, take a photograph. That's what iPhones.
Yeah.
No,
We're taking photos.
Good ending. That's basically what I was saying was like, I cast Thunderwave. Vox Machina fuck shit up. That's a good ending point, Matt. Oh, man. That yell is much cooler in 1X. I mean, I don't know. I feel like my brain has adjusted to the faster speeds at this point. But here, I mean, fuck it. It's like 3 seconds ago. Let's see.
Fucking up. And I will shout out. Vox Machina.
2 shots.
Fuck shit up!
2 shots. Ready.
And
I love the camera cut to Vax going. Oh, that's so fucking funny. Johnson watched to the end. Yeah, last time we had gone so long that I skipped some of the post credit stuff. But I that time normally I forget. That time was actually on purpose because I've been going so long. Holy shit. Holy shit. What X sounds like slow-mo to me? I know, dude. That's good. I am glad that Matt went full out on all of the things that Kevdak could do, like really fast, really quick. Because that's the kind, like, if Grog's not going to win this, right? If it's like not going to be a successful one-on-one that he actually has a chance of winning, then you need to show overwhelming odds really fast, so that it scares him into doing what he just did. He tries like 2 things and he gets shoved back onto the stuff. He has to waste a turn getting off. Then he gets fucking disarmed. Like, I think that is absolutely the right way to go from Matt's perspective. If this is like what you kind of want out of the encounter, use as because Kevdak, even if he is like a player stat block, he probably only has like 3 superiority dice. So using 2 that quickly, maybe not the best tactical decision from Kevdak, but Doyleist-wise, like out-of-game meta factor, it absolutely shows overwhelming force on the part of Kevdak and scares Grog into potentially doing what he just did. So good, not even design, I would say, like good running of the encounter. Good choices on Matt's part. Yeah.
we're gonna go ahead and end it there this week.
11
o'clock, guys. It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah, we started late.
I know.
Crap. Curse you, technical difficulties.
Wow.
Oh, Theshel, I think that is
Wow.
Theshel, I think that is absolutely what you should do. But we've already had, the big long discussion about player stat sheets versus monster stat blocks and why you use one over the other. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that could be a cool ass monster. A monster that has bear totem rage and a few techniques and make them a recharge. Make his rage a recharge. Yeah. There's things there. You want to make sure not to take too much. Like rage and 3 techniques, I think, are probably the max you want to take. I could be convinced otherwise, but I think other than that, you probably want to lean towards lair actions and things like that. But you definitely don't want to track superiority dice. Absolutely not. I'd assume if it's a player stat block, Kevdak probably is probably much higher level than the party, considering there's 7 NPC. There's 7 PCs. Maybe. I mean, it depends on. This combat is a really interesting conceit, and it is an example of why I'm generally in favor of fudging, because this or in favor of a very not precise, delicate fudging. because this is an encounter that even if you design Kevdak as you should, according to the DMG advice on how to design an adversary, like even if you design Kevdak perfectly, you definitely it's a weird combat because there are a ton of theoretically non-combatants that, given certain choices from one singular player, could become combatants. So, like, Vox Machina, the rest of them, you have to, like, half consider. So you kind of have to design two separate combats, a theoretical 1v1 between Grog and Kevdak if Grog refuses to bring in Vox Machina, and then an external not 1v1 that involves all of the other combatants, including the rest of Vox Machina. And because the difference between those two combats, like, what if Grog fights this to the death? Legitimately. What if he fought it to the death, he went down, and then Vox Machina came in? That would be a way harder combat than if Grog calls it right now and the rest of Vox Machina comes in and really tips the scales in terms of what's going on. So this is a combat that I don't want to say it's like impossible to balance, but I think it's really only possible to get in the ballpark of balance. I think you're never going to be able to exactly balance it because it's cool. Like, fucking, sometimes if you want to do really cool shit, it will be inherently difficult to balance. And you don't want to accidentally fuck your players because you accidentally misdesigned it. Or they did something super unanticipated that accidentally fucks them. So that's why I'm in favor of very delicate balancing, or delicate fudging. Fudging it, either way. Like, a lot of times it should always be player favored. It should always be fudging in pursuit of making the experience better for them. To be fair, the exact balance is not impossible, especially in 5e. Yeah, exactly. Even if you make a blank room combat, it's still very difficult. And then the more and more interesting you make it, the harder it gets. What's the difference between tracking superiority dice and giving the dice X per day? You just wouldn't have dice at all. So superiority dice are a player mechanic. And you generally want to avoid giving monsters player mechanics because player mechanics are designed for players. Like, player stat sheets and monster stat blocks are just fundamentally designed differently, and they use very different mechanics for very specific reasons. So, like, an easy example, or a sort of obvious comparison, is players generally have more offensive resources. Just flat out. They have more offensive toys, and monsters have more health. That is, like, if you really want to be, like, really, like, fundamental and abstract. There's a lot of details. And a lot of complicating factors. But that is generally the way that these two are designed. Is players have more offensive tools, monsters have more health. So if you give monsters a bunch of offensive tools, so like if you give them the appropriate number of superiority die for like whatever fighter level they're supposed to be mimicking, which would be like, would be like 3 or 4, that is more offensive resources than a monster of that challenge rating should have. Just if you're taking them 1-to-1. So if you really wanted it to be a die, like if you really wanted it to be a superiority die, that's not like inherently bad. Like, you could do that, but you would, number one, want to give them less, and you would want to make the superiority die smaller than what an equivalent fighter would have. Because, again, offensive tools should be scaled down on monsters. So that's the general reasoning. The reasoning that you wouldn't want to use superiority dice and you would want to use like day recharges is because there is a lot of guidance on how to design good monsters that uses standard monster mechanics. So if you throw in a non-standard monster mechanic like superiority dice rather than recharge, you won't be able to use any of the guidance that is out there. And again, it makes it harder for you as a DM to understand how the combat will go. So it's not just that it even like makes it is like a balance thing, but it's just, it makes it less comprehensible for you as a DM to predict how superiority dice will behave as opposed to like a recharge ability. Because there's a litany of advice within the DMG and just all over the place online about how recharges behave, monster design, and it all uses that core stuff. So if you start adding in non-core stuff, it can get, you basically just get out of the range of that. So yeah. And there's no particular reason not to convert it. Yeah. So, let's see.
Where are you guys?
Oh, take a photograph. That's what iPhones are for.
Yeah.
No, we're taking photos,
think I can
and I'm
forget.
leaving this here for next week,
Oh,
so we
okay.
can have this up and ready for us to jump back
Oh
in.
my gosh.
Wow.
Shit.
Wow, so unsatisfying. I want to go.
I want to go right
If
now.
you guys want to keep going, we can go to midnight on. It's up to you, but it's a Thursday night.
I know.
I know.
Let's wait.
Okay.
What's the
Responsibilities
general consensus
tomorrow.
say?
I have to shoot.
General consensus is it's 11 p.m.
Yeah.
Yep,
We're
let's
keeping the crew here as well.
call
Yeah.
it.
And we had a very long crit miss and everything the week
You're
before,
right.
so let's go ahead and we'll.
Dude. 3-hour format shit. Those are the words.
We'll call it tonight.
Let's say.
And we had a very long crit 11 p.m.
Yeah.
Yep,
Let's-
We're keeping the crew here as well.
That's just the unfortunate. This is the unfortunate reality of why some things in Critical Role are the way they are, unfortunately. I just can't square in my head. Here's a bigger, badder barbarian than Grog, but all of his features are watered down except his higher health. I mean, it depends on if he's actually bigger and badder. Because I'm talking about, the idea of making it equivalent level. So if you're making an adversary that's the monster equivalent of Grog, they would have lower and higher health. If you're making a person that is supposed to be the bigger, badder version, assumingly a higher CR than he is supposed to be able to 1v1, the attack stuff would probably end up feeling similar, but he would be much more durable. Yeah. The other option. So those are the general consensus. If you want Kevdak, let's say you're designing Kevdak from the ground up, and you want Kevdak to hit real hard, because like you said, you can't square it in your head. Like you want Kevdak to hit nice and hard. Then give him less offensive tools, but make them hit. So the general thing is like, when it comes to players, they have offensive tools, right? And then they have health. But offensive tools are actually kind of two different categories. There is the number of tools that you have. And then there is the power level, the power of said tools. So a good example of the difference of like number of tools is like on the low end of number of tools. Like just a really easy example of like the scale of number of tools. One end is Warlock. Another end is Wizard. Right. Wizard has a lot more tools, but then this is flipped when it comes to power. Right. So really, the real is oh, whoops. What the heck? The real is that the actual design of monsters versus players is a combination of these two things, of number and power. So players should be higher on this side. They should be weighted more heavily on this side, and monsters should be weighted more heavily on this side. But you can still play with these two factors. So if you want Kevdak to hit really hard, you are basically wanting a Warlock type feel. So you want to give Kevdak very few tools that have more power. So if you want, like, let's say you want the power to be slightly more than Grog's, you want to make sure that he has less tools than Grog, which makes a multi-class a little bit complicated. Because, like, you know, we've seen that he has Reckless Attack, he has Totem Barbarian, he has these superiority dice. Like, Kevdak has a lot of tools, and his tools seem to have a lot of power. That should mean that he is way stronger than, like, in terms of, like, you know, design balance. That would say to me, if I'm looking at this from, like, a monster designer perspective, he's like a CR fucking like 18 or 20. If he has seemingly as many, if not more, tools than Grog, and he hits harder, that would indicate he is a substantially higher challenge than them in terms of design. So that's the thing, is overall for an equivalent challenge. So if you want an equal 1v1, for this to be an even fight, monsters should have less offensive tools, more health. Players have more offensive tools, less health. Or higher offensive tool power that they can wield. And that is just generally because you want combats to go for a while, and you want players to be able to use all their fun, shiny toys. That is the general reasoning for that design, is that you want players to be able to use resources, and for combats to not be over in the blink of an eye. Dejectedly, I have responsibilities tomorrow. I know, I feel you. That is funny. It's real. That's a real exit.
Yeah. And we had a very long crit miss and everything the week before.
right.
So let's go ahead and we'll call it tonight. We'll pick up right at this ridiculous moment next week.
Tune in next week.
It's like the Battle of Blue.
You sped through this, Av? Because a lot of it was combat. A lot of it was combat, and it was a several really fun speeches that I didn't want to interrupt, and that it was combat. And that type of sequence, goes a lot faster than like exploration and social challenges and analysis and prep. I'm always slower on that end.
Full of.
Goliath balls are blue.
The Goliath balls are so blue.
Oh man.
Dude,
I was not
he was so
expecting
much more powerful than what.
I was not expecting
He's
that.
so
We-
big.
I didn't know we could
we
do
were ready to
that.
give you
an out.
Giant,
We were ready to give you an out.
giant.
I think it's going well.
I think you can take him.
I think it's going well.
Come on,
I
do
think
it.
we got
evenly
him
matched.
right where
We
I
won't
wanna-
want him.
Just 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
Yeah, that's rough.
5 more minutes, guys.
Where are you at hit points wise?
133.
Oh!
You're fine. You could have gone for another 6
Pansy.
rounds.
Okay, you're at 133 out of your total.
201.
Oh.
What? He's fine.
Well, he
He's
was
fine.
doing
I
it.
know.
I'm doing
whatever,
nothing
tank.
to him.
Even
Yeah, no, that's true.
That is true. And this is okay. This is actually
What? He's fine.
Well, he
He's
was doing
fine.
I
it.
know.
I'm
day.
doing
this is actually a good this is another. It's not just that you want your players to be able to use your toys. Offensive resources, a lot of the time, do things like apply conditions, and that's fine on a small scale. But this feeling is not what you want generally for your players. You want them to be like getting attacks off and you know doing all that, and you want them to have time to do that. So that's also why adversaries have more health, is because you want time for players to feel like they're doing things. So it's a player mental game. I love how everyone got HP envy from Goliath Barbarian. I know. I mean, 201 is crazy. 201's insane. And if you're making a bigger, badder version of Grog, Kevdak probably has close to like 300 health. Or he should. You know, given that he's probably rolling with player stat blocks, he probably doesn't. But monster version of Kevdak probably has like 300 health.
Oh, whatever,
nothing
tank.
to him.
Even
Yeah, no, that's true. You haven't
that's
done it.
true.
Has he done any damage to him at all?
Yeah, a little.
Grog?
Some
Yeah,
stuff.
Grog's done it's 34 points of damage.
Yeah.
Wow, out of like 500 hit points
It's just,
probably.
There's different paths to a barbarian. There's the frenzy path, which is all about
really
damage.
big.
There's the totem path, which totem of the bear means you're half damage from everything except psychic damage. So,
Grog, quick, be psychic.
good luck with that, guys.
Quick, Grog.
But yeah, this is where that totem really shines.
Man.
If I steal your Kevdak mini, then he can't be killed.
That's true.
I've got 4.
So wait, where does the other,
Not really, but
where does the other totem shine in damage dealing? Probably.
frenzy's all about damage. That's what Grog's.
Oh, that's not mine. That's yours.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, we'll pick this up next week at whatever this is about to be, and I have no idea what this is about to be.
God,
But
whatever
it's about
this,
to get crazy.
And so with cameras and stuff, though, we'll have cameras and stuff in
Yeah,
there.
hopefully functional cameras.
Yeah, we'll have a video card next week.
These are
We may already have one.
We may already have one thanks to Fry's
Yeah.
Electronics.
The fickleness of technology and
Yeah.
the wondrous hard work of our crew
But once again,
make this still happen, guys.
once again, as who I don't know who it was that pointed out, but we went 50
Oh shit, we got an ad incoming. Okay. Well, we're almost to the end.
episodes.
Let's get there.
50
That was me.
episodes without any real huge
Hardware failures, yeah.
hardware failures. So
That's funny.
Good on you. Well, guys,
episode 51 just ate it.
thank you guys for enduring our.
That is it. That's the end of the time codes. So with that, we have an ad in 60 seconds. That was a fun one. That was a fun one. I like the narrative setup. I like the thematic setup. I will definitely have more to say next time. Yeah, you know what? Wait. We can snooze. I can snooze for 5 minutes. I can snooze for 5 fucking minutes. Probably will end before then, but don't leave us. Yeah, well. But it is yeah. That was a cool session. This entire Kevdak setup with Grog's morality and like, you know, the idea of this 1v, this like combat. It's all very interesting. It is like, I believe Matt when he says he does not know what will happen. Because he's made an interesting situation that I don't know how it'll react. I do not know how it'll react. And that's the other thing you gotta keep in mind is even in terms of like power level, right? In terms of like power and effectiveness in a fight, adversaries controlled by the DM, unless the DM actively plays them against their best interests, they are going to be better at the combat because the DM knows more. So like Matt knows that those spears are going to grapple Grog. Travis might have an inkling, but when Travis is debating it, Travis is going, oh, I don't know. Should I do that? Should I not? He doesn't know that they're going to grapple it. It's a risk. Matt can, as hard as he can try to simulate that ignorance, but at the end of the day, he doesn't have that ignorance. He knows that the spear will grapple Grog, or, that there will be a chance for it. So ultimately, especially the more interesting and complicated you make your fights and your arenas, the more passively effective monsters are going to be, because they will either use the arena perfectly or they will use the arena as poorly as you can nerf your own mentality. So that's another reason that, you need to be careful about offensive tools, is because like adversaries might just, are going to use it really well. This is very, very interesting. I don't know. It's very fascinating. My players are close to VM level. I generally have to double Demon Lord stat block HP to make sure they have time for a proper fight. It's crazy. Yeah. You have to have just shitloads of health. Shitloads. Because players like rolling big dice and getting big number, but also short fights, even like shorter, more equivalent fights are not as fun as longer equivalent fights. You want to have time for them to use all their fun little gadgets and gizmos. Yeah. Especially single combatants. Single combatants have to have a shitload of health. We only need another hour or so. Yeah. I'm thinking about buying Gigantic because it's on sale. I blame you. Gigantic's fun. I will say my current sort of reaction to it is I wish it was a little bit more like a MOBA and a little bit less like a hero shooter. But I still like it a lot. It just has almost enough MOBA stuff to like scratch my MOBA itch, but not quite enough. But I like Gigantic. It's fun. It's a fun game. Next session's combat is one of my faves. Fuck yeah, I'm excited. I'm super excited. Great frame to pause, Matt. There are always some great pause faces. All right. With that, we'll call it. We'll talk more about it next stream, next Monday. Tomorrow, I don't know what the fuck we're doing. Probably Chance of Senar tomorrow. If you want to support the channel, stick around through the ad. A little bit more ad rev. If not, I get it. Peace out. Have a good night, evening, morning. I don't know. Whatever it is for you. And I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye. I need to make a stream ending scream.